I'll save the filter.
Vice Chair Davis, I don't think you logged in with your number in there. You're down in the body of attendees.
Chair, the same thing is happening though with, let me see if board member Cannon's finally moved up. Yeah, she did. Sorry. Thanks.
I'm seeing 11 of us in. Is that how you're seeing it?
Yes, so we do have a quorum, Chair.
Well, I know today's a big day and there's more on the agenda, on other people's agendas. There's some other meetings and things that they've got to go to at right after 5:30. We are trying to have a hard stop at between 5 and 5:30. So those can make their additional commitments. So we're going to get started as members are joining us. Before we get going, I want to start off with a roll call, and then vice chairs, if somebody joins us, I'll try to recognize them, but we do have a quorum. Okay, roll call. Vice Chair Belknap.
Good morning.
Member Booth.
I am here.
Member Cannon.
Hello, Chair Huntsman.
Good morning. Member Klein.
Good morning.
Morning. Vice Chair Davis.
Hello.
Member and Grandmother Earl.
Good morning.
Member Hanson.
Good morning.
Member Hart.
Here.
Member Hutchings.
I am here.
Member Hymas. Member Hymas. Member Lear.
Here.
Okay, Member Moss.
Here.
Member Norton.
Here.
Member Straight. You're muted, but did we get him? Member Straight.
Here.
Okay. And Board Member Huntsman is here. So we'll just watch for Matt. If somebody wants to shoot him a text and see if he's having some challenges, that'd be good. I need to read this statement. As authorized by Utah Code 52-4, this meeting is being held electronically without an anchor location for safety reasons due to the construction at the location where the public body would normally meet. Okay, we want to welcome everyone to our board meeting. This is
Chair Huntsman.
yeah.
Matt Hymas says he's stuck in the waiting room. If by chance someone in technology could maybe take a look at that. So sorry.
I just got on. I'm sorry. My internet is down. I'm on my cell phone today. I will try to make it work as best I can.
Okay, we'll try to come. So welcome to our meeting. We've got everyone present. And for those that are joining us, our USDB building is the state DFCM group has a big construction project going on that takes out our main entrance and a bunch of our parking, and due to safety concerns for emergency exiting, we are holding this meeting electronically. So let's get right into our board agenda. Again, board members, we're going to try to focus on that 5 o'clock hard stop, but we do need to take care of quite a bit of business today and value your participation. Again, we welcome the public that has joined us. Let's go right to our board member message. Vice Chair Cindy Davis.
Thanks, Chair. I think we all sort of landed here in different ways. You know, I was just thinking about how I got into politics, if you will, in the beginning. And I started as I was as a principal at an elementary school. And I had a teacher come into my office, and this was during referendum 1. And he said, I am going to buy out my last 5 years. I'm going to retire 5 years early. Just tell me what papers I need to fill out. I'm finished. And this is a teacher who was outstanding. Like, everybody loved this teacher. His scores were always, his value added scores were like 1.5 year growth, not just a year growth for his students. He would give the kids $1 if they lost a tooth in his room. I had parents come back and say, you know, he made such a difference in our family. He taught my kids 15 years ago, and we had a really hard year. And he showed up on our doorstep Easter morning with Easter baskets for our kids, not just the one in his class, but all the kids in the family. And another parent came and said, oh, he taught our daughter when she went through cancer treatments for months, and he came every single week without fail to see our family and our daughter at the hospital, and was just one of these kind of teachers. And I said, why are you doing this? We need you here. The students need you. And he said, I can't keep coming and putting my heart and soul into this every day and into these kids while I'm hearing what I'm hearing said about us out there. And this was when there were lots of debates about just, I think, schooling in general, public school and private school, and who does what, and benefits and costs and problems. And he said, the things I'm hearing people say about our schools, he said, that's not who I am as a teacher. He said, that's not who my colleagues are as teachers. And I can't do it anymore. And I said, listen, I said, you keep doing what you do for your students, and I will help people hear our perspective also from the good things that you are doing and that others are doing, and your good intentions. And so he shut the door to my office, and I was like, I have no idea what to do to help in this situation. And the next day, the only thing I could think of to start was to contact a radio station where I had heard some things that were so different from what our experience was in our school. And so I just contacted the radio station and said, I'd just like to share an alternate perspective from where we're coming from. And that just started an opportunity for a voice and a dialogue. And I've thought about this a lot, and how we come with so many different perspectives. And sometimes parents are in sync working together, and sometimes they're at odds with each other in what they want, or there are competing interests in what they want in schools. Sometimes teachers are in sync together, and sometimes they're a little bit at odds with what they want or see for their own school or classroom. Sometimes parents and teachers together can be at odds, and sometimes they can be together moving forward. It's an intricate system, and I just wanted to think a little bit about this today, and just show a few different examples of times where I feel like sometimes we're a little bit at odds, and sometimes we're working together, but how the process matters and how we interact and treat each other matters. I'd like to go ahead and start. Jeff my bandwidth was having problems last night with my video, so Jeff so graciously has volunteered to, as the driver of today's meeting, help me here. So this first slide, you know, I'll just say, I don't know how the rest of you feel, but having taken one step after another, and then many years later ended up on a school board, starting from a contact to a radio station to finally ending up on a school board. I'll just say, I don't love the politics still, but I love the people, and I love the policy, and I love the opportunity that we have to get into our schools and to visit with parents and teachers and students and and figure out what's happening on the ground level and what we are doing as policymakers to help or hinder or ways, to be of service to our community. And I had hundreds of examples I could show you. So I thought I'll just take a handful from the last month or so, because like you, I'm sure we're always trying to get out there and be with the people that we serve. So this is a classroom at Manila Elementary School. And I happened to see this dad in the school who was there like all day. And, or at least the whole time I was there. And so afterwards I was like, who are you? He was doing everything with the kids. Anyway, his name was Dan Griffey. And he said, well, we have this program at our school called Watchdogs, which dogs is dads of great students. And he said, we all take turns taking a day off of work to come in and spend the day here in our kids' classrooms, helping and working with the teacher and helping the students. And it was so clear that it did, a child didn't, some kids don't have a dad at home, but it was so clear that he was there to help and serve all kids, not just his own child, which I really was touched and appreciated. I loved that the teacher was just, come into my room, come and be with us, see what we're doing, help us move forward for education. This was a great example of parents and teachers just working together to move forward good things for student and for student learning, for students. Let's go to the next slide. This was a huge track meet. I remember listening to meetings when Linda Hansen was on the board, and she used to say, go to events, go to big sporting events for your patrons, and really listen and talk with parents and teachers who are there and kids and say, how are things going? That's where you'll really get an honest feel for the general populace and what they're thinking and feeling. And all this was at a huge, in my own district called Alpine Days, a big track meet for all the junior highs. And while everybody was watching the student runners and jumpers, I loved watching all of the parents that were there cheering, and then the teachers and coaches that were down on the field helping and supporting and keeping the track events running. And the thing that I always find the most touching when I go to these things are like this dad. I just happened to snap a picture because he was just cheering for his child, and he was so intent on capturing, what his child was doing on film. And, hundreds of patrons were there. But it's these little moments where you just remember, parents love their kids. Teachers love their kids, their own kids in their own families, and the kids they serve in their classrooms. And this was a great example of everybody kind of coming together and doing good things for kids. Next slide, Jeff. I should say Director Van Holten. This one's a video. This is in Jordan District, a group of parents, superintendent of the district, mayor of the city, the foundation, other teachers going in and celebrating and giving this wonderful teacher, Stephanie Grant, a teacher award at Fort Harriman Middle. Oh, so it's a little tough on the audio, but you can see her face when they go in.
Hey guys, stay here. We'll let you class in a minute. What is happening? Yeah, guys. Oh, guys.
So thanks for showing that. I think you can see that her face really says it all. This is a teacher who just puts her heart and soul into what she's doing. And there were this huge group of people coming in just to say, thank you and to recognize her good work. And I found something interesting about Stephanie. After all the hoopla was done, she didn't go and give all the special guests and the mayor and everyone else a hug. Her students lined up to give her a hug. And I found that particularly telling, that she focused on them first. Let's go to the next slide. This was just at Mountain Ridge Junior High. And this parent was taking a specially ordered soda to each teacher. They had ordered their own drink and taken them into every single classroom. And she asked me if I would like to go and help her deliver these drinks to the teachers. And I got to talk with her as a parent about her experience in the school and why she felt it was important to, work with the teachers and be a part of the school community. And it was just so fun. We took these into all the classrooms, and they thanked us, of course, but it was really poignant for me. I went into one classroom and the teacher said, "Thank you." She said, "At least one person likes us." And I said, "Do you feel like people don't like you?" She said, "Well, you read stuff." And it was kind of heartbreaking to me. I said, I see you, and I'm thankful for what you do for the students here. But you can go ahead and stop screen sharing, or don't go to the next slide yet, Jeff. Let's just stay here for a minute. Just a couple of nights ago, I went to a meeting with the Jordan Parents United group, and there were 6 parents there, or six-ish parents there, and 6 board members there. Well, 2 current board members and 4 people running for the board. And then there was a teacher there also. And it was such a fascinating dialogue. And I was so grateful that they were there and that they were talking together. And they had mentioned that the main parent in charge and the main teacher that was there had mentioned that when they go to the school board meetings and they get their little 2 minutes, they feel like they're a little bit at loggerheads, or they feel kind of like they're at odds. And so I loved seeing them come together for 2 hours and just listen to each other, and have the teacher hear the parents and go, "Oh my gosh, yeah, that I can see that I understand that makes sense," and have the parents listen to the teacher and say, "Oh, we hear you, we hear that, we want to support this and that and the other." And I don't think everybody was at 100% agreement when they left, but I think that those folks felt heard by each other. And I think this is the place that we need to get in our schools. We just need to get to a place where we're communicating together. And I'll be really honest, this parent shared an experience where her child had seen a video in class that she felt was totally inappropriate, and it was a substitute. And the teacher just completely apologized and said, "I'm so sorry. You know what? I didn't see it. It was a recommendation, and I am so sorry. That we shouldn't have shown that from the substitute." And I was like, I'd be mad too as a parent. But I appreciated this parent who said, "But you know what? We want to work." I was grateful for the opportunity to talk with the teacher, and we want to work together with teachers. Let's go to the next slide, Jeff, if you will. I shared this with that group, but I just think this is important to share with everybody, because we've got parents of students who sometimes feel isolated or bullied or discriminated against. Those students deserve a right to come to school and feel like they're in a safe place where they can access education also without all that. And we have other parents who say, we want to send our children to school and not feel like the values that we have at home or our religious dogma or beliefs, that things are going to happen in that classroom that are going to promote things that are against those things. And all of these parents on the spectrum have a right to come and bring their children and have their children feel safe and welcome and focus on learning at school. I'll just end by sharing this slide that we put into that training for the professional developers that work with teachers. And these came from Superintendent Dixon and I, after listening to a lot of parents, and I really appreciate this. And we said, and I hope teachers will remember this, engage in parental transparency. Not the 30-day ahead time where you can't be flexible with student learning and present levels of performance, but what works for you and your parents, and be transparent about intent. Ensure content is age appropriate. Vet all materials before use with students and remain unbiased in the classroom. I am a lifelong Republican. I never, when I was a teacher, shared my opinions when the president was in, doing things that I believed in or doing things that I didn't believe in. That stuff stayed out of my classroom, and I focused on the learning and the skills and the standards that I was supposed to be teaching. Let's focus on the standards and focus on what we're supposed to be teaching, and leave some of these biases that just really could translate into frustrations with our families outside the door. And as families, let's work together with our teachers and keep that open dialogue going. I really believe that this is possible. And sometimes we feel like we're separated into these tribes or camps or whatever. But I think if we move forward together and find opportunities to dialogue and really listen to each other, we're going to find in the long run we actually have more in common than we have differences. And just grateful for all of you board members and for the work that you do to help move good things forward for students in the state of Utah. Thanks, Chair Huntsman.
Thank you, Vice Chair David. We're going to move on to our education highlight. Ryan Bartlett, Director of Strategic Communications. Are you going to take point on this?
Yes, good morning. So as we'll soon be transitioning away from the special COVID-19 measures that were put in place for child nutrition programs around the nation and around Utah, I had the opportunity to speak with 3 school district nutrition directors, Casey Kress from Tooele, Katie Bastian from Jordan, and Jody Key from Guadalupe. And the purpose of these interviews was to get a sense of the challenging and extraordinary work that the school nutrition programs around Utah implemented and carried out during the past couple of years. I spoke with the directors about their memories, the challenges they faced, and their success stories during this time. And while it was clear that there were difficult times and challenges with staff being burnt out, supply chain challenges, and also some initial difficulty with planning how and where meals would be distributed, it was amazing to hear about how their hard work and resiliency got them through. And they were even sometimes able to have a good time while doing it, as some of the photos you'll be seeing in just a second will reflect. Above all, their concern for their staff and their care and concern for the children were what stood out the most to me from our discussions. So I'm just going to show you this video that I compiled of the interviews from these 3 directors, and along with some photos that they sent to me. And I'd also like to thank Kathleen, Director Bitton, for helping me to organize this month.
Casey Kress. I'm the Child Nutrition Director for the Tooele County School District. I oversee our 23 kitchens out here and our National School Lunch and National School Breakfast program, as well as our summer feeding programs as well, and help make sure they run smoothly and have safe and nutritious meals each day, every day for all of our students. I was just here and part of it. I can't take any majority credit at all. You know, our managers and cooks made the COVID feeding possible. They came to work every day knowing that we had our mission of safe and nutritious meals to provide to our kids each day, and especially during those times when their parents were being laid off from jobs or sent home, and money was tight. And so by us being able to still offer those breakfasts and lunch for them to take home, We had our heating instructions online. We can still offer that good service to them. So it worked really well. We worked through some kinks and became pros at it. And now we're going to transition out of it and go back and try to remember how we used to feed. For me, in my mind, that was the biggest thing. I didn't want people getting burnt out, you know, and it has happened. So that was our biggest challenge, is being able to find a solution to quickly identify when that is happening and be able to rotate those people out, tap them out, give them a little breather for a while, get them recharged and rested and back in. The student side of it, you know, during the curbside feeding, our staff made it fun for the kids to come in their cars and pick up the meals, and the kids too. They bring treats and balloons and signs and hang out at the sunroofs, and just, we love our lunch ladies here at you know, I saw it at Settlement Canyon Elementary out here, and it just, those little things like that. I know a lot of schools did parades with their teachers and stuff, but those little things to try to just keep I wouldn't say it's normalcy, but just keep that camaraderie and that line of communication open, and that show of gratitude, I thought was really cool and fun. I mean, we served a lot of meals, and they went to everybody who needed them.
I'm Katie Bastian. I'm the director for Jordan School District Nutrition Services Department, and I am in charge of making sure all the kids get fed and our program runs smoothly. So we have 64 sites district-wide. We're one of the bigger districts in Utah. We serve about 33,000 meals a day, both breakfast and lunch. When all the schools shut down, we ended up choosing 11 sites that were across our district geographically so that we could reach most people in our community. And those 11 sites were pickup sites, curbside, where parents, you know, they'd come through in their car and get lunch for today and breakfast for tomorrow. The rest of our staff, if they weren't at one of those pickup sites assembling meals, we would pull them into our 5 or 6 high school sites, because they're large kitchens and large cafeterias. And they were doing a lot of our baking bread and buns, because we make a lot of our bread and buns from scratch anyways. So they baked our desserts, cupped fruit. So we were keeping people employed and busy. And then they would take all of that food that they baked and cupped and would take it over to the pickup sites, where that staff would assemble it into the meals and get it set to go curbside. So it was quite a production. They did a really good job of keeping things upbeat and doing fun things. The lunch ladies, they dressed up. We had a blow-up dinosaur, one of the ladies in a blow-up dinosaur distributing meals. We had them dress up as Easter bunnies and leprechauns and have signs for the kids. Some of them would write notes with a Sharpie marker on their little to-go container. So they're doing their best just to keep the kids, you know, let them know that they missed them. They would take pictures, and we would post things on our Facebook page and social media that, you know, the schools missed them. The families, I think they got to know a lot of the families really well. We had families come through in golf carts and razors. We even have pictures of 2 little kids coming through in a power wheel, grabbing meals during COVID. The National School Lunch Hero Day fell in May of that year when COVID first started. And we just put it out on our social media to let families know, hey, thank your lunch staff and all they've done. And there was really an outpouring of support and thank yous. People had posters as they went through to pick up their meals to thank the ladies, and they brought them cookies and all sorts of stuff. So that was really great to see the support from the community as well. The sites that we originally opened were in the lower income areas of our district, schools that we know usually have a higher free and reduced percentage of families. So that's where we focused at first. And then it became apparent that, you know, there were needs even in, you know, other areas throughout our district that weren't necessarily originally, you know, a high free and reduced percentage area. So that's when we tried to expand the locations that we were offering. And then also I I hope we met everybody's needs. We got a couple of the kitchen managers would get letters from the kids. One, I think I included a picture. Lunch manager had the crayon written note, "Thank you for my lunch and breakfast." So yeah, I hope we did. I think we did a pretty good job of meeting those kids' needs. So I think having hindsight now that that most crazy part of that time is behind us, is I'm just really proud, and I think our ladies are proud of what they did. They really just worked together as a team, and it was really a well-oiled machine to put the meals out there to the families in our community. And we became really good at becoming flexible to change. And really, I would just say the department in general just rose to the challenge. You know, it was put before us, and you know, they didn't think twice, and we were there, rain or shine, getting the meals out to our families. So, yeah.
My name's Jody Key, and I'm the food service director of Guadalupe School in Salt Lake City, Utah. We're a public charter school, and I'm the food service director here. I run the food program, I do the menu planning, I do all the ordering, and I have a great staff. We have about 400 students. We go from 2 years old for our early learning center and to our charter school, which goes to 6th grade. We do about 1,000 different meals a day that touches these kids' lives. We do a breakfast, a lunch, a fresh fruit and vegetable program, snack, as well as an after-school supper program. All of our kids we're a community eligible school, first of all, so that means everybody in the school gets free lunch. And so all of our kids are hungry every day. When the kids first came back after the pandemic, we were on 2 days on, 1 day off, and then 2 days on again with a different group of kids. It was an AB schedule. I guess they call it hybrid schedule. The kids were just so thankful just to even be here, and they would just be so excited to just get lunch. I mean, they'd be like, "Oh, we're having lunch today. What is it?" They were just happy to finally get their hot lunches back again. Then when they were able to come to the cafeteria, you could just see they were just so excited, you know, because it's something that's always been a constant in their lives. And so they really missed it when it was gone. Found out on a Friday or on a Wednesday, I believe we were shutting down. And so by the next Monday, we were out delivering on the buses to the students at their homes. We had a lot of bumps in the road. We had an earthquake about the second or third day of bus delivery, which was quite shocking. We were actually at work when it happened, but we still got food out to the kids that day also. My principal jumped in and come up, and she helped do the distribution of the food. We had a lot of parents come in and do pickups because we were unable to go to their houses because they lived out of our boundaries for our buses. So we had a lot of parents coming in to pick up meals, and they were very thankful. We were also able to distribute some fresh fruits and vegetables to the families in bulk so that they could have a fresh fruit and vegetable snack still and continue that program. So that was kind of, you know, heartwarming to see that people really appreciated what we were doing, to put a face on all the hard work that my staff was doing. Whenever I see a kid eating a healthy meal and they have a smile on their face, that feels like success to me.
Okay, that concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. It's amazing what, you know, we have a perception of what public education is all about, and to a lot of these kiddos, these fresh meals are really, really important to them, and they look forward to them with vigor. It's a good program. I appreciate the update and the service of all those that make that happen. So thank you. Okay, next we're going to move on to our public comment portion of our meeting. We'll start off with Mo Hickey with Stacy Molinet on deck. Are we good to make this happen right now?
Yep.
Is Mo with us?
Yes. So.
Okay.
Good morning.
My name is Mo Hickey. I'm the Executive Director of Voices for Utah Children. First, in recognition of Teacher Appreciation Week, we would like to thank Superintendent Dixon and all the teachers and staff across the state of Utah. They have done an amazing job the past 2 years, and without them, we would be looking at a much different outcome for our children. However, we are extremely concerned about the many racist, homophobic, and frankly misleading remarks being made by currently elected officials and candidates. This includes comments made by state and local school board members as well. To ignore these remarks because of an attached asterisk or disclaimer gives credence to the comments. These comments are dangerous and harmful to our students, our staff, and our community. As a former school board member and as Executive Director of Voices, I want to guarantee you that I take the safety and well-being of our children very seriously. I also want to stress that we do have policies and procedures in place at both the state and LEA level when the safety and well-being of our children is endangered. What we do need to focus on are real issues that are currently affecting our children. These include, but are not limited to, partnering to improve access to quality educare so that children are in a safe and nurturing environment. We are currently ranked last in childcare access and affordability in the country. Expanding and funding pre-K for all students who wish to access and participate. Fully funding all the requested slots for optional enhanced kindergarten at a time when our parents are struggling to find spaces. Adding and funding more counselors and nurses. We have a mental health crisis in this state, primarily with our young population, and we need to take immediate action to ensure the safety of our children. Lastly, we support the continued improvement in funding of the WPU. We have improved slightly over the last few years, but we are still at or near the bottom of WPU funding in the nation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Stacy Molinet with Monica Wilbur on deck. Stacy, are you with us?
Yep. Hi.
Hello. Morning.
All right. Well, my name is Stacy Molinet, and I am the Utah PTA president. We are grateful for your service, and I thank you for allowing me time on your agenda today. Recently, we have observed some social media posts that have contained misinformation regarding PTA and PTA's function during the election season. We felt it was important that our position be clarified in an open forum. PTAs are 501c3 nonprofit organizations and must remain neutral and nonpartisan during elections. IRS laws dictate what we can and cannot do during this important season. And as many of you are aware, Utah PTA is part of the Utah Education Debate Coalition and strives to provide nonpartisan, accurate information to voters about all candidates. We have a long-standing partnership with the League of Women Voters, who also strive to provide information. Utah PTA does not and cannot financially back candidates, nor do they endorse or support candidates in any way. The Utah PTA mission is to make every child's potential reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for every child. We will continue to use our voice to educate and inform voters regarding all potential candidates, but that's only a small part of the work that Utah PTA does for our students. Utah PTA strives to fulfill our mission by speaking on behalf of all children and youth in schools, in the community, before governmental bodies, and before other organizations that make decisions affecting children, developing programs, resources, and leadership skills that enhance the lives of all children, youth, and their families, and engaging the public in united and equitable efforts to secure the physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, and social well-being of all children and youth. For those in your body who may have been confused by the role that Utah PTA will play during this election season, we hope you will come to us if you have any further clarifying questions. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Stacy. Next, we'll have Monica Wilbur with Sarah Erb on deck. Monica, are you with us?
I am, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank
Good
you.
morning.
Hello again, Board. Today I want to address the memo on explicit materials in school libraries sent by the Board's new Assistant Attorney General, Ashley Beal, yesterday to all the districts. That memo is the poster child on how to cherry pick legal opinions that first set no definitive legal standard or precedent. Second, express a narrow, misleading interpretation of the law. Third, ignore the intricacies and indisputable tenets of Utah Code on illicit materials and minors. And fourth, grossly misinterpret the provisions of HB 374, specifically its recognition of Utah State Code 7610-1227. That's the Sensitive Materials in Schools bill. This memo is so desperate to give the impression that an unqualified right to unrestricted materials in a school setting exists, that it skates over the abundant statutory proof that there is no and never has been such a right, especially here in Utah. If the memorandum were an honest presentation of the issue, then it would acknowledge the Supreme Court's PICO analysis that says the school's finite resources require that education officials make sensitive choices between subjects to be offered and competing areas of academic emphasis. Parents, please pay attention tomorrow. The Law and Licensing Committee will have to make a choice between competing model policies on library materials. One policy will do little to nothing to protect your kids from destructive pornographic materials. The other policy, which will be put forth by Member Klein, not only honors and upholds state law, but more importantly, it safeguards your kids' emotional and psychological safety. Don't take my word for it. You need to read the two versions for yourself side by side. Please, if board members truly want to protect kids, the choice of the policy which they vote for should be objectively obvious. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Monica. Sarah Erb with Jay Blaine on debt. Sarah, are you with us?
I am, thank you.
Good morning.
Can I be heard? Okay, thanks. My name is Sarah Erb. I'm a parent of a student who is blind and a second grader at one of the charter schools here in Salt Lake. I am pleased to have some of your time today. I've been really appreciative of the conversations in conjunction with the Board of Education and the board meetings with USDB. My child is a student who receives orientation and mobility instruction, which is cane instruction with a long white cane, and Braille instruction from a TVI from USDB. And she's always had those services since she was 6 months old, from different entities, but all through USDB. So we've had fantastic services for the most part, and we've been really appreciative of the resources that are available. I've really appreciated the ESSER 2 funds that were allowed to be used for Braille embossers across the state. That's super exciting for my child's school, who wouldn't have probably had been really, really creative to get a Braille embosser for their school of maybe 250 to 300 students. So that's an exciting thing that we're looking forward to. I'm also the parents, part of the parents division with our local advocacy group that's called the National Federation of the Blind. And we're a group of blind parents and parents of blind children that work together for the success of our students across the state. So as you're discussing tomorrow, at the end of the morning session in the Standards and Assessment Committee about the Braille standards, that's something that I've been really excited about learning about and working together. And also overall with the deep dive that's going on with the special education funding in Utah for blind students. We're engaged, ready, and willing to cooperate with you and help get some funding out, or get some questionnaires out so we can have some great information coming back from the LEAs that serve our students across the state. So thank you so much for your work. Thanks so much for encouraging getting all the stakeholders in the sandbox and continue to discuss these issues and cooperate and collaborate together. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Sarah. Next, we'll have Jay Blaine. That will be our concluding public comment. Jay, you with us?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Jay Blaine. I'm the Policy and Research Director for the Utah Education Association and a former math and computer science teacher in the Granite School District. Good morning, esteemed board members. As the annual Teacher Appreciation Week comes to a close, I want to, as a representative of the largest teacher organization in the state of Utah, I'd like to give a public thank you to all educators, past, present, and future. Just a big thank you. Right here on this state board, we have current and past educators, and also on the state board staff. We have many fine educators who have served many, many years in Utah public education and in other states as well. As you all understand, the passion that educators have for their students and the public have as well, and parents and everyone else that comes to education. As Superintendent Dixon pointed out in her wonderful editorial earlier this week, this has been a challenging school year and the year before. There has been some negative messaging and intention by some, but educations have persevered. Why? Because that's what we do. We continue to push on. And why do we do that? Again, quoting Dr. Dixon, the heart and soul of education is born out of the care teachers and staff have for their students. Board Vice Chair Davis expressed some of these wonderful thoughts in her presentation earlier, and I thank her for that. And we're stronger when we work together, when we collaborate and come together in all of our roles in the public education system. We make it better, we make it stronger, and we make it successful for the students we all serve. Regardless, there has been positive messaging and intentions as well. We have seen this with positive legislation, positive rules coming from this board, and working together. Again, we have benefited students. As this board deliberates on rules and policies, please remember the message your actions have on the students and the 30,000 plus educators out there in the field doing the work. They hear you, they see the work you do, they appreciate it, but also they feel the impact of it. Again, thank you, and thanks again to all educators every day for the work that they do.
Thank you, Jane. This concludes our public comment portion of our meeting. And again, the public is welcome to send written comments to the board at schools.utah.gov. We extend that invitation, and thank you for those that participated in our public comment today. Next, we'll go to the superintendent's report. Superintendent Dixon, are you ready to take point on these? I believe there's 4 items.
I am. Thank you so much, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, board members and staff and those online listening in. We will start with acknowledgement of student artwork with Kathy Jensen.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Superintendent and Chair Huntsman. I'm hoping that the presentation can be shown, or I can be given sharing rights. That was sent in.
Jerry, can you enable sharing rights, or whoever is driving? Looks like it's still disabled.
Yeah, I got that.
Thank you.
There we go. The Utah State Board of Education Arts team has had the opportunity to see art in the elementary schools and high schools from St. George to Logan in the past few days. We are really excited about that, and I am having trouble making it advance. Arrows aren't going. So sorry. There we go. In Washington School District, we visited 8 schools in one day on April 12th. Many were music classrooms where the students were engaged in standards-based learning. Part of that was keeping a steady beat. And they also learned about musical sounds and created their own musical sounds to accompany their books that they were studying in English language arts. They learned the important role of each individual and the power of working together. In the Cache County School District, at the other end of the state, at the north end of the state, we visited the Cache County School District Celebration of the Arts on March 18th at Ridgeline High School. This evening included drama and music performances, as well as art exhibits from all schools across all grades. Here are some of the elementary art pieces in the exhibit. Students gained experience with 3D sculpture, 2D art in the style of Georgia O'Keeffe, and creativity with common objects like license plates. Back to the Wasatch Front, Lone Peak Elementary School in the Canyon School District held their spring art night. It is a BTS art school, and they showed integration and collaboration as well as creativity with these wonderful butterflies and the study across grades and across subjects. The butterflies were fluorescent under black lights and will be hanging in the boardroom. At Dry Creek Elementary in the Alpine School District, students created sculptures of famous figures. They exhibited much personal choice and were able to make personal connections by who they chose. Look at all the detail that is in these. If you look really close, you might see that Dr. Seuss's body is filled with oatmeal. If you were to make an art sculpture of a famous person, who would you choose? Again, from Dry Creek, the halls were filled with various art medium styles and integration. Look at these wonderful multimedia creations of trees, flowers, birds, and bees, then the exploration of the emotion through cartooning. This one really pulled at my heartstrings. This again was from Dry Creek Elementary. Kindergarten students each created their individual sunflower with real sunflower seeds in the center. Then they attached them together to make a heart on the flag of Ukraine. Utah State Board of Education will be honoring top-notch arts educators tonight at the Sorensen Legacy Awards for Excellence in Arts Education after 2 years delay due to COVID. We're excited to honor those art teachers this evening during Teacher Appreciation Week. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kathy. We'll move on to our Employee of the Month. And I am really excited, always, I love this so much. I'm very excited to introduce you to Lisa McLaughlin, and I think Lisa's online somewhere. Lisa she is just so beloved, and she joined the licensing team about 2 years ago. And you might recall, she stepped into a role, for those of you that came onto the board 2 years ago, you may not have really noticed this huge transition, but it was a big lift where so much in licensing had been changed. I used to joke and say there were 240 different ways to get a license, and we tried to streamline that down to 2 or 3, but this huge shift was the time of fluctuation that Lisa was tasked to help implement a brand new licensing program. And also the Apple program, which is the big part of it that she has been helping LEAs with and really reviewing and approving their files and using Qualtrics and rolling out the new Grow Your Own program, which she helped lead. And now she's co-lead of our strategic plan strategy 2C, which works on monitoring and evaluating educator preparation programs. So she's been working very closely with our universities and our LEAs as they prepare teachers, making sure that they comply with board rule. And she is just known for being so professional. When I'm out and about, people talk about Lisa and they just sing her praises. She's precise on detail and really can see inconsistencies, but she doesn't just say, well, you're not compliant. She really works hard to make sure that that people in the field get the help they need, both the educators and the program. So she has spent this last year also training Judd, a guide dog for the visually impaired. And as part of that training and bringing Judd to work from time to time, it just brightened everybody's day. So Lisa is an outstanding human being. We just are so appreciative that she works with us. You'll see, I think Darren is fully smiling, Assistant Superintendent Nelson, but when we were singing her praises, he had this interesting look because he lost her as part of the assessment team to come to licensing, and he too knows how wonderful she is. So it was a really fun day to honor her and brag on her as we took this picture and gave her her special rewards of her parking space and other things. So Lisa, congratulations. We're so proud to have you as part of the team. And if you are on camera and can wave, I don't know if she's in the room.
Thank you.
There she is. Yeah, congratulations to Lisa. And now we'll turn the time over to Michelle Watts. We have some new employees.
Good morning. Thank you, Superintendent. I'll be introducing the new employees from March and April. Scroll down. Thank you. Kaylin Burns, the financial analyst 2, and he previously worked as a loan officer assistant for Simplify Home Loans. Kim Busser works as a child nutrition specialist and previously worked as a data resource coordinator. Terry Davis, educational specialist, PE curriculum content specialist, previously worked as adapted PE in Provo School District. Quincy Bear, financial analyst for the minimum school program, previously worked as a commission analyst for Synergy. Alicia Roseman, purchasing agent 3, previously worked as a buyer 2 for Utah Valley University. Scott Crapo, fiscal monitor for school fees, and previously worked at erosion control supervisor at GTM Builders. Cliff Tilleen, project and portfolio manager for IT, and was a product owner at PlanSource. And Heather Newell, school improvement specialist, was a principal at Backman Elementary in Salt Lake City School District. Welcome to our new employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. We are so lucky to get the best employees and really appreciate them joining our office. All right, I am going to riff a bit on the great comments that were made by Vice Chair Davis, but I do want to start. Let's see. Jerry, I think that needs to be taken down, so I'm going to override you here and share my screen. Okay. Excuse me. Really not choked up in an emotional way. I may be in a minute. Sorry. So as is my my very strategic habit with my board remarks each month, I really want to highlight our Report to a Graduate, goals in our strategic plan, the strategies. I think it's really important that we hold ourselves accountable and bring to you how these things are occurring in our agency and in our school system. So today I want to talk about the P in our Utah map of mastery, autonomy, and purpose, and talk about specifically service. I've been seeing so many different highlights in the media of service happening in our schools, and there's a lot of research around service. As a board, you've defined this characteristic in our Portrait of a Graduate as one where we teach students to seek opportunities to help when assistance is needed and act without expecting compensation or recognition. I think service is such a great way to connect and support our families, connecting them to schools through these service projects, connecting students one to another with students they may not be familiar with or hang out with, and then connecting them to an opportunity to do something for the greater good outside of themselves. And we really see the benefit of service in our schools. And I think it happens in almost every school. Kathy shared some artwork in support of Ukraine, and we've really seen an uptick in some of the service projects that are targeted at helping refugees in the crisis situation in Ukraine. So I want to highlight just a couple of these. And first of all, I want to say that as we look at purpose as part of our Utah map, it's not without mastery and autonomy. As I listen to these stories about the service that's happening, kids are writing letters, for example, to children in the Ukraine, and there are mastery skills that they have to master in order to do that well. As they're creating projects and thinking about budgets, they're using things that they've learned in mathematics, and they're problem solving and using creative thinking, life skills. So all of these elements of mastery, which is first and most important, autonomy, learning how to learn, and then finding purpose are also interconnected. And I think service is a good way to show how all of those play out. So here's some pictures of the picture on the left. You'll hear a little bit about the lunchtime activities happening in some schools in Alpine District, where kids come together during their lunch and tables are set up so they can knit, crochet, tie quilts, put humanitarian kits together. The picture in the middle happens to highlight the JROTC Club and other students at Wasatch High School who were working in the Community Christian Center in Park City and helping with food bank and putting Easter baskets together for students who might have been sheltered, unsheltered, and just needing additional assistance. And
Superintendent Dixon, I
Yes.
apologize for interrupting. Could you please share your screen? It looks like the old screen did come down, but we do not see what you're addressing.
Thank you for letting me know. That's, thank you. It looked like it was sharing on my screen, but I didn't hit share. Let's try that again. Okay.
We've got it.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me know. That might be why my wrist was buzzing and I wasn't paying attention. Okay. Thank you, Sybil. So just highlighting where you can see the service as part of the Portrait of a Graduate. Okay, so you were probably seeing the list, and now these pictures make more sense to you. I'll just land on that for a minute. All right, this is in backup, and this is probably what you were seeing on your screen. And rather than going through each of these, you will note that these are from elementary to high school. And I do want to call out a couple of them. What you have on Civic Clerk, so the public can see it as well as you as board members, you have a little synopsis of each one of these, and then there's a link to the actual story if there's something that you want to click on or put in your browser to learn more about this project. Mark Peterson, I call him our resident librarian, or sometimes I call him Detective Peterson. He's so great at finding things and putting them together. And he curated this list from specific stories that have been posted in media recently. And he said, make sure that you call the happiness hotline from Weber School District, kindergarten and first graders. And I did. I would encourage you to call the happiness hotline. You have many choices. I think I clicked on 4 for the joke of the day and got a cute little kindergarten joke or 2. So I would encourage you, if you need a moment of happiness, to call the happiness hotline. But there are a lot of great opportunities for service that students have engaged in throughout this state, and I wanted to highlight some of these for you. shifting gears a bit, I want to introduce you to a woman I met a couple of days ago. Her name is Andrea Verkic, and I asked her permission to share her story with you. She is an executive director at Morgan Stanley. I was attending a task force meeting for supporting new Americans. And she told her story that I thought was so compelling. Andrea and her family moved to, they were in Yugoslavia, and they were trying to escape the Civil War back in the early 90s. And her father put she and her little brother and their mother on a bus, and they went to Germany. And she was 5 years old at the time, so they were in Germany for a couple of years. Her father had been a small business owner and was driving a forklift just to put food on the table in Germany. And they wanted to come to America for a better life, and did some research and found that Utah had good support for immigrants. And so they found their way to Utah. And she told the story of being in second grade and at Horizon Elementary in Murray School District, and not speaking any English. So that's quite prevalent today in many of our schools, including at Horizon, but at the time it was more of an anomaly. So she spoke some German. Of course, she had her home language, and then she had picked up German as a young child. So her teacher, with her own money, went and bought Andrea a English-German translation dictionary, and she would leave little notes for her and just help her feel cared about and encourage her as she was learning language and assimilation into American schools and into Horizon specifically. The school secretary had a son who'd been on an LDS mission to Germany, so he volunteered to come and teach her after school and teach her English language. By the time she got to 5th grade, her English was improving and her writing was improving, but her teacher found out that she had quite a number sense and really interested in mathematics, but couldn't quite navigate the language with some of it. So she found a tutor for her to come and tutor Andrea after school in mathematics, and she became quite skilled. As she moved through her schooling years and went to high school, she definitely wanted to go to college, and her school counselor tapped into her desire and helped her enroll in concurrent enrollment courses, so that by the time she left high school, she had an associate's degree, free associate's degree in business, and was able to graduate in business. And now she's an executive director at Morgan Stanley as a young woman. And so I tell you this story because she credited teachers and counselors and school secretaries along the way to help her on her journey of achieving the American dream. And that's really what we see in our teachers today. It's part of the purpose of schooling is really just focusing on the one and helping them get the resources that they need. And that's always how I identify equity. It's how the board has identified equity, is helping students get the resources they need in the moment that they need it. And I thought she was such a great example of that. So to riff a little bit on Vice Chair Davis and be able to share appreciation for our teachers and the staff who surround our students, I want you all to take a minute and think of one of your most influential teachers, and then put their name in the chat along with one sentence or phrase about how they impacted you. So the example I shared is Mrs. Bowler. She told me I was smart and needed to put more energy into producing quality work. So if you'll take a moment to think about one of your most influential teachers, and I think the chat is enabled, so you can put your answers in the chat. So list your favorite teacher or an influential teacher, and just a phrase about how they influenced you. So this is active participation, and I don't see a lot of people typing. Okay, here we go. So we'll hear some samples, since I don't think the public audience can see the chat. Board Member Booth, would you share what you've written?
You bet. I'm still typing. Mrs. Parmela Higley was in her last year of teaching before retirement when she taught me in the 5th grade in Paul, Idaho. And she was just the most caring, interested teacher in a little small town school. She knew everything about me, everything about my family. A year after I had gone on from 5th grade, she was still interested when our family was moving to Utah and came to our home with a farewell gift to send me on my way to Utah. And without any question, after all these years, it's been quite a few years since 5th grade, the minute someone says who was the most influential teacher, my mind goes to the 5th grade. You would think with all the other things that I've done in my life that, I mean, certainly there were other fantastic teachers, but for some reason she just cared and thought I was really wonderful. And that has stuck with me since those many years ago.
Thank you, Mr. Booth. Board Member Norton, would you mind sharing?
You bet. At that lovely age of middle school, at Dixie Middle School, I was no different than all the others and kind of bratty and, you know, all those wonderful things. But I had a middle school teacher by the name of Mrs. Marilyn Wenzel, who, through using great literature, taught us to appreciate words and combining words together, and made me care about the words that I used when I wrote. And for the first time in my life, I learned to love writing. And I continue to use it to this day.
Thank you, Board Member Norton. Board Member Hutchings?
Sure. I put Mrs. Gordon, who is my 4th grade teacher, and that was a really challenging year for me because I had a baby sister that passed away during the school year. And I just remember how she took care of me while I was in school and recognized what I was going through and what my needs were, and helped me continue having some normalcy in my school days while I was going through a really rough time.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And we'll end with Board Member Moss. And thank you, everybody, for your input. I love that Board Member Moss thought of college professor. Go ahead, Board Member Moss.
Well, mine was Chauncey Riddle. I don't know if others know him, but last piece of advice I got from my dad before he passed away was to take Chauncey Riddle, because he'd stretch me, and he did. So he was my sophomore philosophy 110 professor, and he really just challenged us to think deeply about the principles we held and how they apply, and how you sort out who you are in daily life given what your principles are. So it made me think more deeply than anybody else had.
Thank you so much. And I was going to end there, but I don't know if you can all see Board Member Hanson's. I think that's a good place that you all have shared such beautiful and amazing things about your teachers. But Board Member Hanson, will you share?
There we go. Yeah, I had a high school teacher, George Albert Cheever. He was getting on in years, was kind of a crusty old guy. They helped me really believe in myself, and actually helped me in a drafting class that I took from him draw the house plans for a house that my parents built. And the walls lined up and everything worked. And one of his most important tips, you couldn't see into the bathroom from the front door. So he made sure that I did a good job of designing the house. But thanks to him and a lot of other teachers that helped me along the way.
Thank you all for sharing. There's so many great stories, and maybe throughout the day, those that didn't get to share could share, take some time. Oops. Having the same problem Kathy did. Here we go. You know, my husband, he likes car racing, and he brought home this cartoon the other day, thought it was so appropriate, and I'll just read it in case you can't see it. It says, "Great job on that algebra lesson. Just hang in there through English and you're off to lunch." And then the caption is, "Victorville School District implements pit crews for teachers." So I was thinking, as board members and staff, how we're serving as pit crews for the educators and staff out in our schools. And it helped me think about policy levers. We've talked about working conditions as being one of the chief causes of retention or teachers leaving. We know when there's great leadership in schools and working conditions are right, teachers have the resources that they need, we're more likely to retain them. And when those things are not in place, it's often the top reason for leaving. So as we think about the policy levers that we put in place, what can we do to impact working conditions and influence recruitment and retention? I so appreciate the board members who ask those questions often about how will this impact the classroom, how will it impact the teacher, and for the teachers and educators on the board who know firsthand how our policies might impact them. And then also how, this is what board member Davis talked a little bit about, how might we improve public perception and messaging around the need to support our educators in order to improve student outcomes. So that messaging is key. And sometimes it's not so much about the things that we see, but just the feeling that teachers have about their intentions. And I think our teachers are always well-intended. So I want to end by highlighting one of my teachers. This is Mert Lovell, and a couple of our board members know Mr. Lovell. He wanted to be called Mert. It's what all the kids called him. I'm a graduate of the proud class of 1976 of Dixie High School. And Mert was known for just caring about the one, and he used great humor. In his passing, his daughter asked people to put favorite memories on Facebook. And then we have a class Facebook page where I asked for the same thing so that I could hear how my classmates experienced their time with Mert. And there were so many stories that I had no idea. Things like one of my classmates who was in an abusive situation in her home, and Mr. and Mrs. Lovell took her in and let her live with them for a couple of months until the situation could be worked out. Or a girl who moved from a rival school and felt ostracized until Mr. Lovell, until Mert used humor and really helped her feel accepted. And there was just a whole list of stories of how he, behind the scenes, so quietly cared for the one. One that came to mind was a student that I remembered as a track star. And his story was that he was very fidgety in class, and Mr. Lovell, who was helping with the track team, told him he should try out for track. He had so much energy, and he said, I can't afford track shoes. And track shoes showed up on his desk the next day. So those are the kinds of things that sometimes go unnoticed because they're done quietly, but it's caring for the one. And I just want to wrap my arms around our education community digitally and thank them so much, give them a big group hug, and tell them thank you for caring for the one, because it truly will help students like Andrea reach the American dream. It will help students like my classmates overcome barriers that they have to a successful education. And I truly believe it will help them with mastery, autonomy, and purpose by letting each individual student know that we care about them, we see them, we hear them. And I want our teachers, our educators to know that we hear them, we see them, and we appreciate and love them. Thank you. And that concludes my section of the board meeting. Chair Huntsman, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Superintendent. Board members, at this time, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back on line at 10:30 sharp, and we'll go right to our general consent calendar. So 10-minute break. Vice Chair Belknap, is I think our 10-minute break's over. Well, 11-minute break. Your clock?
That's accurate. That's accurate. It's 10:30, Chair.
Okay, well, we want to welcome everyone back. Again, we'll just dive right into our agenda. We've got lots to accomplish today. So let's get right to general consent. At this time, board members, this is the time for board members, if you want to pull something from the consent calendar, this is the time to do this. So I'll look for hands being raised. I'm not seeing hands raised. Vice Chair Belknap.
Yes, Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the consent calendar.
Second, Booth.
Second, Booth. We have a discussion. You want to speak to the motion?
No, thank you.
Discussion to the motion? Seeing none, the motion before the board is that the board approve the general consent calendar. Board members at this time, please vote. I didn't see member Hanson.
I saw everyone, Chair. It's unanimous.
Okay, thank you. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, we'll go to our monthly budget report. Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones and Assistant Superintendent of Operations Deborah Jacobson will be, these are informational items. We'll start with our monthly budget report. Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones.
Good morning, Chair Huntsman, members of the board, staff, and the public. This is the monthly budget report for the Utah State Board of Education. While the report's being pulled up, so we can make sure that it's front-facing or forward-facing, because I know we're virtual. I attest that the Utah State Board of Education is fiscally sound. We're able to meet all of our known obligations and commitments for now and the foreseeable future. We have entered into the year-end close phase. This month, May, being the second to the last month of the current fiscal year 22. So we'll ensure that we keep the board advised on the year-end close activities and any issues that might arise. I don't anticipate any. So again, from a fiscal standpoint, the Utah State Board of Education is sound. With that, Chair, I'll turn it over or back to you, sir, for any questions or concerns about the current budget.
Yeah, Deputy Superintendent Jones, can you speak to the COVID update while it's in there? We're not having a formal.
Sure. Yeah. Yes, sir. I just want to make sure there weren't any questions on any of the sections or any of the section budgets. So with the COVID update, as board members will recall, Sarah Young and Sarah Howard had been giving in-depth, detailed COVID-19 relief funding for K-12. The decision is to provide you, the board, with the presentation, but not go into in-depth detail on it, or only go into in-depth detail on it on a quarterly basis. Again, it's imperative that this too is public facing, that you have the opportunity to review it, but we'll make sure that it's a quarterly update for you or to you going forward. Any questions or concerns with that, Chair Huntsman?
Thank you for that update on it. This is all about transparency, and we appreciate it being in here for facing for members. So, and if there is a question, you can certainly ask at this time, but thank you for that. I'm not seeing any hands raised.
Okay, and so before we move off onto that, sir, as I detailed to the board, It's imperative that I also advise the board on any potential or future impacts to our budget. One, and this is informational only, and it's in the interest of ensuring that you as board members are aware of what we're about to communicate to the field, and it specifically relates to the waivers ending on the free and reduced lunch program. So Chair Huntsman, if you will you please call on Director Britton for just a really quick summary of what we're planning on releasing to the field and why it's so impactful. It'll impact next year's budget, which you as the board have already reviewed and passed for fiscal year 23. But we wanted to ensure that you as the board were made aware as an information item on what's coming out related to the federal waivers for free school lunch to all students to end with this school year, or so, at the end of the fiscal year, June 30th. Will you just recognize Director Britton for 2 or 3 minutes, Chair Huntsman, so she can expand on this, and then we'll open it to
Kathleen Britton, are you good to join us?
This is Jerry. She just got on.
Okay. So Director Britton, it's Scott. You may have just joined us. Just for 2 minutes, will you summarize what the information is that's going out to the public for the benefit of the group? Director Britton.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, will you quickly summarize what the public release will be, please? So Director Britton, it's Scott. You may have just joined us. Just for 2 minutes, will you summarize what the information is that's going out to the public?
Yeah.
Hey, Director Britton, you need to make sure that you're not on the YouTube.
I am shutting that down now. I
close that
apologize.
down. So thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Okay. So if you look at some of the notifications that were attached to the board agenda, the first thing is there will be a media release sent out next week by Mark Peterson expressing to the general public that all of the 100+ waivers that were instituted during COVID will be ending. All students will need to start submitting free and reduced lunch applications for next school year. There is access for the state agencies to submit for waivers due to COVID if there's another COVID outbreak or issues that are related to COVID within individual schools. We have submitted our waivers to our regional office and we're waiting to hear back. The big caveat is there is no more increased federal funding like there was in the prior 2 years. So as you can see, the funding will go drastically down for these school districts. They have received quite a bit of extra funding throughout the last 2 years to help during COVID. Quite a few of them still have over a 3-month fund balance that will help get them through this next school year with the transition. We are trying to push this out to make parents aware what's going to be happening. You can also see there's a handout that we provided to the LEAs that they can post on their websites and they can pass out to parents. Is there any questions?
Questions from board members? Vice Chair Belknap.
Yes, Chair, I have 2 questions. One, Director Britton just said that there's funding to help with the transition. I didn't really understand what that meant, how that's going to look. And the other one is maybe just simple on top of that. Is the free and reduced lunch also, has it been the same across the country and it's stopping all across the country?
Okay. The free and reduced waivers that were implemented for the last 2 years were from the USDA nationwide. So as of June 30th, all of those waivers will disappear and they will no longer be available for the school districts. The increased funding they received during the 2 years, there will be no more increased funding starting the new school year. They will go back to the original reimbursement rate and they will get the higher reimbursement rate. Children will be
served meals according to their meal eligibility, paid, free, or reduced. They did receive extra supply chain assistance funding. They received some emergency funding through COVID, like the ESSER funds, but they received them through USDA. So that should help them through this next year. We have applied for waivers that help them if there's supply chain issues, if there's meal pattern issues, so that if they can't serve certain parts of the meal pattern due to supply chain, they can notify us and we can allow them to serve something else. Does that help, Board Member?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Lear.
I had two questions also. I think they're pretty direct. May I address those to Director Britton?
Yes, please.
My first one is, when you say waivers, I'm not sure what's being waived. Can you just explain that briefly?
Yeah, sure. The USDA waived eligibility, meal eligibility, so all students were considered free meals for the last 2 years. They also waived certain issues in the meal patterns, so if they could not get a certain fruit or vegetable. They also waived that you had to be at a school to receive a meal. Parents could pick that up. So there will be no more parent pickup for meals. Students have to be in the building to receive a meal.
Great. And then my second question is, typically, I thought that families did not have to apply every year for the free or reduced status. Do they have to apply every year? I mean, they can't have a carryover status from what was previously in place before the pandemic, or is it an annual requirement to apply?
Director Britton.
It is an annual requirement. It was because of the last 2 years that everybody received a free meal. They did not have to apply.
Thanks. Super helpful. Thank you.
Member Norton.
All right, it took me a second to get off of mute. I too would like to address my question to Director Britton, if that's okay with you, Chair.
Yes, please.
Okay, just one quick question. Are you anticipating, hearing of price increases coming down the pipeline that will affect the price of the student lunch? Thus maybe changing the amounts or where the thresholds are for free and reduced lunch to kick in.
Director Brittany.
Let me see if I understood what you're asking. If we are receiving federal reimbursement for the free and reduced, is that what you're asking? Or are you asking for a student that is a paid student?
If we have a student that would only qualify or has qualified as a paid student, but now with increasing economic pressures, that we're seeing nationwide, and that might change them into a free or reduced lunch, but also more importantly, the cost of the child's lunch, right now stands at $2 something. Are we anticipating that student lunch price will be increasing?
So it's about a little bit about inflation, right? You're talking about, Member Norton. You see something happening in that space? Member Britton.
Yeah, a family can apply for free and reduced meals at any time. So if their economic status changes at any time during the school year, they can apply and receive free or reduced meals if they qualify. The income eligibility guidelines are set by the federal government and sent out every year. Those have been already sent to the schools, and so when they receive the application, they run it through their systems and they determine it. So if a family runs into some hardship, say come December, they can apply anytime. A paid meal, pricing for paid meals are determined on each individual level. There is a paid lunch equity that the federal government requires that they put the meal price in a formula so that the free or reduced price are not subsidizing the free meals.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Member Earl.
Yeah, I just had maybe a clarifying question when you had stated if they're not able to get certain produce or certain items, they're having to actually call and get permission in order to provide something else. Did I understand that correctly?
So that is our meal pattern waiver. So if, for instance, they have their meals set and their delivery shows up without the product that they were supposed to serve, they can use that waiver. They just have to let us know within a certain amount of time that they would like to use that waiver. And most school districts are aware of that because they sign up for it in the emergency situations.
Sure. So this could be more frequently that they're not asking for permission, they're just notifying. Is that accurate? Did I understand that correctly?
Correct. Our state receives the waiver, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Member Hymas, I lost it now. Did you have a question?
Well, yeah, I'm just curious, does so there's a waiver for the free and reduced lunch. Does that threshold change along with like inflation? I mean, we're talking about taking away free lunch for everybody, which I completely understand. At the same time, inflation is going up quite steep, right? And so I'm wondering if there is something that we can do to help alleviate some of that burden. If we can, I don't know, offer reduced prices for an extension. I don't know. I'm wondering what we can do to help those who are going to feel the effects of this pretty quickly.
Member Britton, did you understand the question? It's like, I think the question is more like, what more can we do?
Mm-hmm.
So there's
yes.
the inflation factor, the supply chain waiver, and then the third piece is with inflation and homeless and people's economic situations changing because of some of these challenges. Are we ahead of it, or is there something more we should be doing or considering?
Well, we're trying at the school levels. We have discussed with them. They are trying to keep their prices pretty stable. We are probably one of the states with the lowest meal prices, and that is due to the schools also receive a liquor tax per meal, which helps defer the cost of that meal. So that greatly helps our school districts. The meal eligibility determinations are set according to the Consumer Price Index, and those have already been set, and also so those will not change. We are aware that this could hit some families right in the middle that are kind of stuck in between not qualifying and qualifying. School districts can choose to use some of their money to help subsidize. If they have a surplus, they can pay for reduced, and it's all but a school district's choice on how they'd like to do it.
Okay, thank you. Member Lear.
Sorry to ask another question. Again, to Director Britton, is that okay?
Yes, please.
I wondered, I know that our school fees law, our state law, has some flexibility, some subjectivity in it for families who might be facing unusual circumstances and their fees can be waived. Do the federal standards allow for any subjectivity in terms of granting reduced lunch status or free status?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't quite understand.
Sure. I'm just wondering, I know our state law has some subjectivity in it for granting waivers for school fees. I'm wondering if the federal law has any discretion in it for a school administrator to grant a family access to free or reduced lunches, even if they don't exactly meet the standards because there's some unusual circumstances or something like that. Is there any flexibility in the federal or discretion in the federal standards?
No, the omnibus law that did not include extra funding for this National School Lunch Program that took effect in the beginning of March. They were trying to allow some funding to get through this transition year, but it was not planned in the budget. So there is no more federal funding to allow these school districts to go through this next year.
But also what I'm saying too, no flexibility, like a principal who's reviewing one of those applications, or if wherever it's being reviewed, they can't make allowances for unforeseen or extreme circumstances. Is that right?
I think Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones may have an answer there.
Yeah, it goes along the lines of Chair Huntsman, if I may, for Board Member Lear's question.
Yeah, please.
Director Britton is right. And then if I understand Board Member Lear's question, ma'am, the federal guidelines are very strict. You know, this is why it's so important for us to release this message so that parents and the LEAs foster an environment where we can ensure that the proper forms are filled out, so that we can ensure that we're applying the federal guidelines and rules for free and reduced lunch uniformly and in accordance with the federal law. So the short answer is, ma'am, no, there's not the same type of flexibility you're seeing in school fees in here. But this is why it's essential that, and I applaud Kathleen and her team for leaning into this so much and getting this message out, so that we have time before July 1 to do our level best to make sure that we're communicating with the families so they can get us the data and information we need to make the right decisions and to support those children. Chair, that concludes my response to Board Member Lear.
And thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands raised. Thank you, Director Britton, for this update and doing all we can to make sure we stay in compliance with following that color of money and eligibility. And it's all about making informed decisions. And we knew this day was coming post COVID, and so appreciate this report. Deputy Superintendent Jones, is there any more on the section of monthly budget report that you wanted to have a brief?
Yes, sir. At your direction, may we just proceed just real quickly to the discretionary funds report, sir?
Okay, so let's move to the discretionary funds report. Is Deborah taking this one, or?
No, I'll take it, sir, real quick. If we could just pull that up. It should be in there. I don't see, is the discretionary report not in the backup? Oh, there it is. Yeah, yep, it's coming up. Okay, so real quickly, Chair Huntsman, members of the board, please recall that in the top upper right-hand corner of the report is your remaining balances. Those were significantly reduced recently by your decisions. If we could scroll down into the main body of the report, you'll recall, please, that during your April 7th board meeting, you approved, if you could scroll to the, I guess it'd be the left, so we can see the projects. Thank you so much. You approved the facility operations and maintenance, $100,000. The $10,000 for internal controls implementation. That's to purchase, some basic software to enhance our capabilities to implement our internal controls. The training for general and special ed teams, that's the $200,000. The anti-bullying, that temporary FTE. And then the over-the-phone translation services, we're going to change that title of that project to also be inclusive of the website development for translation services as well. So the next iteration of the discretionary funds report will have or recognize that you approved not just phone translation services, but website services as well. Sir, that concludes my report on your discretionary funds, subject to your questions or any questions from the members of the board.
Questions, comments from? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Deputy.
Yep. That concludes the monthly budget report item then. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Next up is board's chair report. Man, that's coming up quick. I've been looking forward to this report. As many of you know that I work with on the board, I work with the military Department of Defense as a ombudsman, kind of mediator person that kind of helps service members and reservist service members and their employees. And I I'm constantly surrounded by heroes in that sense, and there's tons of heroes among us. And then as I think of heroes now, especially coming out of this pandemic and post-pandemic, with this being a Teacher Appreciation Week going on, I just can't, I've just got to take advantage of the opportunity here in my report to acknowledge and recognize our teachers and also their support staff. A lot of people want to keep adding that, and it's important. They are very important, our classified employees and administration, everyone that supports these teachers. But too many times, especially with this pandemic, I'm reminded on the business side, there's a thing called business continuity, which means what if something, then what? Are you prepared? And hopefully we're not preparing for another pandemic or anything like that, but in order to be prepared, you look back. And there's a saying that I've shared often too, that one of my daughters that's a school teacher played a lot of ball and basketball in her day, and some college ball to get her education, and coached college ball. Now she's teaching in an elementary school. But there's a saying that she said, winner, that resonates my brain. It's not about the winning and losing, but people always remember how you played the game and how you finished. And so I think of these heroes among us. I think of our teachers, how they played the game and how they finished. And the game didn't end. Of course, you know, we're all experts on COVID. A lot of times we don't want to think back to everything that was going on. I want to compliment you guys as board members. When that rolled out and our schools got shut down, it was like ready, set, go. Let's get back in the education business. And you guys worked hard. Staff worked hard, collaborating with our LEAs on what is our school year going to look like following this shutdown? What options and opportunities do our parents have as the school year started that fall? And it was a lot of work, and I want to recognize your efforts on there, but I also want to recognize more so, and you guys played the game very well, and you finished very well in making that happen. But in our education community with our teachers, through all this, I've got to look back and remember, just like our veterans of multiple wars, we cannot forget about them. I know for a longest time, we had this pause and forget our veterans that served in the Vietnam War. But there was a major pandemic that hit us, and it was like war with a lot of people. A lot of our futures were, but of course we're experts now. But the future was yet to be determined. But our education community led out. Our teachers went above and beyond in creative ways to make education happen, and they did this in collaborating with parents and local boards, and knowing and using their resources. I could go on for hours and hours telling the little stories, but it is interesting to see what betterments came from public education. For an example, virtual leadership experiences and student competitions done virtually. CTE kind of put this all in motion. So kudos of how they made that happen. And our students still had these experiences. Teachers increased their understanding of accommodations. How do I deliver what was in a face-to-face and into a different format, and then also the hybrid. In following really strict safety protocols, teachers went above and beyond with one-on-one students in a school building. Of course, the safety protocols were all in place to deliver these education services to the most vulnerable of our children. There's also the use of technology increased in a big way, of new software and digital platforms. This kind of reinvented public education, and it's totally different today in a betterment sense, of a good betterment, than it was several years ago before the pandemic hit. Teachers were very creative on how they made education happen, and especially in our rural areas of how do I connect with parents? How do I connect with teachers? And again, some of it was one-on-one, some of it was virtual, where school bus drivers, their assignment was to go find the best place and create hotspots so people had access to the internet. This was all done by teachers and support staff that went above and beyond. Special education teachers also following safety protocols. We're making home visits and home instruction. A lot of this happened on the porch, in the driveway, at a park, wherever they could to make sure this education happened. This is all big stuff that I don't think we should forget that these heroes that are our teachers as we're moving forward. Our teachers and education community was so caught up in student experiences, they went way out of the way. You guys saw what happened with graduations that took place in parking lots and drive-ins and even drive-throughs in neighborhood to make sure that our students would still have these positive experiences. Now, this wasn't done by us, wasn't dictated by somebody. This is our education community working with parents, making this happen during a pandemic. And there's also, I just want to speak to a point, or right now in looking back through all this hard stuff that was happening, teacher retention stayed right at around the 89-90% part. They didn't drop out and quit, and because of all of this fatigue and all of this hard work, as they were putting countless hours in early morning and evenings, as there a lot of teachers still in the family business too, of raising their families. I just want to conclude, there's a war for talent out there right now. We've talked about it to the legislature as we're trying to prop up public education and funding, and we need to give reasons why teachers need to become teachers and teachers need to stay in the teacher profession. Teachers are all in the people business. Teachers have many choices now with this war for talent that they can, in the past, but more so now, that they can relieve some of these burdens of and some of the challenges that are being placed on them right now and go to an easier place to work, but they are choosing to stay in this profession. We have choices that we can make in the policies that we set, the messaging that we share in our appreciation and acknowledgement of this great work. And I want to invite you, as you go about, just don't limit it to this Teacher Appreciation Week. I value from our bus drivers to our lunch workers, our classified, our teachers, our administrators, if they're truly heroes and heroes among us, let's express our gratitude just like we do our service members when we see them, and thank them for their service and thank them for their commitment to make this education happen. As our school year is coming to a close, there's a lot of excitement. I think teachers who've been sprinting through this marathon of education, of disruptive learning and getting back in the swing of things and dealing with the distraction of some of the negatives that are out there, that hopefully they're getting enough positives there. But as the school year is coming to a conclusion, graduation, grades, kids are getting ready for their field days, or they're getting ready for a little bit of a summer break. And that these teachers aren't ready for a pause moment. They're already thinking and gearing up for the following year. They're assessing the class that's before them. As they're in the shipping, they're more in the receiving and shipping business than shipping and receiving. They're already gearing up for this. So I want to extend this invitation for us to choose to express our appreciation often to our teachers and thank them for their service. This concludes my board chair's remarks, and I'm excited that this Teacher Appreciation Week reminds us a little bit of looking back, but it also should prompt us in moving forward to continue to make good policy decisions and move these betterments forward. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service. That concludes my chair's report. We're ahead of schedule, which is all really good. Let's move to our board member comments. We can move up on that. We'll start off with, I'll try to get these in order as I see them. I've got Lear, Moss, Earl. Okay, Vice Chair Belknap. So, Member Lear.
Hi, thank you. In response to your comments, Chair, and Superintendent Dixon's comments, and Superintendent's fabulous editorial, well-written, articulate editorial in the D News, I would like to add, as a board member, I want to go beyond appreciation. I am very supportive of all of the great words and great support and great appreciation we're giving teachers. But I think we need to really use our creativity and our policy-making opportunity to do something for teachers. I think we saw an example of it last legislative session when the board initially asked for extra pay for extra work, and the legislature came through with double what we asked for. I would love to look for every opportunity we can to actually do something for teachers, whether it's encouraging or providing incentives for their employers, districts, LEAs, to provide more flexibility, whether it's opportunities for the creativity bills. The sandbox bills are sort of one version. I'm a little nervous about how they'll play out. I don't want them to be more work for teachers, but I think we have to, as board members and policy members, look to do things for teachers and be concerned about their workload and be concerned about the stress that we're placing on them from some of our activities and rules and priorities. And I really want us to put into action our words of appreciation. Thanks for the time.
Okay, thank you. Member Moss.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to pass along and add my endorsement to a commendation from Dr. Estrada, our education specialist, Title III Refugee and Immigrant Program. And I'll just read part of it and add my thoughts. It's a commendation for Principal Jeremy Chatterton at Highland High School and his administrative team and front office staff, especially Rebecca Franco, for welcoming 2 USBE observers. Specifically important, the commendation is that they are setting aside a room for prayers during religious observances made public by Principal Chatterton's announcement during the USBE visit. And that opportunity is one that provided to any religion for students in public schools under Title IV of the Civil Rights Act. So I just add my commendation and thanks for that. This is again open to everybody, but I think it's especially important as a welcoming sign to those who are arriving in our state. I had the opportunity a couple weeks ago to travel to England and see where a lot of my ancestors left the docks of Liverpool to come over here and think about that immigrant experience. And so I think this is a great sign of rolling out a welcome mat. And again, it's open to anybody regardless of nationality or religion, but I appreciate their efforts. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Member Earl.
Thank you. I just have a couple of thoughts that have been just kind of on my mind over the last little bit. Marlo Oakes, if you've heard him speak, he's our state treasurer. He talks about ESG, which is environmental, social governance. And he talks about how this is making its way through corporate America. He refers to a couple of these large organizations, and specifically Larry Fink, with the CEO of BlackRock, who says you have to force behaviors, and at BlackRock, we're forcing behaviors. Then he gives an example of a local company that's being impacted by, let me get to the actual thing. So a few weeks ago, he was contacted by a local organization, local company, utility company, and he says, I learned a large insurance company informed one of our local utility companies that they could no longer provide the company's fleet with automobile insurance because some of the power they provide is coal-based. And then the question is posed, is this insurance company going to stop insuring motorists if they drive gasoline-powered cars? And then also, if it comes from a coal plant, will this company decline coverage for that vehicle? ESG leads to bad investing, and he's trying to draw attention to this, where high ESG scores trump mundane concerns like balance sheets, income statements, etc. Things that are very measurable, that are concrete. And he talks about how Utah has such a high credit rating, not just nationally, but internationally, and that this type of social movement within these large organizations can create harm in the economic system, and specifically in our capitalist system here in the United States. So what does that have to do with education? I just want us to kind of be thinking about this, about imagining or actually reimagining a fundamental systemic change in education, one where it's based on social products or social beliefs or dispositions versus the actual product or education of a child. Just like ESG, this can also lead to bad investing. A social crediting type of scoring in education will lead to poor investments in Utah's students. The only reason why I bring this up is I think it's something, as these large organizations, both nationally and internationally, have investments in education and children, that we are very aware as a board of these movements, so that we too can be cautious that we're not investing in the wrong things. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Vice Chair Belknap?
Yes, thank you. I'm feeling pretty grateful today. And I was thinking back when I was a child here in the state of Utah, and every year on our report cards, they'd ask you what you want to be when you grow up. And my mom saved all of those. And as I've looked through all of them, every time it said I wanted to be a teacher. I love my profession. I'm grateful for it. I'm also grateful for the opportunity the board had to have a workshop this week where we talked about communication and relationship skills. We received legal perspectives on some very interesting cases, principals' perspectives, and how they're dealing with all the changes and things happening, and also some introduction to some parliamentary procedure. I appreciate those who came, and especially want to thank Sybil for all her time and her work that she put in as changes were needed to be made at last minute. Also, I wanted to point out, not that this is the only one, but today point out one of our staff members who was actually the board's employee, and that's Deputy Superintendent Jones. I'm grateful for his integrity and for his honesty. I'm thankful that he takes time to keep us all updated and keep our situational awareness there. And I appreciate that he calls us ma'am and sir, even though sometimes it makes me feel old, Scott. And that's all I have. Over.
Thank you. Member Strait?
I appreciate that. I feel old already. So I had a couple great opportunities recently. And I know Board Member Hutchings was also at this because I saw her there. But let's see if you can see that. Oh, you probably can. It looks blurry. But I was able to go to the open house for the Davis Catalyst Center. And it was a great opportunity to see some great things going on in our schools. And man, they have some amazing programs, audio and video production, business marketing and entrepreneurship, culinary arts, cybersecurity, game development, advanced programming, graphic design, medical assistant, pharmacy technician, unmanned systems. I didn't get to visit that one. I feel bad. But anyway, I loved making that visit, and it was inspiring. So shout out to Davis School District and their Catalyst program, or the Catalyst School is what they call it. Also, yesterday I had a great opportunity to go to Salt Lake and spend 6 hours at the Utah School for the Deaf and Blind, where I was able to participate in interviews for a new football coach and staff. But now that they're adding football, a couple months back, the Utah High School Activities Association, where I serve also, they voted to approve 8-man football in Utah. And it looks like in this first season, we're going to have 8 teams. So that's a great opportunity for the young people of our state to be involved in. You know, I was reminded the other day by one of the board members that tomorrow is the 16th month anniversary of taking the oath of office for many of us who are new to the board during the last election cycle. And wow, what an eventful day that was. January 6th, 2021. I don't think we'll ever forget that date, because there were other things going on politically in our nation at that time as well. This morning, Board Member Davis went over that list of 4 things that were actually developed, as she stated, by Superintendent Dixon, as she listened to parents about their concerns regarding education when I was first on the board. And of course, that very first one is engage in parental transparency. And wow, we have a great responsibility. We have a great responsibility to be transparent. And you know, as I thought over the week, I planned on speaking in this, and I changed what I was going to say about 10 different times. But it was a good mental process for me. I did my mental gymnastics, jumping all around. And I decided that I wanted to talk about transparency as a publicly elected official. Now, I've made so many mistakes in my time as a public official. And one of the benefits I've had, though, is I had 10 years already into public service before being elected to the board. As an elected official, and I wrote this down, I learned years ago that I have a responsibility to be fully transparent. Transparency in public office is not a social media post. It is representing constituents in a publicly noticed meeting, such as the one we're in right now. And I want to keep this positive as best I can. But I also want to be straightforward in regards to my vision of transparency and what I was taught actually by a veteran of 35 years in public service who actually told me that very thing. He said, if you've talked about it and debated and went through the process of coming to an opinion, that opinion, you have a responsibility to share that with the governing body in a public meeting. And as I look back, a lot of our struggles over the last 16 months, in my opinion, comes down to us making our opinions known to a few constituents that's not in a public meeting, such as Facebook or Twitter or whatever it may be. I absolutely defend the right of anyone to express their opinion and to write it down, but I also believe there's a responsibility to share that debate with the entire board and to defend your position to the best of your ability, and so that we can make best decisions. I learned long ago, as I was throwing bales of hay, that bale of hay was opposition. And for me to get it up on the wagon required leverage, but it also required growing strength. And the more bells I lifted and the more bells I threw, the stronger I got. You know, it's the same way with our U.S. Constitution. Our first Constitution was actually a failure. It was a failure because it didn't have enough power to defend people's rights. But that came about because of our conflict with Great Britain. But our second constitution, the one we currently live under, was actually hotly debated because many people believed that the new constitution, which we currently have, had too much power. And there was great opposition to the Constitution. Those who opposed the Constitution were called anti-federalists, and those who supported it were called federalists. Now, to make this short, because I know I'm taking time here, but we're ahead. But anyway, the opposition to the U.S. Constitution ended up resulting in the first 10 amendments to the Constitution, which we call the Bill of Rights. And it made the Constitution stronger and better because it protected the rights of the individual, which is one of our great traditions. You know, it's the same thing here. For example, I very much appreciated, and I wrote it down here, I have read about this. I try and keep up on educational issues and issues in politics. But Board Member Earl mentioned about ESG. Now, I don't want to get into what that is right now. She explained a view of that. I appreciate that that was brought to the forefront of the board and it was stated directly. You know, as I look back, we have way too much that's happening that isn't in the public. For example, I would really like to know, there was a Facebook post regarding Senate Bill 244, and then it said ethnic studies, and then CRT, curriculum requirements passed with flying colors in the House and Senate. I guess our legislators still don't recognize CRT when they see it. That's an opinion, okay? And I want that opinion defended in the board. I want it debated because you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. And maybe I could be convinced that Senate Bill 244 was critical race theory. Another one, House Bill 428. This is a dangerous bill, quote. School climate surveys ask very subjective questions. I don't remember any of this being debated in the public. We need to debate these things in the public. I also read, and I forwarded this to everyone, and in order to be transparent, I said I would say something in board meeting about it, so I will. In an article published nationally, Board Member Klein contributed to an article titled Portrait of a Graduate, used to push critical race theory through social and emotional learning. I have no problem with that being stated. That's the title of the argument. Do I agree with it on face value? No. But you know what? I could be convinced. I'm celebrating the fact that in the very near future, board leadership has asked that we review our strategic plan. I am all for that because I'm sure there's areas of improvement. I'm sure that there's things that we could make better with Portrait of a Graduate. And I've heard varying opinions on personalized competency-based learning. Let's have those debates. Let's have those discussions. Let's just like our Constitution with the Bill of Rights, let's make it stronger. Just like lifting those bales of hay. And I invite every single board member to express their views to the fullest extent of their ability. And we may disagree, but I think we need to fight for our position. And I respect that communication. And I look forward to having many debates, and I look forward to having many discussions to where we make our policies even better. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Straight. Member Booth?
Thank you, Chair Hance. Chair Huntsman, I'm grateful for this opportunity. Today I'm having allergies, as you can hear. It might have been better if we were meeting in Salt Lake because I have too many blossoming trees outdoors from my home. And as a result, you get this voice. but I'm grateful to reflect for a moment on the experience we had with many of the board members and some of our esteemed staff members. This little workshop together where we were communicating with one another and focusing on communication, on building relationships, on preparing ourselves to do the job that we have been selected by our constituents to do. I particularly have to smile as I recall board members and staff members in our state board kazoo band that we experienced together, or as we were doing a rap and board members were standing up and in rhythm and creating body rhythms, talking about and celebrating some of the important elements of our strategic plan. Our bell choir, as we were using handbells to reinforce important sentiments like "Let there be peace on earth" and "This land is your land." It was a great experience together, and it reinforced in my mind the power of individuals coming from many diverse backgrounds, many different levels of experience, and then coming together with a common purpose, with a common to create a better tomorrow for those that we have responsibility for. I resonated today with all of our friends who have celebrated and brought focus to the excellent work of our teachers and educators across the state. I also resonated with board member Lear's suggestion that not only should we and can we be appreciative, but we also need to do things. And the thought came to my mind, what can we? What are we primarily positioned as state board members to do? Or at USBE with our wonderful staff. And I thought our role primarily is to support, nurture, and strengthen local educators, local leaders of learning, local teachers, local parents in what is needed most in their area. We can come up with lots of programs that will support from a state level, but what's needed in San Juan is not the same thing that's needed in downtown Salt Lake City, or what is needed in Spanish Fork is not necessarily what's needed in Logan. But those local leaders know what is needed, and everything that we can do to support them and prepare resources to assist them in their efforts to meet the specific needs of their local students and their local leaders of learning and faculty can make all the difference. So I'm just excited and enthusiastic about the opportunity to work together as friends, team members in building a brighter educational future for our children. And I think we will best do that by preparing and supporting local leaders in recognizing and understanding what the needs are and finding the best practices and the very best ways of meeting those needs for many years to come. Thank you very much to all of you, my colleagues on the board, and all of our magnificent staff members at USBE for all of the efforts that you are putting into our sometimes less than streamlined ways of arriving at final decisions. When the Constitution was being debated hotly, it was not very easy to compromise. It was not very easy to find commonalities. And we'll find that today and over the next centuries, that We have bright people trying to do things in the way that they would do them best, and we need to learn from each other, hearing all of the various ways that one might solve the problems. And I look forward to our future of working together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Booth. Next, Member Klein.
Hello. I just wanted to briefly express my gratitude for the good teachers that we have in our state that are trying to follow Utah law and that are honoring parents and the trust that the parents have given them. I'm also very grateful for the very brave teachers that have to exercise a lot of courage to come forward when things are happening that shouldn't be happening, and they're concerned for their jobs, or they end up having to leave a position because what they're being required to do goes against their conscience. And so in an effort to be transparent, I share much of what is sent to me so that the public is aware of these things that are happening. It's rare that I have a teacher reach out that is courageous enough to put her name to it. But I did receive a letter yesterday, an open letter that she signed her name to and gave me permission to share. And so I wanted to read her letter as to what she has experienced. She says, "Dear parents, as a regular and special ed teacher with a master's degree, I implore you to get active in your child's classroom. Both public and charter schools are being attacked by extremely liberal policies. Charters are especially vulnerable to these pressures as their funding is highly dependent on donations and they are not required to publicize who the donors are. At the time of my departure, I was told that a transgender student would be allowed to choose what bathroom they wanted to use because the parents were, quote, very, very liberal. It is terrifying to read about the Loudoun County School District in Virginia. A transgender girl / biological male entered a girl's restroom and sexually assaulted a female student. The Loudoun County Juvenile Court found the male student not innocent of charges of forcible sodomy and forcible fellatio in the May 28th incident. The same student pleaded no contest last week in a separate case to 2 charges of abduction and sexual battery involving the October 6th incident." She continues, "Middle school and high school students are raging hormone factories. I cannot count the number of students that masturbate in my class. The sexualization is everywhere, and we must protect our students from the trauma of sexual assault, regardless of the offender's gender identity. In a school training, we were told not to tell parents about a student's declaration of gender dysphoria, as this may cause the student problems at home. Knowing that suicide is a high-risk factor for students experiencing gender dysphoria, it is criminal to not notify the parents. The schools should be encouraging the parents to help their children through this difficult process. Keeping parents in the dark is wrong. Sincerely, Sydney Armstrong." Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. Next, we'll have Member Norton.
Yes, I just have a few little brief comments. I centered them kind of along 3 strands, but all 3 strands tie very closely to what Board Member Booth said earlier. And actually, they tie quite closely to Board Member Booth himself. At our board workshop, we had the opportunity, as he just discussed with you, to have a musical theater experience. And to be taught by such a highly qualified teacher was such a joy to me. And to see the way with that one activity, we were able to feel joy, we were able to learn, we were able to communicate so well with each other. It just increased my gratitude for the work that we do, the people that we serve, and I am so very grateful for that. I also was so pleased to see and to feel again the joy that students feel when they are learning, because we were all students. And to say that we were with a superb talent, and at least my talent was somewhat lacking, it was okay. And I felt a great sense of success when I left there, even though I was horrible and I knew it, but the group just went right on, and it was so much fun. And I think everybody that was involved just felt happiness and success. And I thought that's exactly what great learning is. And that is brought about by a great teacher like you, Randy. And I will remember that day for the rest of my life. It was just so fabulous. And that communication that we built and the trust that we built in that circle was very profound. Tonight, I am not going to be able to be at that event with the arts teachers. And, I didn't know I was going to be so emotional over that. But I hope that you will all express to them what an important role that they are playing in our schools, and how grateful we are for them, and the job that they are doing in healing our country and healing our students and healing our schools. And, we have many great teachers that won't be there, but for those who are there, just applaud doubly loud to give them my great sense of appreciation for all that they do, and the beauty that they bring to our world. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Norton. Member Hanson.
Thank you, Chair. First, just wanted to say thanks to all of our great underpaid and underappreciated educators. I was just able to attend the graduation of our youngest child at SUU this last week, and it gave me another chance to reflect on and appreciate the positive contributions that teachers have made in my life and in the lives of my family. Also, I'd like to make a personal public apology for the lack of courage that was demonstrated in the board's withdrawal of the gender guidance document. Transgender issues are real. Transgender kids are part of our student populations. Transgender legal issues are complicated. Whatever your positions are on the issues, we've heard more about those today, there was and there is a real need for this formal guidance. I believe that it's the work of the board to do hard things, to tackle hard projects, and to provide clear guidance to promote consistency and compliance with the law. I apologize to staff who worked tirelessly to draft a quality guidance document. Apologize to the public who took time to comment on the document that was produced, and to the local boards, the administrators, teachers, parents, and students who were left now to fend for themselves. We let you down, and it's my belief that we as a board could have and should have done better. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Hanson. Vice Chair Davis.
I took a lot of time already this morning, so I just want to quickly say, some concerns were expressed by a teacher about some things going on. I just want to be really clear. There was a concern that our charter schools rely heavily on donors, and recently we went through all of the data of charter schools and their funding, and they're actually almost 100% entirely publicly funded with public dollars. So if that teacher or teachers like that teacher have concerns, please visit with your charter authorizer, because there are oversights in place there. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Cannon.
Thank you. Board Member Norton's tears inspired me a little bit, because a week ago I had an opportunity to go across the street to the elementary school that my granddaughter attends for an after-school event they called Cottonwood in Color. And I believe this is directly a result of Granite District's commitment to providing Beverly Taylor Sorensen art specialists in every school in Granite District, because this was an absolutely fabulous event. And it was after school. And as I walked into that school through an archway of multicolored balloons and a giant sign that said Cottonwood in color, I went in, and every space in the hall was filled with the most incredible artwork that had been done by these students. And many of the things that Kathy Jensen has brought to us and has shown to us were exemplified here. There was one hall area by a classroom where they had been studying light waves and different waves, and then they had done wave art in all kinds of colors. There were digital prints. There were bugs. One of my favorite was where the children had drawn caricatures of themselves. These were just absolutely darling. And I'll tell you, my heart was just uplifted, and I was inspired and so grateful for what the arts bring to the education of our children. And it's just one of the most important things in my mind that makes education worthwhile for our children. And so I appreciate all teachers. I very much appreciate these art teachers and what they bring to our children's education. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands raised. I had two other thoughts that I just wanted to hurry and get out really quick. That I neglected to put in my earlier presentation, and that was, many of us are aware there's war happening in Ukraine, and it's interesting, it doesn't get in the news, but with the mass exodus out of Ukraine into Poland and the other countries, the big question is who among you in this exodus, and as these war refugees are leaving that country, and then who's also left, is they're asking a couple key questions, and these are first responder questions. Who are the doctors? Any doctors among you? Who are the nurses? Who are the teachers? And we talk about education, and we may boast a little bit that we got aggressive during our pandemic and the challenges compared to other states, but what's happening over in Europe just speaks to the education community of teachers and what they're committed to do. And education is happening over there. They're meeting in tents. They're kind of a nucleus of these new little communities. And so if we can keep them in our thoughts, our prayers, and that it speaks to the value of the education community and what they're capable and how essential they really are. I was reflecting really quick on teachers in my life and who is most relevant, and we've had a lot of talk about early intervention, and I've had a lot of awesome teachers, but one of the best was with Miss Tim, elementary first grade, when this little kid showed up in there. I had blonde hair back then, and it's usually a butch. It was easier to maintain. I didn't have to comb it, or my parents didn't have to do it, but I was a bundle of energy, and they have acronyms now to label kids like me that go through the education system. But she was very young, a new teacher, as I remember, but her influence on me was really important because it helped me early on, before these acronyms were labeled and people how to deal with difficult kids like myself, to control this energy. But she put that energy to work in help and in service in the classroom. And it was interesting, all through my school years, set a standard there that I could control all that energy. It's still not controlled very well, if you ask my wife, but but that early intervention helped in a big way, that kept me out of the principal's office or out of trouble. And I have a great deal of respect for her. And again, she was a very, very new teacher. So with this, so that concludes my remarks. I'm not seeing any other hands raised. Prior to this, we're going to do a handoff to Vice Chair Belknap. Do you want to take on the next item before lunch, or attempt to, and then Then we'll go to our lunch break.
Yes, Chair Huntsman, thank you. We're going to go ahead and go to our 2023 general session for preparation. So Deputy Superintendent Stallings, I will turn it over to you.
Good morning, board members. It's good to be with you. Angie Stallings, Deputy Superintendent of Policy, and I bet you're surprised that we're already talking about the 2023 general session, but we figured we might as well start early. So we have 3 items to discuss with you today. The first 2 are both bills that you would have heard about for last session that we came to you for the 2022 session, but neither of these bills were able to make it. The second one was, I think, 3rd down on the calendar in the House the last night of the session when they adjourned. So I'll just briefly review the first 2. They should be familiar, and then Jeff will review the 3rd one, which will likely be coming up in an upcoming Education Interim Committee meeting. So the first one, you may remember the Education False Claims Amendments Bill, which is HB 487. This currently, for some other branches, like for medical claims, et cetera, the state already has a False Claims Act in code. And so this would create an Education False Claims Act in the procurement code. And I don't know if you have any questions, but some of this came, as you may remember, from recommendations from the audit committee and our former procurement director, Zach Christensen. So I'll just move to the second one quickly. The SB 145 would expand the use or allowability of the Acadians licenses from K6 to K8. And you may remember the discussion related to that is we do have some of our 6th grades that are in middle schools and some teachers who would like to use and see the longitudinal data for their students' reading scores up through the 8th grade. And so it's a very simple bill. It just changes 6 to grade 8. And that's the first 2.
Angie, why don't we stop there and see if we have any questions on either one of those? Thank you. Board Member Moss?
Thanks. Would the use of Acadians be optional at the school level, district level? What kind of choice is available there?
Yes, that's a great question. It is optional. The Acadians is, I believe, only required for LEAs from K through 3. So if an LEA chooses to administer Acadians in grades 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8, that would be up to the LEA to decide and to participate.
I'm just going to track on that. And who funds that?
The state. So this is it comes through a state appropriation, and we cover the licenses for all those grades.
So we'd have to put more money into that, Angie? I'm just trying to get clarity.
So board member Belknap, that is a good question. And just as we were about to start this, I believe that the appropriation related to SB 145 did pass. So the money that was needed for the bill to pass actually was appropriated, but the bill didn't pass. So if Jennifer Thronson or Sarah Widke or somebody are here in the room and they want to correct me, or even Deputy Jones or Sam Uri, but I believe the funding actually was provided in 2022. The bill just did not pass.
Okay, well, we'll go on. Board Member Norton.
Yes, I wanted to discuss this Senate Bill 145. I was originally approached by one of the LEAs in my area about this, bringing this forth, because in 2021 it was passed to cover 6th grade, and then at the last minute it was brought a change was made that it only covered 6th grade that were in elementary settings, so K6 schools. This particular LEA had, planned. They had been hearing it was coming. They had teacher training started, made accommodations for their intermediate schools to handle that, and then it was axed and from those upper grades, and so they wanted to have it available in 6th grade. currently Acadians is required through 5th grade, not 6th grade. After I brought this up, however, I did receive quite a bit of input from 7th and 8th grade saying, look, our curriculum is not set up for this. You know, we don't have this kind of time that we can be doing this program. So, you know, I wondered if that was part of the problem, and maybe, you know, we could ask those who were on the Hill if that was part of the problem of why it didn't pass when they had the funding available, is that secondary schools just don't have enough time per period to do the individualized work that Acadians requires when you get into progress monitoring.
Wendy, do you have any on that, or does Jennifer have any response to Board Member Norton's question?
One thing I did want to just clarify is apparently the funding did not pass. And so there is a fiscal impact related to this bill. For this last session, it looks like it was about $845,000 ongoing, assuming that all LEAs wanted to use the licenses for their students in grades 6 through 8. And I believe, and again, Jennifer Thronson is in the room, and so she may want to add, but the reason why I think that it was limited to those in 6th grade in an elementary setting is because we didn't have enough funding to cover licenses for all grade 6 students.
Thank you. Board Member Norton, do you have a follow-up?
I would like to ask a follow-up just to see how much would it be to extend that onto all 6th graders that want to participate. You know, it's not, I know obviously it's not $800,000, but if it was just those who were in an intermediate setting, what would be that amount?
Thank you.
Vice Chair Belknap, I believe Sarah Wibke is in the room now, and she may have the answer to that.
Okay, Miss Sarah.
Yes, hi, Sarah Ripke, preschool through 12th grade literacy and library media coordinator. As far as knowing the exact amount for just 6th grade in the intermediate section, we don't have that specific breakdown, but we could absolutely get that to you and send it out.
Vice Chair Belknap, may I correct a statement I made that was incorrect?
Oh, no, we want to make sure it's incorrect on record. No, go ahead, Angie.
I believe Board Member Moss asked if it would be required for students in K through 6 or 8 to participate in Acadians, and the answer to that is no, only students in grades 1 through 3. So it's not required for kindergarten either.
Okay. Board Member Earl?
Yes, my question has to do with the access to this particular program. A district is not prohibited, right, from accessing this currently. Is that accurate? They don't need a state contract to use it, I guess, is what I'm asking. Is that?
That's correct. I think that there's what I understood in previous discussions, though, is if they are able to participate in the state contract, they're able to have a longitudinal access, versus if they have a separate contract for their middle schools that's not part of the state contract, the data is not as seamless. And again, that's probably more of a staff question.
Okay, and I guess I'm not really for moving this forward. I don't think adding another assessment to our program for a variety of reasons. But if a district really feels strongly about it, I think they've got access to funding either through their community councils or other items that making this a priority. That's where I would like to see it come through. Instead of just adding more, I feel like we're adding more assessments, and I think they'll, anyways, those are my thoughts on that.
Thank you, Board Member Earl. Vice Chair Davis?
Could someone just clarify? I thought that I heard someone say that Acadians didn't go up to these upper grades, that it was like a program that was K through 6. Can someone just clarify that for me? And also clarify that this is optional, right? This is a choice for schools. It's not something that's going to be mandated in the bill.
sorry, go ahead, Sarah, but also clarity, if they want to take the funding to get the testing, they may require their people in their district to do it. So go ahead, Sarah.
Thank you, Board Member Bruna. As far as that, you are correct. It would not be required for anyone. Our LEAs have requested this for several years, and Acadience reading does go up through 8th grade. It used to be called, trying to remember what it used to be called, like theory or something.
Dibbles.
Well, Dibbles was K6, and then they had this other test that was for, just a little bit later grades. And so now it is considered part of Acadience reading and is looking more towards the requirements in those specific areas to meet their more specific needs.
Thank you, Sarah. Board Member Hart?
I'm not supportive of any funding or assessment that doesn't come with all of the supports necessary to use the data in any particular form. So I've been part of a district that has used the middle school version of this, and that was discontinued because you've got nowhere to take the data. There's not funding for additional reading remediation. There's not funding for the teachers. There's not a structure in place. It generally would take a student's elective away, unless you're extremely innovative with scheduling and you've got a lot more resources than we currently give schools. I see no reason for additional assessment, even if it is optional. It's optional at one level, but it becomes a requirement for others. I don't think teachers have room for this on their plate. I think they can get this information in other ways. And I just, unless it includes additional staffing and additional resources, I'm not supportive of this.
Thank you, Board Member Hart. Board Member Earl, you have another comment?
Yeah, I have one more question. Did Acadience reading start out as mandated at the lower grades, or was that optional at the lower grades when it initially started?
Sarah, do you have a response to that?
I hope so. When I say I hope so, it was a requirement that came before my time at USBE. I believe that came out in about 2010 when it was required, and it was still only grades 1 through 3 when it first started. As far as LEAs sort of opting in, I guess you could say at first, the majority did opt in at first, except I think it was only just a couple when I started back in 2015. That were not, and then they joined like a year later. And then wanted to sort of add, I got the answer to your question, so I hope I can, an earlier question, for 6th grade, it would be an additional about 15,500 more students. And so it would be about $187,632 would be needed just to add in that additional piece of 6th grade that you were asking. And then wanted to also add, I know you all very much appreciate getting the LEA perspective. And so with that, I wanted to add that a survey was provided. And with that survey being provided, it was specifically 64 LEAs responded to that survey, and 91% of them responded, yes, that we want this and that we would use it. Not necessarily with all of their students, but at least for students who are really struggling in reading, to see where they can support them best. Just wanted to.
Sarah, I just want a follow-up question to that. So you sent this survey out and said that 91% out of the 64 schools would use it. Did you ask the same question? Would you give this test if it wasn't given to you for free?
That's a really, yeah, I absolutely see what you're saying there.
Yes.
Our LEAs have said that in trying to find the additional funding for this has been really hard for them. Some of them have actually gone ahead and found the funding and are able to use it right now. But then it sort of takes away funding from a lot of other important things as well. So they were wanting it funded just so that they could have the opportunity, and those who are funding it now could then use those funds in another way.
Thank you, Sarah. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. Jenny, you still have your hand up?
Yeah, just one more question with that. So if an LEA values it enough to fund it, they're probably going to also make sure the mechanisms are in place to apply the information that they're getting. I guess that's my thought there. Just because something's given, we want to make sure it's used in a way that's most valuable, and actually to me that's where it's going to add some value right there. So
thank you, Board Member Earl. Board Member Hart, another comment, question? Oh, no. Okay. Molly, are you there?
Yeah, I am, but no, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Board Member Hanson.
I appreciate knowing what the survey results were. It sounds like those who are thinking about this and were interested enough to respond overwhelmingly wanted to use this test. When we think about improvement and accountability, I don't know how we can gauge improvement and measure accountability without some kind of a measurement. I understand we don't want to test our kids all the time, but there needs to be some kind of a measurement in place. And here, where we have this data for the younger grades, and we're just extending that so that we can have some good longitudinal data, I just think it makes sense. There's a want for it, a desire for it in the field. We already have this system in place. We're just extending it to get that longitudinal data so that we can track using the same measuring stick going forward. This just seems like something that we ought to support, and I speak in favor of it.
Thank you, Board Member Hanson. Board Member Hart.
I want to be clear on that. So in elementary school and in schools where 6th grade is served by elementary, there's a different structure to the way school is done, and there's different structure and resources available to teach students. So my concern is that we are giving a tool or paying for a tool that's part of a solution, but doesn't offer any of the other required elements if you want to extend it into the middle grades. You don't have additional staffing. There's no allocation outside of other resources like special education or Title I that has additional funding that we could somehow. So a student, I can get this information in other ways that are available to schools and already have the information and include it in, say, an ELA class. We have a rule about middle school classes that includes core subjects and electives. And I want to know where we would put this remediation if we're going to take teachers' time to give the test, but we're not going to give any other resources to do anything with this testing information. We have places where we have supports for students who have specific needs. We have access to Title I schools. We have access to land trust funds. This is a partial, very small solution that does nothing more than give information to already overstretched teachers that they have very few resources to actually act on. That's my concern. It's not that I don't want students to learn to read. I absolutely do. But if we continue to test and not provide, testing is not an accommodation, and our teachers have far too many accommodations that they need to be making to make this a worthwhile use of funds without having a comprehensive and clear strategy moving forward.
Thank you, Board Member Hart. I don't see any more questions, but Deputy Superintendent Stallings, I do have one on HB 487 on the refile. Can you give me an example of in public education where we might need this, where other groups have this? I've totally forgotten what it was. Help me.
Yeah, it would be in an instance where we have a contract with a service provider, and one of our service providers might be seeking reimbursement for something that is false or misrepresented. Is that helpful?
Oh, yes, that's so helpful for me. Thank you for the clarity on that. Board Member Lear?
Thank you. I'd like a little response from staff. I really value Molly's opinion. She's on the ground. She's in a middle school. I've been one that doesn't want to impose requirements or programs without enough support. So everything that Molly's saying is resonating with me, but I want to hear if staff thinks this is a good idea and they keep bringing it back, they multiple specialists, could somebody give me a 1-minute explanation it's not disrespectful to Principal Molly, I'm sure. I just would like to hear an opinion about why it is a good idea if one of our own is telling us it's not.
Okay, I just wanted to give just quick background on this, Board Member Lear, in that this was something that someone had requested from Board Member Norton, so she brought it forward to include the 6th graders, and it expanded to 6th through 8th graders. And then we approved it as a board to have our staff work with a legislator to bring it forward. And they are bringing it back because it didn't pass. They're bringing it back for our look at again. But now I will go ahead and let Jennifer, Dr. Thronson.
And if it's okay, Laura, I hear what you're saying also, but I'm just saying, why, if we're bringing it back, if it's only the board that's bringing it back, why is this a good idea? Just in juxtaposition to what Molly explained.
Yeah, I was just giving you the background again that I had remembered. Okay, Dr. Thronson?
Yes, thank you so much. Dr. Jennifer Thronson, Director of Teaching and Learning at the Utah State Board of Education. And with respect to your question, Board Member Lear, it really has been a call from the field. Since they started to see the potential in the use and implementation over the last decade with Acadians reading in the younger grades, they see this opportunity into middle school to have that data. Now in Canyons, I worked in Canyons, we have this data available and it was readily available, and they have multiple assessments, as I think Molly's referring to, that give them similar data. So the choice in this space is choice. It is, do you need it? Does it add value? And does it compensate for the value that it takes away from, like, the human resources needed to exhaust it? The people have spoken. When we do these, we always check with the LEAs to say, do they believe that this is helpful, useful? And in the case of the LEAs, the response from the survey was high. Of course, we're giving them money. I get that, but it's also, we have a number of kids who have reading needs in the middle school settings, and being able to have that continuous data set that you don't lose what was working in maybe in elementary school or what was working in 6th grade, and seeing that, or see if it's not working. And a lot of the tools we have in middle schools don't give that formative piece that Acadians can, because you can check in frequently to see, are they responding well to instruction? There's not a lot of tools in middle school for that available in our state. We do have districts that have adopted this on their own. Canyons is a good example, but it hasn't been a potential for everyone, and when asked, people have asked for it. So in terms of staff, we're trying to represent the local communities, and the communities in general are very requesting this additional assessment option.
Thank you. Board Member Booth?
I think this is an example of what I was referring to earlier in my comment. If the local leaders of learning, if the local teachers and administrators are requesting and want something, I would be hard pressed to deny that just based on my own experience. Even though we have a lot of experience, I would like to try as much as possible to meet the requests of local leaders and be supportive if they identify this as something of value that will assist them in their work. I don't want to be the one to say, well, I'm glad that you've discovered that, but I can't support helping you because I feel differently. So if they have that desire and they determine this is a good thing, I would definitely be for giving them the support to make it happen.
Thank you, Board Member Booth. Dr. Norman?
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Patty Norman. I just wanted to state, as has already been kind of said, but this is super short, that our LEAs have reached out, and in response to one of the questions that was asked, our teachers and our educators are looking at this as something that will save them time. So in order for them to get that depth and precision of feedback and the trends to identify both the strengths and the needs of the student, they're looking at this as a time saver. And so that was my only comment.
Thank you. Board Member Straight.
Yes, I feel all over the board on this one. I'm not sure. As a junior high teacher, I never felt equipped either professionally or by the setup of instruction that I could effectively deal with reading issues. I guess my question is, who responded to the survey? Was it curriculum directors? Who was it? Because they're going to have a different perspective, and as was said before, I want to support local control and to serve what they want and their needs. I'm just trying to understand the implementation of this, and I guess everything I've been hearing over the last years is that really that key window is through third grade. And maybe the data doesn't show that I'm right in that thought, but I thought that was what it was. So if we answer the question, who answered the survey, that 91% of LEAs wanted this.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Yes, it was secondary literacy directors specifically responded to that survey.
Okay. All right. Board Member Earl.
I have 3 specific questions. How much time does this take to administer even once? Who will be doing the administering in the school? And what is the frequency of testing that will be taking place according to the upper grades or the 7th, 8th grade modules or assessments?
Go ahead, Sarah.
Yes, as far as how much time I'm getting that information now, but as far as how often it is done, generally it's done 3 times a year. However, you wouldn't need to do that if you notice that a student is already scoring well at the first time you give it, then there's probably not a reason to keep giving it after that. And I know our teachers are very mindful about over testing and do want to be considerate of, if this isn't needed and I don't need to check anymore, then I probably don't need to keep applying it. They really just want to know who is struggling and then looking at that data to determine how can I support them as an educator. And so it's really just thinking about who best needs this and when. And so the most times it would be provided throughout the year would be 3 times. It would be beginning, middle, and end of year as far as how often it is provided.
Can I ask one more?
Yeah, but I maybe want to throw something on the table and see if we can get a consensus on this, that we don't take any motion on number 2 today, and that we have our staff bring us back more data from the questioning that's been coming today. But I would need a consensus on that people are comfortable with moving this off this agenda to a different agenda.
I think that'd be a good idea, but.
Well, I'm kind of looking, because I'm not taking a vote. Chair Huntsman, you may have some guidance for me. Thank you.
Well, I think you're chairing, and with this discussion item, it seems like it's not getting a lot of traction. You could move to number 3, but I think, or we could, with your leadership, say, have it come back with better information of why this was relevant a year ago prior to the session, and through a lot of the dialogue that we're having, we're going through discovery of why it might be relevant again. So I think you can bring it back with some better information. So I would, without objection, you could say you'd like to move to item 3, and then if the hands come down, then you don't have any objection. But just a suggestion.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So I actually am going to throw that out, but Dr. Dixon, do you have a question here or comment?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering, just trying to listen to all the dialogue and the different perspectives. I'm trying to ascertain, last year this was more about a state contract and the ability for 6th grade courses in the middle school and middle school teachers to be able to access the state contract. So I'm trying to get clarity, not trying to focus on is it a worthy assessment or not, given that schools are using things like, you know, Read 180 and some other assessments in middle schools. I don't think I'm hearing that we're trying to push forward this is a required test or the primary, I shouldn't be using the word test, formative assessment, because there are others out there. I'm just trying to get clear from maybe Deputy Stallings or Coordinator Wiki. Is this really about trying to get a state contract so that there's a cost factor, a savings factor? Is that really what this is about? Because that was part of the dialogue last year. Thank you.
So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and move on and have Jeff introduce us to number 3, unless there's any objection to that. And then all the comments that have been made, if we, not all, the comments that have been made, if we could get that as backup next time before this is done. If anyone has objection, please raise your hand. Yeah, otherwise, I'm going to assume without objection that we're going to go on to number 3 today. Thank you. Jeff, go ahead, number 3.
Sure, Jeff Van Holten, Policy Advisor for the Board. Good to be here today. Happy Cinco de Mayo. Number 3, I just wanted to highlight for you very quickly that on May 18th at the Education Interim Committee meeting, this concept is going to be discussed. The chairs of the Ed Interim Committee wanted to have a conversation about this, so we felt it was really important to bring this before you before the Ed Interim Committee meeting. This concept is kind of similar to what we saw with Senate Bill 191 that passed, the regulatory sandbox bill that allows 35% of restricted funds to be used for an innovation plan. So this is kind of a similar concept, but just for the prevention programs that we have at the state board level. So think suicide prevention, gang prevention, bullying prevention, all the funds that go into any of our prevention-based programs. And the idea here is rather than having those be siloed approaches, because prevention, regardless of whether it's for suicide prevention or gang prevention or alcohol and tobacco prevention, it centers on the same concepts and principles regardless. And we've received a lot of feedback from LEA saying it'd be really great if we could braid all these funding streams together because we're doing the same thing for each of these individual programs anyway, and it feels a little redundant. And it would be a lot more impactful if we could combine these funding streams together. So the idea here is to kind of go in that same innovation grant path and allow LEAs to create a comprehensive prevention plan that would be tailored for the needs that they have in their LEA. And they would be able to then braid the funding together to fund their plan, and they would be able to get exemptions to some of the programmatic specific requirements that those funds have and loosen them up so that they can actually fund a comprehensive prevention plan. So that's essentially the concept, and I can throw it back to you, Vice Chair Belknap.
Thank you, Jeff. Board Member Norton, do you have a question?
I do, and it's just a technical question, but it's kind of messing with my comprehension. On the 4th line of number 3, there is a period there, and I don't think that was intended, or if not, that capital letter should be there, but then we don't have a complete sentence. So maybe you could just kind of explain what's going on.
He shook his head. It doesn't need to be there. I saw him shake his head. Error.
Okay.
Thank you, Board Member Norton. Board Member Lear.
One big sentence.
Yeah, question, Board Member Lear.
Jeff, maybe you can give me some insight. I'm asking an opinion. I would support this 100%, but what I fear is that there would be a lot of money committed to this block grant, and then we would still see bills piling on top of that block grant that would direct LEAs what to do in this area. And I think that's both a sort of a mixed message to LEAs, and it's also takes money away from other board priorities. So, and I know you can't control or predict what legislators will do, but if we were to approve this, could you sort of assure us as board members that it would be a really strong staff effort to keep legislators focused on this block grant and not encourage additional specific, very specialized, sometimes vendor-driven efforts on top of this block grant. You want to speak?
Wait, you just got some power. Jeff, go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I think one of the components I want to stress here is this would, part of this, it's not probably very clear here in this paragraph, but it would include a waiver of the existing requirements of the individual programs to allow a more comprehensive approach. So some of those programmatic specific requirements in code would not have to be additionally accomplished on top of doing a new type of comprehensive plan. It would be an either or instead. And I do agree with you. I think it would be well served that if we go in this approach, that we would need to to inform the legislature that, especially in the meeting in the Ed Interim Committee coming up, that if we go in this direction, they need to be mindful if they create new prevention programs, it needs to be folded into this concept, and perhaps maybe they should look at this idea before creating a new siloed approach. We could definitely work with the legislature. I hope that addresses what it is you were concerned about.
Yeah, if I can just respond briefly, it does address it. I'm just sorry, I got Randy's allergy. It does address it. I am just concerned that it could end up tying up a lot of money that the board may want to direct in other ways. And because we don't have any guarantees, and legislators always have their pet programs, and I'm just concerned that we couldn't keep it all in the block grant area. Thanks for the explanation.
Thank you, Board Member Lear. Board Member Moss?
Thank you. I shared Member Lear's concerns, and I'm curious, this seems like a good opportunity. One of the things I like best about the proposal is right at the end on section 5 to review the data on effectiveness of current prevention activities. As part of our process as a board here, if this went forward, would we be receiving back from staff their assessment of what data is currently there on the current programs at some point, so we can kind of make a final decision on what to support back towards education interim and eventually PEA. And would that also inform perhaps some efficiencies in the funding, so that rather than piling on top, we were able to focus funds where those programs have proven to be most effective after reviewing that data?
Absolutely. Thank you, Vice Chair. I can definitely say what I believe staff would be able to do, and staff is also here and can stop me if I misspeak. Tanya Albernos is with us, and she can provide more context if it's helpful. But yes, staff would definitely be looking at these plans. These plans would need to be approved by the board, would go through the board's process to kind of look at the comprehensive nature and all of the data that is currently existing and the data that would be used to measure the progress of the plans and whether or not they're achieving the outcomes that the LEAs would be hoping to achieve with all of this. So yes, data is definitely planned to be a very integral part of this and informing how the LEAs move forward. Hopefully that answers your question.
Quick follow-up, Vice Chair.
Go ahead.
Just in general, 30,000 feet, do we know sort of the information that's currently available on the effectiveness of the programs that would be braided versus, looking forward? Some of these have been around longer than others, but what's our general sense of our ability to assess effectiveness and use that to guide, our proposals to the legislature, and then perhaps some guidance to the LEAs? I would see if this gives some flexibility, that would be great to come with guidance on what we know as opposed to mandates, right?
I would have to pass that to Tanya if I can put her on the spot about what data we have and what the data is generally telling us from these individual programs and how it might mesh together well.
Thank you, Jeff and Board Member Moss. Tanya Alvarno's coordinator for prevention and student services. And to answer your question, Board Member Moss, prevention data, it's a difficult thing sometimes to collect data to prove that you've prevented something from happening. So one of the efforts that we've been engaged in as staff is to kind of look at that issue and figure out how we could collect some data to show the effectiveness of our programs. And one of the things that we have a desire to do is push out an effort to LEAs to help educate them on we can't collect data to prove prevention, but we can collect data to show that we're increasing protective factors in students. So that would be the approach that we would take with this block grant, and hopefully that answers the question.
Thank you.
I see his hand down. I just wanted to point out one thing on here, that maybe back to Board Member Lear's question, is that it's to put these all together for current prevention programs. So it's not opening a door for new ones. Is that accurate, Jeff?
Correct. Although we could always ask the legislature if they do create a new one to include it in this block grant waiver part of code. Because the idea here would be to have a list of all of the prevention programs and essentially say in all these areas of code, if you want to go into a block grant approach rather than doing these in a siloed approach, here's how you can do that. And so you could always just add new programs to that list as they're created, but this is not advocating to create anything additional or new. It's just trying to redirect the funding in a more effective way.
Okay, and Board Member Klein, I'm going to come right back to you, but also on the reporting, are we already collecting whatever we can that for these programs already because they're grant programs now? And I guess
I have to pass that to Tanya.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Is data already being collected and not individually, but on the program itself being done or presented? Are we already collecting that?
Most of the data that we're collecting right now is what are the activities being performed with this funding? How can you connect it back to things like improvements in your SHARP survey data, things or improvements in any other data that you might be currently collecting at the LEA level. So those are the types of things that we're currently doing.
All right, thank you. Board Member Klein.
Yes, to Board Member Moss's comment, I am curious, you say you can't collect data on whether it's preventing or not, but there's certainly data on the reporting that's happened regarding the increase or decrease in incidences of bullying or incidences of suicide. So I would like, if you could please gather that data and go back to the time, before these programs were implemented, and to show compared to what the data says now, as far as so that we can see if it's had any effect on those numbers since it's been implemented. Each of those programs have the incidences gone up or have they gone down?
They're both nodding. Board Member Klein, I can see them both nodding. Is that okay? All right. Board Member Hart.
This is interesting because it is hard to maybe let go of some of that control or I don't know, but we talk a lot about wanting to reduce paperwork, wanting to reduce redundancy, wanting to give local control. But then when we have the opportunity in front of us, we tend to balk at it. The things that we want are hard things, but when we have opportunities like this, I don't know why. I think we really have to consider it. I also think that it's been talked about, at least, that about combining and consolidating and bringing programs together for efficiency's sake. And so I just wanted to introduce those thoughts to the conversation. I think it's an excellent idea. I'd really like to move this one forward for more consideration and fleshing out. Just my 2 cents.
Thank you. Was that a motion?
You're putting me on the spot. I only know the first 2 words, which would be I move.
Well, if you want to make, it would be something along the lines that staff work with legislators on potential amendments for number 3.
So moved.
Code. Okay.
So,
okay, second by Stacy. Board Member Hart, I'm going to reread this and make sure it's accurate.
Thank you.
That the board would direct staff to work with legislators on potential amendments to Utah Code as proposed in number 3.
So moved.
Right, and Stacy, you're good with that as well as the second?
I'm great with that. Thank you.
Okay. Board Member Earl, do you have a discussion to that motion?
Yeah, I have a couple of thoughts. I do think there's some valid reasons to do this. One of those just coming out of the legislative session with House Bill 428, there's a number of things built into that bill that are not effective and not in prevention land, don't do what I think the bill thinks it's going to do. And some of those are like the assemblies and, one-time assemblies or special activities outside of school. These don't really change behavior. They don't, they're ineffective and sometimes they're counterproductive. And those are the kind of things I would hope, not necessarily the SHARP survey data, but these things that we already know are either effective or ineffective could be built into this type of a programming so that schools are aware of that. They're not wasting their time. They're not wasting their energy on things that don't produce what we would like to see produced. So I think that this has I think it has some possibilities. I would like to see it further fleshed out and not just someone take it over and we don't see it again till next legislative session. That's important to me that and then once again, we focus on the prevention element of this and then build into it what we know is best practice already when it comes to bullying, when it comes to suicide, when it comes to alcohol prevention, drug, on and on and on, all those things. If we can wrap those into a singular prevention strategy, one that's beneficial for schools, time consuming and financially, I think that would be wise. So thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Earl. Board Member Norton, you have a comment to this?
Well, maybe. I'm wondering, can we combine the motion with from number 3 and number 1 together to direct staff to work on both of those, or do those need to be 2 separate motions?
You can make an amendment to add number 1. I believe that's how you would say it, to potential amendments to Utah Code as proposed in number 1, and then you would add and number 3 and then you'd say number 1.
Okay, that's what I would like to do. I would like to add to
Number
our
1.
original motion to also add number 1.
Second.
I have a second to that motion, Chair Huntsman. So any discussion to that amendment? Seeing none, so the amendment on the floor on the table is to add number 1 to the original motion. I need please take a vote. Everyone vote, please. I'm seeing that that's unanimous. Okay, so the motion before the board now is that the board directs staff to work with legislators on potential amendments to Utah Code as proposed in number 1 and number 3. Discussion to that amended motion. Board Member Moss.
Just quickly, I had some questions, but I just want to speak in favor of part 3. I just think it's an excellent idea to allow that kind of flexibility. And I hope that with that flexibility, we provide a bit of guidance on what's working so far and what's not, but I'm all in favor of freeing this up. So.
Thank you. Board Member Earl, sorry. You're on mute.
Sorry, I thought I unmuted it, but I just want to be clear. This will be coming back to us when? Because I don't want to, once again, 3 months, should we put a time frame on this just so that we're in the loop on what's going on with this? Or does staff already have an idea of when this maybe would be returning?
If in Jeff's presentation, he said he wanted to be able to start working on this for the interim meetings. Is that accurate, Jeff?
That is correct. And they would be able to, as early as that interim committee on the 18th of May, open a bill file. The hope is it will be a committee bill file so that the Ed interim committee will actually work on it as a committee. And there would be opportunities with drafts going back and forth for the board to look at those and provide some feedback as well.
So which legislator is heading this up?
So when a committee bill is created, the committee chairs select or ask a particular member of the committee to be the sponsor of the bill. So that would be determined in the committee hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Hart, you have a question about this motion?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if people would feel more comfortable with an amendment that indicates that it would come back to the board at some point, or is that not needed?
I would just say once we've made the motion for our staff to work with legislators, then they would begin to write the bill and have to go back and forth in their committees. Angie may have more clarification on that. Molly, go ahead, Angie.
I just wanted to explain a little bit what the process looks like for committee bills and how we don't know exactly when they might get it drafted. It could be that it's something that's drafted early and available in August, but it may not be until as late as October or November. And what we can do is we can ask the committee and the chairs if we can share a protected draft with the board, if possible, before it goes to a committee. And but again, it's really it's their legislative drafters, and so it will just depend on the timing about when. Sometimes with the legislature, as you may know, their bills don't really become public until a day or two before their meetings, you know, whatever the standing committee or the interim committee is. But we could let them know that the board would like to have a chance to look at it. Say if the interim committee is going to look at it in September or October, that they allow us to share it with you in the September board meeting right before that interim committee. The other thing that happens, and again, a lot of this, we aren't sure how the committee is going to handle it. I'll just tell you that in the past, when they've had committee bills, sometimes they'll create a work group, and it may even be that they'll say, hey, why don't we have a couple of board members, a couple legislators participate on the work group? Sometimes it's as simple as, we already think we have an idea, so let's just have ledge staff work with USBE staff on a draft and then bring it to a committee meeting. It's just hard to know right now at this point, but what I can commit to you is that we will do our best to make sure that you all, if we can have permission to share a protected draft or a draft with you all before it goes to the committee, we will ask for that, or see what we can do, or see if they're going to have legislators involved, see if we can add, you know, a couple of board members as well to those, whatever meetings occur.
Thank you. Thank you, Angie.
Great.
Thank you, Board Member Hart. Board Member Hutchings.
I just wanted to say I'm in favor of this, number 3 particularly, both, but 1 and 3, but 3 in particular because it integrates, it consolidates, it allows schools to prioritize and hopefully be more efficient. It does kind of leave the question hanging about effectiveness, and I just wanted to bring up as a part of that there's been discussion asking for some data about these prevention efforts, how effective are they? And when this comes back, I think the board would appreciate some information on that, or even part of a study session in the future to dig in a little deeper on the effectiveness of these prevention programs. Thanks.
Oh, I love those 3 words, Stacy. Thank you. Board Member Moss.
Sorry, last question. Just procedural. I just want to make sure I understand. There's a lot of back and forth between the committee and hopefully us before they took, before we put our stamp on it, it would come back in whatever final version for us to review and vote on whether we approve whatever that process came up with, correct? Hopefully in the meantime, there's discussion. but certainly at the end, when the bill's ready, comes to us, we vote whether to approve or not, correct?
Go ahead.
Thank you. And yes, I mean, you know, this is a really new thing, I think, for education. When I used to work in tax, the tax commission, they would have like 12 to 17 bills through their interim process that were all generally recommendations from the agency, the tax commission and the tax commissioners. And it's really a cool thing to have bills done in that education or that interim committee process, because those bills usually get on the board and pass within the first week or two, and it gives kind of the public an opportunity to watch that process grow. And I think a lot of these conversations about what the prevention programs look like and the data, I think those are all going to be things that you'll hear the Education Interim Committee ask for as well. What I don't know is how, again, when a bill will be available, but I can commit to you, we as staff could come and give maybe an update during a policy request item in the future as we know more. And I think there will definitely be opportunities for you all to take a position, whether that's before a draft goes to the Education Interim Committee or after. The Education Interim Committee always respects and appreciates the board's position. So I know they'd be asking for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Angie. Okay, seeing no other hands, the motion before the board is that the board directs staff to work with legislators on potential amendments to Utah Code as proposed in refile 2002 HB 487 Education False Claims Amendment Utah Code to enact a new chapter of code with the title G 63G Chapter 6A for false claims specific to public education. And then number 3 was to create a prevention plan block grant that would allow an LEA with an approved comprehensive prevention plan to receive its current prevention programs fund combined in a block grant to achieve the approved prevention plan, changing statute in order to allow LEAs to combine prevention grant funding and efforts as amended. Okay, please vote. I see it's unanimous. Anyone see different?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. That was a bit of a heavy lift. We'll take a look at number 2 and see where it should land as leadership. It is 12:43. We will reconnoiter here, meaning after lunch at 1:15, so we can continue our work. That gives you 3 extra minutes for lunch. So we'll see you at 1:15.
I think you mean reconvene too.
Yeah, and then we'll reconvene. Did I say reconvey? Okay.
No, we were going to reconnoiter, which sounds a little sneaky, but that's
well, yeah, it's just a word I love to use, and maybe Scott likes it because it reconnoiters an Army word. So, okay, see you at 1:15. Hello, board members. We're ready to start again. I love it when we see faces popping up. It's so exciting. So I'm just going to do a quick roll call just to make sure that we have a quorum. Well, maybe oh, Angie took the screen already. Let me just make sure we have a quorum here. Yes, we do. Just by seeing your faces. Yep, we have a quorum, so we can go ahead and begin. All right. We are going to go to our committee reports now. And we're going to go ahead and start with the audit committee. And so I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chair Davis.
Thank you. The Internal Audit Department concluded its audit with our ESP, Educational Service Providers. And the committee moves that the board release the Education Service Provider Audit Report to the public.
So the motion from audit committee is that the board releases the Educational Service Provider Audit Report to the public. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, please vote. It looks like it's unanimous. Is that correct?
It looks like to me.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Hansen, you have a question? I mean, sorry, Chair Scott.
Member Hansen for this. I just had a question as to if there were any opportunity for actions based on the results of that audit. Did the audit committee have any actions for USBE to take the non-compliances that were found?
In the non-compliances, Vice Chair Davis, do you want to take that, or should we turn that over to Deputy to CAE Davis?
We can turn it over to CAE Davis. I think that there was more information that's needed, but let's turn it over to CAE Davis.
Debbie?
Good afternoon. Are you ready? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so Chief Audit Executive Debbie Davis. Happy to answer your question. So the board, the report does include some recommendations, recommended action. And generally what happens once the report is released, of course, it's published, it's put on our website, and then we establish a corrective action process. And so a member of the superintendency or possibly multiple would be assigned, and we follow up on about a 90-day interval to see how corrective action is going based on the concerns that were identified in the audit. That's not to say that the board can't weigh in on corrective action. There's definitely information, particularly in the first part of the report, that was provided so that the board can consider if there are policy actions, rules, anything statutory that needs to happen, so the board could consider that as well. But it's just as outlined in the report, there's recommendations. And so if board leadership would like to assign the audit to a committee to consider further, that's an option also, in addition to the regular corrective action process.
Board Member Hansen?
Yeah, thank you. I would really like to see with some of these non-compliances, some concrete board action with regard to perhaps a checklist for items that need to be considered when we're using ESP, a model contract when we're making a procurement contract with the ESPs, and there's some background check and other issues that need to be addressed. If I'm hearing an assurance that that's going to be addressed in, or I can raise those items to board leadership to be placed in a committee if that's the proper way to do that. I thought a little more discussion today.
We can, honestly, Board Member Hansen, we can have all the discussion you would like on this within reason. But I also think that your 3 comments have now been noted, and that we will have to take those under, I don't know, that sounds odd, under advisement, but under another look.
Okay, let me do that then. Just make the request to board leadership that we either send this to a committee or bring it back before the board for some concrete action to address the findings of noncompliance. From the USBE, not just from the LEAs.
Does that need a second?
I don't know that that's a motion. That is a recommendation to go back to leadership. So thank you, but thank you for your second as well. And Chair Hansen, that may be something we'll discuss in executive as well. I don't know where, okay? Any other discussion on this motion? Oh, they're not a motion on this request. Okay. Board Member Lear, you're on mute.
Not so fast. I just wanted to add a attaboy to Scott's comment and would like to see the same and would like to be kept updated regularly because not all of us are in audit committee about what corrective action is happening and at some point it seems like if there isn't corrective action, then some of these and I'm just thinking out loud, so don't everybody get hysterical, but if the corrective action isn't going forward successfully, then, and I forget what the acronym is, these ESPs should be prohibited from working with LEAs, it seems to me, but that's maybe down the road a piece. Thanks.
I appreciate that. There is no corrective action at this time. However, it's only recommendations from the audit that are out there, and then the board can move forward with some of those recommendations.
Okay, that helps. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Huntsman?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is a question, if the chair's good with this, is to have Debbie Davis repeat again what she said the next steps are when we release an audit, where it goes staff and then the staff take a look at it and then they start formulating actionable items along with us. So can that be restated, please?
Yes, it can. Debbie, can you kind of maybe get that in a list of, however, it could be this or that, depending on what comes. So go ahead.
Yes, happy to do that. So the process now is with the report released, internal audit sends the report to the audit client, which is the superintendency. The board is aware, right? And it's made public on our website. We also set up in our audit tracking database, we will contact the superintendency and ask them who they would like the primary contact to be regarding corrective action on the audit. And that individual is responsible essentially for guiding the corrective action process. So that's kind of outside of internal audit's purview, actually taking the corrective action. That's a management function to do that. So that individual will direct the corrective action, then audit. What we do or required to do with our standards is follow up and just say, how's it going? And we report back to the audit committee, and we do that on a 90-day interval. So that's the general process. Included with that, and just depending on the nature of the audit, the corrective action, and I believe based on the discussion today, the superintendency is probably taking notes as well, that, okay, this will come back, you know, there are things that the board would like to happen with corrective action. And so whether that goes to board committee, there are lots of ways to approach corrective action and what's taken. And as mentioned, this audit does have a lot of information that could be helpful for decision making, and that would be at the board's level also. So the next step is assign the primary contact, start working on corrective action, and as the board would like to be involved, that individual with primary responsibility can work with the board or a specific committee moving forward.
Thank you, Debbie. Board Member Moss?
Just a quick procedural question, and I've read the audit, but do we have access to all the information we need to conduct these audits? Are there any other, institutional or process issues that need to be or might need to be considered as a matter of board rule or legislation to make, this work most efficiently?
Debbie, go ahead.
Would you like me to respond to that? Yes, and maybe I'll point you to section 3 of the audit. Is on data reliability, and it outlines some of the challenges we had trying to obtain data for this audit. We do have additional information that we could provide if necessary, but the data reliability section 3 of the audit does outline some challenges. The board did, I believe it was last November, a few months ago, we updated R277-116, and it does include now if an entity that we're auditing is not providing sufficient information, if they're not being responsive, the audit committee can request the entity to come to audit committee and have a conversation at that point. So I believe having that in the rule now as we're starting our next audits will be helpful. We could certainly consider if there are other things that need to be in play based on what we're experiencing in trying to get data and information and do efficient audits.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Thank you, Board Member Moss. Board Member Straight?
Yes, I think I was negligent in the idea that, you know, being a part of these discussions and being on the audit committee, sometimes I think I forget that we've been through all of this, but the rest of the board hasn't. And I know there was an opportunity to read it. I would encourage everyone to read through that and become very familiar, because there are some very important things that need to be addressed. And I don't want to go over that whole list, but Chair Hansen did hit upon some of those, and there's others. So please be diligent and look over that report very carefully.
Thank you, Board Member Straight. And you're like me, I keep calling Chair Hansen because he chairs our committee. So we'll just probably keep doing that. So, all right, I appreciate this dialogue. Okay, we will go to number 11, Finance Committee reports. Committee Chair Moss, are you presenting today? Are you presenting the motions?
I am, thank you.
Thank you.
So the first two items are related. Action item 11.2 is distribution of funds from the trust distribution account. And the committee moves that the board approves R277-477 draft 1 on second and final reading.
So the motion before the board is that the board approves R277-477 distributions of funds from the trust distribution account and administration of the school land trust program draft 1 on second and final reading. Seeing no discussion, please vote. I believe that's unanimous.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Chair.
Second item, thank you, 11.3 on school community councils. And the recommended action here is that the committee moves that the board approves R277-491, draft 1 on second and final reading. And I can offer a brief explanation on these two, if that's okay.
Yeah, you should probably do that before you do your motion, however, but go ahead.
Last time I was told to make the motion first and stop.
Okay, then you just do it. However, Chair Huntsman tells you to do it is the right way.
I'm just kidding. Okay, so these two rule changes had two basic slight tweaks. One is to move back the date for website postings from October 1st to October 20th to give time for elections, discussion, etc. The second was to replace the requirement of an annual report to the audit committee to an annual written report to the finance committee. Those both came out of the Trust Lands Advisory Committee.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry to put you on the spot like that. Okay, so the motion before the board is the board approve R277-491 School Community Council Draft 1 on second and final reading. Seeing no discussion, please vote. I see that as unanimous. Thank you. Go ahead, Chair Moss.
All right, 11.4 is a amendment and continuation on Rule R277-122. And sorry, let me get back to the motion. Motion is that the board continue and approve R277-122 draft 1 on second and final reading. And if I could on this one, the staff has reviewed the rule and recommended amendments to take into account recent changes to state procurement rules and update procurement thresholds. So there are a couple of changes lifting those requirement rules. We've lost, I think, Zach And so I think Ben is available if anybody has questions on that one.
I have a clarifying question, Chair Moss. So when you're saying they were updated, this was updated in the meeting, not since the meeting.
In the finance meeting?
Yes.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
Not since what was done in finance.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So the motion before the board is that the committee moves that the board continues and approves our 277-122 Board of Education Procurement Draft 1 on second and final reading. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please vote. I mean, all vote. Everyone vote. I see that as unanimous. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, next item, 11.5. Sorry. Here we go. Motion for the board is the committee moves that the board continues R277-485 loss of enrollment on second and final reading. That does not have any amendment, just continuation.
Okay, so the motion is that from the committee is that the board continues our 277-485 loss of enrollment on the second and final reading. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, please vote. Okay, I think I'm going to have to read these out because we're online. I think that's the new law. Okay, so voting yes is Board Member Booth, Board Member Cannon, Board Member Vice Chair Davis, Board Member Earl, Board Member Hanson, Board Member Hart, Board Member Huntsman, Board Member Hutchings, Board Member Hymas, Board Member Lear, Board Member Moss, Board Member Norton, and Board Member Straight. Voting no was Board Member Klein. Did I get that accurately?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Number 11.6. This is a big one. We reviewed the budget for all the departments, divisions, sections, etc., and received in-depth briefing from Assistant Superintendent Jacobson, Deputy Superintendent Jones, who I think either or both are here. Motion for the board is the committee moves that the board approve the proposed state fiscal year 2023 budgets.
Okay, so the motion from the committee is that the board approves the proposed state fiscal year 2023 budget. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing Board Member Klein?
I noticed it says 700,000 for after school program. Is that the Utah After School Network that money's going to?
Vice Chair, could I defer that to staff, either to Deputy Superintendent Jones or Assistant Superintendent Jacobson?
Absolutely.
Madam Chair, it's Scott.
Go ahead.
Yeah, can you recognize Assistant Superintendent Jacobson? We can pull that up real quick.
That'd be great.
Yeah. Deborah, do you have that $700,000?
Can you tell me which line you see that in?
Board Member Klein, please.
I don't remember what line it was on. I just remember seeing it in there. It just says after school program.
Right, it's in there, but I think what you're asking is whether or not the $700,000 is in support of any contract with that entity. Is that what you're asking, ma'am?
Correct. Is that money going to Utah After School Network for their program?
The RFPs for funding for the next year we have not entered into any new procurements yet. New year procurements will not, we won't start going through those processes until about mid-May. So,
and then each of those will come before us individually to be
all contracts. Yeah. All contracts over 100,000 will come to you. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Klein. Vice Chair Davis.
Yeah, is there someone here that can clarify just about that question? Is UAN a program? Does it have a program? Does it work with kids after school? That's a programmatic question, and maybe it should come somewhere different in the agenda. I don't know.
I think it's appropriate.
Can we defer on that one as well? I'm not sure who the
Yeah,
best
to
person-
somebody.
I'll defer to Scott and whoever he defers to.
Okay, it looks like a board vice deputy, like Superintendent Dixon has her hand up. Sorry, Sid.
That's fine. I mean, I'm certainly not the expert on it. We have staff who are, but they are an organization, they're an association who supports after-school programs. So they're a network. They provide, I don't know, a variety of types of support. So, for example, Boys and Girls Club might belong to the Utah After School Network, but it's the Boys and Girls Club who would provide the actual after-school programming to the kids in their program. So it's more of an association or an organization rather than offering direct services, to my knowledge.
Vice Chair Davis, follow up?
Yeah, no, thank you. That helps because I think there's confusion in the land about it.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Klein?
I do know that they provide training to some extent. However, how much they do, I don't know. But they do provide training for groups that do give direct services to the kids in the after school programs.
Board Member Klein, may I do a follow-up? I'm trying to get clarity as well. Training to whom?
To anybody, I assume anybody that gives direct services to the kids in the after school programs.
I'm just wondering if there's somebody who works in the after school programs who can give us clear guidance on that as well. Sid, I'm just going to hold and see if you can't get staff, and I'm going to go on to Board Member Hymas.
Yeah, I guess to kind of go along with Board Member Klein's, just simply a yes or no, do we give the UAN money? Staff, can you answer that?
I think we're trying to find that information and if they were part of the procurement process. So I guess we're looking at for two things. Do we give them money, and really who do they train, and just a little more clarity on this one. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is that okay, Board Member Hymas? Is that right?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Chair Huntsman?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a point of order here. This is not about programs. This is a compliance part of what we do as a State Board of Education. And this is the budgeting part of it. The contracts and everything that's behind this still comes before the board, but this is, again, just for clarity reason, that this is to propose, that the proposal before the board, that the board approve the state fiscal year 2023 budget. It's a budget. It's not everything that's behind it yet, but this is for transparency. And if I'm wrong in my perception before I vote, can I direct this question for clarity to Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones?
I think you can, Chair. I think this is actually about the $700,000 for after-school programs that somebody's trying to figure out where that money's going to vote up or down on this. That would be my perception. Deputy Superintendent Jones?
So, Madam Chair, Chair Huntsman is correct. What we're seeking is in compliance to the Budgetary Procedures Act, and you as the board and the public, approving or the 2023 budget. However, it is pertinent or relevant for a board member to look at the particular line items within the proposed budget you're reviewing and looking at. So it is relevant, the question that came up about the $700,000 or any other part or piece of the budget as part of this process that ultimately is, or we're seeking to meet the compliance piece to the Budgetary Procedures Act. I hope that helps answer the question.
Thank you. I think they're actually both probably accurate. I believe that we have someone on who can answer this. Dr. Dixon, who is that coming in?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have Camille Sheik, if we can get her elevated. Jerry, I don't know if you're able to do that. And Camille works with our after school and out of school programs.
Is she in yet? I'm going to go ahead and go to Board Member Earl's question, and then maybe, because they'll all glom together, maybe.
She's not in yet.
Okay.
I think Scott Jones kind of answered this, but I think this is part of, we just don't approve a budget to approve a budget, right? Just to say that part of the transparency is actually vetting on the items that are within here and asking questions where we have questions. But we could move all but forward except for the item that is in question. Is that accurate? If we had or does it have to be done in whole?
We can do that, Board Member. I think part of the conundrum where Chair Huntsman is that moving forward, there is no approval of any program at this time. We're approving the budget for RFPs to go out and so that it can move forward. We're not approving a program. So I can see where
yeah, and I do understand that, but I guess just the transparency of knowing where the programs have previously been funded, right? And also that the money is set aside for a specific entity traditionally used. So that's where the question comes in.
So are you making a motion?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion that we approve the budget except for the 700,000 at this point until we have further information. And I guess 700,000, I don't know, I guess it'd have to spell out, I don't know what it says on that line.
After school programs.
After school programs.
It's on there. Do I have a second to that?
I'll second.
Board Member Hymas. Oh, well, hello. You got off your phone finally. Maybe your internet's back up.
It is. Thank you.
Good. Okay. So the motion before the board is that the committee moves that the board, oh, somebody moved it, that the board approves the proposed state fiscal year 2023 budget with the exception of the budget item that includes after school funding at $700,000. Okay, so we have a lot of questions and or comments here. Questions would be very helpful. Okay, Vice Chair Davis. Should we, Vice Chair, would you care if we got some answers to the other questions first? Because Camille is here.
Can I add one quick question to it?
You bet.
When I was researching this to try to figure out the true story with UAN and Planned Parenthood and all that discussion online, I thought we were only talking about the after-school tutoring we were doing through the CARES Act funding and the ESSER funds, et cetera. But actually, I think I read something where the legislature appropriated some money, and I think it was $700,000, but I don't know if I'm remembering correctly. So is this $700,000 appropriated by the legislature that we have to put into action for after-school programs, or is this a different $700,000 that's completely up to our discretion? Or is this through the ESSER groups that we voted on, where we knew explicitly who the groups were that were providing the after-school tutoring, regardless of who was in the after-school network? We knew which ones were providing when we voted on the ESSER funds.
Okay, Camille, are you here and have you heard this conversation?
No, I'm just jumping in late. I apologize. I was just on a quick call with one of our rural programs that lost their executive director, and we're trying to get reimbursements made. I'm so sorry. Camille, specialist.
Thank you, Camille. So you've heard one question, but the other one is that do we provide money to the Utah, what is it? Somebody help me with the name.
Utah After School Network?
Yes. Do we provide money, and how was that procured? And
of course.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I am not sure of this particular $700,000 for after. This is the first time I'm hearing this amount, so I can definitely research that and get back to you as soon as possible. But through some federal funding, we do support the Utah After School Network to provide quality improvement efforts to our funded after school program. So them working with kind of a mentor or coach to really connect with the school day. So they're bringing, what's going on in the school day to the after school space, getting teachers involved. And that's through our federal 21st Century Grant. So it's not state funds. So I'm not sure what these funds are in particular.
Okay, you might get some more questions, especially if we didn't get those answered. So Vice Chair Davis, did your question get answered?
You're muted.
Okay, I'm just going to keep listening to people. What I thought I heard her say was that the after-school tutoring was coming from a federal grant, but this $700,000 might be from a different source, but not state funds. Did I
No,
hear
700 is state.
Is this 700 is state, and was it allocated by the legislature?
I am
for this purpose.
May I respond?
Yes.
I am not sure. I hadn't been aware of the $700,000, so I can only speak to the federal funds that we use to support after-school programs across the state. So I don't know.
Thank you. Deputy Superintendent Jones, do you have a response to that?
Yes. So, or actually, Madam Chair, I have something that I'll say that might help clarify this a little bit further.
Go ahead.
What the action that we're asking you to take is for the budget for FY 2023. So the budget for FY 2023 is for the legislature appropriated federal money for after school programs, right? It's $1,933,000, which is what Camille is saying, right? For that. There is this existing amount that I believe Board Member Klein is talking about, which to me is not what we're seeking here, which I think goes back to Chair Huntsman's point. What we're seeking is for approval of the budget, but any contract for anything with any type of vendor would be vetted by you at a later date for money that was approved by you for your budget for fiscal year 2023. I think what Board Member Klein is, and I'd ask her to clarify this, is referring to is the existing contract and the amount of money that was already approved previously. So what you're doing is the process we're asking you to do is to approve your budget for next year, right? If there's already a contract in place or already funding, and the whole $700,000 does not go to UAN, I'm sure that, but I don't have it in front of me how to break it down. So I believe Board Member Klein is referring to something that already exists, something that's already being paid out of your budget. What we're asking you to do is to approve your budget for after-school programs. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're approving a particular vendor. That comes later. That comes later when we actually enter into the process of RFPs or seeking vendors to provide those programs. That concludes my input, which I hope is helpful, not confusing. So. Okay,
Scott, that's actually very helpful and clarified my brain that what is the motion on the table is to remove this. However, we're just approving a proposed budget, not any vendor or anything else in there. Is that accurate, Scott?
Yes, ma'am. Subject to Board Member Klein's clarity on where she's getting the $700,000. We really need to know where she's coming up with that amount. Is it in a particular line in the proposed budget? Or is it the existing amount of money that's already been committed or obligated for contracts for after-school programs? If she could help clarify that, I think that would help you all know what we're seeking here as far as the proposed budget for FY 2023. We are not seeking approval of using any 2023 money at this point. Well, not any, but for these purposes, for a particular vendor.
Okay.
Chair, may I?
Board Member Klein, can you answer that?
Yeah, so the 700,000 was one of the line items in the budget. That's where that amount came from. My question is, are the contracts that we will approve for after school programs, do they fall under the Utah After School Network? Are those programs and those groups required to receive training from the Utah After School Network?
Okay, so
can these groups, these other programs exist without the Utah After School Network in our state.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to some clarifying information from Chair Huntsman that was helpful, is that we really need to stay on the budget piece right now. And I was thinking it vacillates because whether it's 700,000 or after school programs, we're not doing anything programmatic today.
Right.
We're just saying this is the money that is set aside for after school programs. So and then Board Member Klein, I think it would be appropriate at some point for us to find the answer about the programmatic piece.
Yeah, I was just trying to give some clarity as to why I was asking, because if all the programs that we end up approving later on end up having to fall under Utah After School Network, that makes a difference in whether this should, in my opinion, be approved or not.
Okay, I appreciate that question, that comment, and if somebody could gather that, does it have to? Board Member Hanson?
I'm not sure where we are now without knowing exactly where that 700,000 is for, but my understanding is that we're approving a budget and that any contract would come before us, and then we could voice any concerns about the vendor that we were contracting with, and veto or not vote down any contract that was with the vendor we didn't think was appropriate. Ongoing funds have already been approved, so if we have an idea where that specific line item is so we can see that, it would be very helpful in this budget. But otherwise, I'd like to amend the motion so that we and move that we vote to approve the budget with the understanding that any specific contracts associated with the after-school programs of whatever value will come back to the board and be flagged to our attention.
Okay, so you want to remove from the amended motion on the floor right now to be that the board approves the proposed state fiscal year 2022 budgets and have all after-school programs brought back for an up or down vote by the board.
Any contracts having to do with after-school programs, yes, come back to the board for review and approval.
I'll second.
I can't really tell what exactly we're taking out or adding.
We're taking out the 700,000 that was removed. I just think we need to move the budget forward so that we can function, and then we can, as a review measure, so that we can do our research and due diligence. We can have any contracts that go out having to do with this area of concern that's been identified, after school programs. We can have those come back to the board and we can look at those. Then we'll have some time to put together the information we need. We can speak more intelligently about what we're doing on those after school programs.
And I'll second that, Vice Chair.
Okay, so in this case, we're not saying anything about $700,000. We're just saying, and requests for contracts related to after school programs come back to the board for review. Is this accurate what's on the board there? Okay, we have a motion to amend. So we need to make the amendment first, and the amendment is to remove the 700,000 and to put back in request contracts related to after school programs be brought back to the board for review. So we're taking out the removal of the $700,000 language and bringing back what I know it's kind of hard because the screen keeps flipping. Okay. Does anyone need clarification as to what the amendment is on the table?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Chair.
Yeah, I'd like to see it on a screen if we can get staff to bring it up to show. I'm doing some research on the side. I'm trying to find that exact $700,000 that's listed and how
we can't find it. Nobody's finding it, Chair. That's why if the 700 is out, then it makes a little more clarity here.
Madam Chair, this is Scott.
Yes. Yes.
So we can, it's in the backup, so we can bring it up and we can show you where the proposed budget for FY23 because student support services does not have any budget for after school programs except for the federal grant. And that federal grant is more than $700,000. So, and I cannot see, but we'll follow back up with Board Member Klein to make sure that her concern is addressed on that particular $700,000. So here you go.
I don't think we need to pull this whole thing up because it's not there. $700,000 is listed nowhere on here.
Well, all I'm saying is without knowing for sure what line item Board Member Klein is referencing, you know, she says she saw it, and I believe her that she saw $700,000. But for the Utah After School Network, right, particularly, there's no budget for the Utah After School Network. The only budget is for after school programs that we're proposing to you within the Student Support Services Federal Programs line item. And then Deborah, which number is it? Can we call out the number for it?
And that's where my concern is.
Right.
Motion is, this is about numbers and budgets, not programs. And now we're making it an exception to that, minimizing our budget. Moving forward which is all about programs. So I'm very confused about our proposal.
Right, it's numbers 1, 2, and 3. I respectfully request that all board members look at line items number 1, 2, and 3 within the Student Support Services Federal Programs.
I did have that marked down as the after school, the 21st century one. So I'm not sure where the 700,000 came from, or I wrote down, but the 21st century one, those line items I think I definitely saw those too, and that's what caught my eye. If there's 700,000 somewhere else, I don't know. I had written it down.
I think that's the amount that you saw on a either a contract or a contract amendment. So I'll follow back up with you, ma'am. Your question is relevant. It's pertinent. We want to make sure that you're seeing, you know, you and the public and all the other board members are seeing what we're proposing to you. And so I'll follow back up with you. But again, with items 1, 2, and 3, all we're seeking today is your approval of the proposed FY 2023 budget, which would include this federal money for after-school programs. Specific vendors or, you know, use of these funds comes later as part of the process of either RFPs or updates by way of the monthly budget report to all board members and the public. Madam Chair, that concludes my input to this. I think Assistant Superintendent Jacobson might have some additional input too.
Thank you. Will you go back to the amendment, the amended motion on the table? So what we have on the table is to remove the language with the exception of the budget item that includes $700,000, which of after-school programs, which we don't even know where it is, and replace the language with and request contracts related to after-school programs come back to the board for review. Is anyone speaking to this motion to take that one out and to add that line? Vice Chair Davis?
I am speaking to it, but I believe he said that he wanted programs of any value to come back, not just those over a certain amount of money, but any after-school programs that are going to be working with our students. He wanted to.
I think that's what it says when what's being added.
There's no limitation there. It just says all contracts related to after-school programs would come back.
Okay, I'd like to speak to this motion. I think, you know, it makes sense moving forward, particularly since we don't, you know, we can approve what's going to be used for these monies. But at some point, I do think we do need to know, and I'm going to reiterate these two questions that Board Member Klein asked, and I realize that this might come at another time, but there are 300 plus organizations that are part of this network of all the organizations that work under UAN. So the question is, if one of those is not good or we don't want that working with students, does that mean we should never use any of the other 299? And I think that's really where we're going to have to figure out as a board. And the other important question is, are all these organizations, what she asked, are all these other organizations required to have training by this sort of coordinator umbrella organization that helps people know what all the programs are out there that can do after school service for kids? These are, I think, at the crux of the concern. And at some point, I think we need those answers. My understanding is that training is not required to be part of this network. And my other understanding is that UAN doesn't hire these programs, but they help people to know all these programs that exist. I may need more clarification myself to know to what extent exactly how those connections work. But I think it's important to remember that there are more than 300 programs that are in this network of all these programs that help kids after school. So we need to be thoughtful and careful about where we are putting our funds moving forward and in who will be working with our students and our teachers. Thanks.
Okay, I just would like to reiterate, anything programmatic is not speaking to this amendment. So I'd like, if you're speaking to this amendment, to take out the first part and add the ending part. If you're speaking to that. Board Member Earl.
Yes, I appreciate Scott Hansen's motion. I think this is appropriate that we can get correct information on this as we move forward. So I am speaking for this.
Thank you, Board Member Earl. Is there anyone else? Deborah, Scott, and Dr. Dixon, you have your hands up. Are you speaking?
Yeah, we found the $700,000.
Well, there we go.
Yeah, Board Member Klein is referring to the CNP budget for $700,000 for after-school programs, which is meal programs. If that's the amount, it's in the.
So maybe the numbers got transposed with after-school programs versus meal programs.
It's the same verbiage. So you see in student services, it says after-school programs. If you go to the CNP proposed budget, which I'm not sure where that is. Yeah, you got to pull the CNP one up.
I do have CNP written down. I didn't know what that meant on my notes.
Yeah, that's the child nutrition program. And that's what you're referring to. It's line item number 2. It says after school program. That's a meal program. And that's where the $700,000 is.
Well, that's good to note. Thank you, Scott.
No, that's great. You know what? I sincerely appreciate Board Member Klein going line by line and looking through this. This is exactly the dialogue we need for the transparency and to be forward facing. So thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Dr. Dixon, do you have something on this amendment?
I do. 2 things. One, I just need to correct something that Vice Chair Davis indicated. She used the words, and maybe Vice Chair Davis, it was not your intent to use this word, but you said provide oversight. And the Utah After School Network does not provide oversight. They're not in charge of any after school program. My second thing is going back to the motion about talking about programs. I just, in terms of this amendment, I think you don't need an amendment for this, but you could just request that the Utah After School Network discussion happen in one of the committees in the June meeting so that we can clear up any information. I think Camille has a list of things she could probably talk about. It would just make the motion, the amendment cleaner, I think, if you could pop that out.
Thank you. Anyone else? Can I have the amendment back up on the screen, please? Anyone else speaking to this amendment? Okay, so the amendment is to remove, with the exception of the budget item that includes $700,000 for after-school programs, and replace the language with, and request contracts related to after-school programs come back to the board for review. Any discussion to this motion? This amendment? Seeing none, please vote. Oh, wait. Brent, you just have to.
I'm so sorry. Member Moss has his hand raised.
Well, I actually knew they both had their hand raised. I just didn't know if it was to this amendment. That's what I'm asking. Board Member Straight.
Well, so I don't think the $700,000 applies anymore. I think
it doesn't.
So.
But it was already an amendment on the table.
Oh.
So we have to re-amend it.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I don't mind doing that, but in the final analysis, my experience is that this amount of money, you're going to have to go out to bid. Lowest qualified bidder, qualified, you're going to have to go out to bid. And then you're going to have to go out to bid. And then you're going to have to go out to bid. And then you're going to have to go out to bid. And then you're going to have to go out to bid. And then you're going to have to go out to bid. And then you're going to have to go out to bid. And then you're going to have to go out to bid. And then you're going to have to go out to bid. And then you're going to have to go out to bid. And then you're going to have to go out to bid. And then you're going to have to go out to bid. And then you're going to have to go out to bid. And then you're going to have to go out to bid. And then you're going to have to go out to bid. And then you're going to have to go out to bid. And then you're going to have to go out to bid. And then you're going to have to go out to bid. And then you're going to have to go out to bid. And then you're going to have to go out to bid. And then you're going to have to go out to bid. And then you're going to have to go out to bid. And then you're going to have to go out to bid. And then you're going to have to go out to bid. And then you're going to have to go out to bid. And then you're going to have to go out can we legally disqualify a bidder? And I guess that isn't even necessarily the question. If you go back to Board Member Davis, it seems like it's even more complex than that. So I'm just concerned about the whole direction. We passed the same thing on Tuesday night. And nothing is set in stone, nothing. We plugged in numbers for COLA, we plugged in numbers for all sorts of different things that are all preliminary. It's the beginning budget process. It's the beginning of the budget process, which you have to do every year in order. So I'm not in favor of the motion or the, because we're going to have more shots at this. And I really have the question, I'd like someone to answer the question is, can we disqualify a bidder based on a political agenda?
Okay, so I think that we probably put that over here, Brent, and not take it off, but just remember that we want that answered at some point. Board Member Moss?
I just wanted to speak in favor of the amendment. I think it clarifies, it removes the $700,000 exception and approves the complete budget, which gives the money to go forward, and the programmatic element will be down the road. We could bring it to a committee in June for discussion of the after-school network. Any contract that's approved after the bid process would come back under this amendment, so we'll have that quality review. So I think this handles the budget that the Finance Committee is hoping to approve and move that forward, and then revisit the other stuff. At least as I understand the effect of the proposed amendment from Board Member Hanson. So I'm in favor.
Okay, I just have Board Member Blair.
I'm not sure if I somehow missed this in the discussion, but I thought we said that 700,000 is no longer applicable because it belongs to CMP. So why are we?
We're getting rid of it. That's the part we're taking out because the amendment was on the table. How about this? Without objection, does anyone have any problem with me taking out the First Amendment by Board Member Earl? Does anyone have an objection? If you have an objection, please raise your hand. Carol, do you have an objection to me taking out the First Amendment?
No, I don't.
Okay, so without objection, we're going to take out that first one. So the amendment to the original motion is to add at the end of it that the board approves the proposed fiscal year 2023 budget and requests contracts related to after-school programs come back to the board for review.
Non-CMP, can we add non-CMP school programs so as not to be confused with the?
I don't think it needs to be.
Okay.
Because it would.
I'll understand that we're not going to mess with the CMP programs. This is just the other group of programs. Is that okay?
Unless you want that in there, Board Member Lear, if you want to make an amendment.
I don't want to tie up the CMP programs. That's all. I want them to get food to kids.
So are you making a motion?
I am saying if there's a common understanding, I'm fine with this the way it's written.
Okay. Board Member Straight? Don't put that in there because that wasn't put in. Thank you. Okay. So
we need a second. I'll second.
I think it was already seconded because I think it was you who did it. However, I just wanted to make one comment on this, and I am not voting for this because all contracts already have to come back to the board. They have to be discussed. We get to review, we get to re-review, and I don't see any reason for it to come back. So I'm going to be voting no to this amendment because I think that's already in our rules and policies, in our bylaws, in our rules. Thank you. So the motion before the board is, will you pull that down a little bit? Oh, I guess we have to do the amendment first, is to amend the motion to add and request contracts related to after-school programs come back to the board for review. Seeing no more discussion, all in favor of, please vote about adding this amendment. Okay, I'm just going to do a quick roll call vote. Board Member Booth?
No.
Board Member Cannon?
Yes.
Board Member Klein?
Yes.
Board Member Davis?
Yes.
Board Member Earl?
Oh, yes.
Board Member Hanson?
Yes.
Board Member Hart?
Yes.
Board Member Chair Huntsman?
No.
Board Member Hutchings?
No.
Board Member Hymas?
Yes.
Board Member Lear? Board Member Lear?
No.
Board Member Moss?
Yes.
Board Member Norton?
No.
Board Member Straight?
No.
Sybil, does that pass?
No.
There's 8.
Yep,
Yes.
okay, that passes. Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board approves the proposed state fiscal year, that amendment passes, sorry. The motion before the board is the board approves the proposed state fiscal year 2023 budgets and request contracts related to after-school programs come back to the board for review as amended. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, please vote. I see that as unanimous. Anybody else? Okay, thank you. Phew. Chair Moss?
Thank you. All right, next up, item number 11 point. Let's see, I'm already ahead of, let's see.
11.7.
11.7, thank you. I was already in the document. So I'll make the motion first and then brief bit of background. The committee recommends that the board direct financial operations staff to follow the policies and procedures of state finance to effectively write off the remaining balance owed by Utah Mountain School, which failed to open. The background here is this school was approved. It went through various attempts to open, was not able to do so. And so the committee, with support of those involved with the revolving loan fund, have made the recommendation that the remaining balance of $109,000 be written off. The question presented was whether that money should come instead from the new charter school closure fund, and the committee and staff and those involved in the revolving loan fund determined that that fund did not apply here because its intent was to help with the closure costs of a school that actually opened, where this one did not. So I know Deputy Superintendent Jones can provide more explanation, but that is the motion.
Thank you. Board Member Norton?
Yes, I still have questions about House Bill 425 and that fund that was created, because it seems like this is the perfect reasoning to have it. And I don't, as I read through that bill again, it doesn't say what constitutes open. It doesn't say anything about you have children attending, because this is a charter that received a charter authorization, and it then was able to use that charter authorization to go ahead and get a loan from the charter board. And that to me seems like they're open for business. So that's my question. You know, who determines what open is? You know, if you can get money, it sounds like you're a living, breathing entity. And if that's not the case, then maybe we need to talk to staff about going back to the legislature and having something in there that will protect us.
Thank you, Board Member Norton. Board Member Earl?
My question is the charter school authorizer, which I'm thinking is the state charter board. I didn't see their recommendations in here. I saw something from their fiscal person, but what was their analysis on this? And maybe I just missed that.
I think that will go to Deputy Superintendent Jones, or Chair Moss. Do you have that?
If I could defer, I didn't see a vote on that. My understanding was that the charter board had recommended this, but I don't know that I saw a vote by the full board. Good question.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Stuart's here. He's staff for the SCSB. He can speak to what the SCSB recommended or did.
That would be great. Stuart?
Hi, Stuart Acobia, Financial Compliance Manager for the State Charter School Board. So this did not go to the State Charter School Board. They do recommend they have approved our closing manual. So we're following those procedures. But this did not go before them for a vote. And in the past, with the 3 other schools they've written off, it didn't go before them either.
Okay, I guess I'm just looking at the law itself, which is what 53F 9307, and just for closure reserve count, and it says that we'll work in partnership with the authorizer, and I guess the partnership doesn't have to be a vote. Is that maybe accurate? I guess it could be working with. I just wanted to know where they stood and what their direction was. So
it sounds like that the statute you quoted involves the closure account, the closure reserve accounts, but we're not recommending the funds come from there at all. The revolving loan is a self-funded program, and it's well-funded to be able to absorb this. And that's the procedures we've followed.
Oh, okay. That was a misunderstanding I had then. I thought it was coming through that, but you're saying it's coming through a different account, revolving loan account. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Board Member Earl. Deputy Jones, do you have something else or just your hands up?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. And I apologize. I've been trying to turn my camera on, so hopefully you can hear me okay. So, I mean, this is new territory in the sense that, you know, the legislature did, you know, pass or provide that funding. What we're saying as staff is that we can go back to the legislature on this. To Stuart's point, the past process has been just the write-off of the loan. So I just want to make sure that we're clear on that when we do that, that just basically means there's less money in the account or in the charter school revolving loan account, right? If the board wants to make a motion, I don't, you know, and Angie can jump in on this too if she wants from a policy perspective, but because it's new territory, if the board wants to vote to use that money to cover that particular loan, we would put that money in, you know, the closure funds, right, that were provided by the legislature. We would put that money back into the loan account. And we can do that subject to us working with the legislature to ensure clarity on, you know, this particular circumstance. I don't think anyone anticipated, you know, to be direct on, you know, when a situation occurs like this one where a school didn't open or didn't have students start, right? I mean, was it open? Yes. I mean, did students start? No. So I think I think there's a lot of understanding out there either way. If you want to have staff pursue, you know, with the legislature in the next session, that clarity. I hope that helps.
It does. Board Member Earl, did you have a follow-up?
My only follow-up is, as I'm thinking about this particular charter, they tried to open during the pandemic. So there's some, right? I mean, there's some unique situations even around this charter trying to get it off the ground in a pandemic. So I guess I'm just trying to get the full scope of what we're looking at here. In the last 2 years would have been, you know, especially for an outside organization, there just seems to be some more significant challenges than normal that would associate with this particular charter.
Thank you. Chair Moss, did you have something or just your hand is raised?
No, yeah, I do. Just a recommendation. I mean, I understand the approval of staff and charter board staff, having been there. I know they're deep in the weeds on this. I would suggest that we should take a look at revisiting the interplay here, especially, you know, as it's been presented, the priority of paying off the debts is an important question when a school closes or fails to open. And what's being followed in terms of determining priority is the charter school closure manual. And so the reference to closure, of course, kind of gets you into the territory of the closure fund. I'm in support of taking recommendations that came through finance here, but I think some real questions have been raised that need to be answered before the next time comes around. If it's not a closure, then what happens is should the loan be repaid before secured creditors, and should secured creditors be on notice that they're subject to that priority? Those are tough questions I don't have answers to, but it seems like we got some loose ends here that need to be cleared up.
Thank you. Board Member Norton?
Yep, that was my second follow-up question, was the priority of payments. So I'm taking my hand down.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Vice Chair Davis?
I agree that we need to look, procedurally for the future and tie up some of those loose ends, but just practically for this situation, once the debts are paid off, and I thought there weren't a lot of debts in this particular case, but maybe I understood that wrong. Where is the greater need in the charter system? Is the greater need for the debt to be written off in the revolving loan account for new people who need the revolving loan account, or is the greater need to keep that money in the closure account? Are they equally balanced? Does it make no difference whether we just write it off here, or would it be helpful for the system in general to take it from the closure account and put it into the revolving loan account? That's what I don't have clarity on to decide this.
Okay. I'm just going to go to Chair Huntsman.
Yes, if I might, I'm in favor of the recommendations from the Finance Committee. The original, as many of you know, we're not, and I've said this in our finance, we didn't know we were in the banking business. And in the banking business, this loan was originally taken from the revolving loan account, and that revolving loan account is built and sustains itself and grows to take care of these debts. So the simplest expectation, the way that I see it, is that it comes from the revolving loan account, because that's how it was originally designed. Now we have this new account, and we can certainly explore and ask in our legislative AFAs next session to modify that, the new account. But this is about closing books and shutting things down and closing the school and zeroing out balances. And I'm very much supportive of, we hold the course in our revolving loan account and have it written off. I think in my timeline, I think this is number 4, and the sustainability of the account, it's still healthy and growing. So it's meeting the purpose of what's happening with that account and in this world that we live in as now being bankers besides board members. So I'm in support of the recommendation from the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Chair Huntsman. Board Member Hanson?
I'll probably run the danger of repeating a few things that have been said, but if the revolving loan account was set up to be self-insured, basically, then that seems to be the place that money should come from. I don't understand, however, why we don't have a recommendation from the charter school board on where the money should come from. It seems like they would be on top of the balancing of the funds and things that Member Davis talked about, Vice Chair Davis, and we would get some recommendation from them. But I'm happy right now to go ahead with the Finance Committee's recommendation. I don't understand why we are looking only to the bank account of the school for recovery of funds for this. And that's what I see in the backup, is we're just looking at their bank account funds and the balance of the loan. They've got other assets. They spent the money somewhere. I don't understand why we're not in a position like RC Willie would be, where we can go in and grab up all the computers and whatever else might be there and have that be secured by our loan. If that's not happening and not built into the way those loans are issued, that really needs to be looked at so that we do have some priority. I would think we'd be in first priority position on everything the money's spent on, so that we can recover, whatever's possible in this situation.
Deputy Superintendent Jones?
Yes, ma'am. Did I have my hand up still? I'm sorry.
Oh, you did, sorry. So
Yeah,
you don't.
I'll take it down.
Okay, so I actually appreciate all these questions, and I guess I really have some concerns because are we setting precedents and saying we're going to take it here, but what if it happens this way? And is there any hurry in having this done today without some of this investigation? And I am so on Board Member Hansen's page. Where are their assets? Where did they spend this money, and why can't we have it back? Anybody have an answer to that?
Yeah, I can answer that.
Okay.
So, well, Stuart can answer it. We spent quite a bit of time in finance on this as we're having fun in finance. And there's a procedure about gathering physical assets and disposal. And Madam Chair, if the question can go to Stuart to respond on that closing procedure.
That would be great. Stuart?
Yes, and just like Member Huntsman was saying, we did liquidate all the assets. You know, we did an inventory of everything that was purchased, and we ran some sales. So we tried to liquidate the assets to recover as much funds as possible. So all those processes were conducted to try and recover as much funds that we could.
Okay.
Madam Vice Chair, if I could, I understand Director Lambert is also with us if anybody would like to ask for further clarity.
Okay, I'm going to go to Board Member Hansen.
I'd just like to follow with Stuart if I could. So was there a physical building? I assume they were trying to open, they had a building that was built. And did they have any ownership interest in that building? Did we recover any funds from that asset?
No, they did not have a building. They were trying to lease a building. They actually did get into a lease of a building, but no, they didn't purchase a facility.
So none of the borrowed funds went for construction of a building?
Correct.
Okay.
Vice Chair Davis?
I'm just texting and hearing that there's a greater need in the revolving account for charters to access this money. So I'm feeling like we should move the money or move the money from the closure account to the revolving school account, unless Director Lambert tells us that the need is different.
Jennifer?
Hello, Jennifer Lambert, Executive Director for the State Charter School Board. I'm not sure I could say either way. I do know that we have funds in both accounts. I know that the amount of money in the revolving loan is very healthy right now, and it has been growing. For example, we recently had a new call or sent out applications to allow schools to apply for more money this year, and we actually did not get any applications in this last round. So I would say, if you were asking for my recommendation, I would say go forward with this motion based on prior precedents of how you handled past situations, but to start conversations and looking forward in the future of if this ever happens again. Of course, we never hope that it does, but if it happens again, to consider that maybe we use the closure fund instead. So that would be my recommendation. Also, in terms of, I can answer about the State Charter School Board, about why they did not vote on this. There really is not an opportunity for the State Charter School Board to have any kind of say in what happens in these types of cases. Right now in statute or in board rule, there just isn't a point for the State Charter School Board to make any kind of recommendations on that. And so that's why it didn't come to them. However, what has come to them is we have that closure manual that the State Charter School Board approved. I believe it was also reviewed when you looked at our oversight policy, and staff followed those guidelines in that closure manual and how to proceed. Did that answer the questions? Is there anything more that I could clarify on this?
I'm not seeing any hands. when it says that we're going to write off the remaining balance owed by the Utah Mountain School, when it says we're going to write that off, does that mean it's coming out of the revolving loan, Deputy Superintendent Jones, or does that mean it's coming out from wherever? And I think we're setting precedents here. I think we need to be careful.
No, ma'am, it just basically absolves anyone from having to pay the remaining balance back into the revolving loan. It doesn't, we don't take money from anywhere else. We're just basically writing it off because we have what's called a debt instrument, and we can do that.
Okay. All right, do we have any other additional questions on this? Okay, so the committee motion is that the board direct USBE financial operations staff to follow the policies and procedures of state finance to effectively write off the remaining balance owed by Utah Mountain School. Seeing no more discussion, please vote. Okay, I'm going to do a quick roll call vote. Here we go. Board Member Booth.
Yes.
Board Member Cannon.
Yes.
Board Member Klein. Board
Yes,
Member,
sorry.
thank you. Board Member Vice Chair Davis. Vice Chair Davis.
No.
Board Member Earl.
Yes.
Board Member Hanson.
Yes.
Board Member Hart.
Yes.
Board Member Chair Huntsman.
Yes.
Board Member Hutchings.
Yes.
Board Member Hymas.
Yes.
Board Member Lear. Board Member Lear.
Yes.
Yes. Board Member Moss.
Yes.
Board Member Norton.
Yes.
Board Member Straight.
No.
And I'm also a no. So there you have it. Okay. So Chair Moss, let's go.
All right, last item. We have a motion related to the reporting and assurances project that we've been working on for a while. The committee recommends, pursuant to Board Policy 1004, that the board establish a reports and requirements task force, parentheses R&R, for the purpose of integrating and monitoring the progress of legal requirements review, the streamlining and reduction of reports as required by HB 300 of the 2021 general session, and the use of USIMs to further these projects. Committee further recommends the board approve the R&R task force meet at least once every 2 months, and board leadership consider membership to include similar representation as the working group that produced the recommendations resulted in HB 300 of the 2021 general session. That's a mouthful.
Chair Moss, were those two separate motions?
I think those are combined in one. The intent of the establishment of the task force, paragraph 1, and their function in paragraph 2.
I'm just making sure that they weren't two separate motions in your meeting. Can someone clarify that for me?
That's a single motion, unless anybody correct me otherwise. It was a single motion.
Okay. All right. So the motion before the board is pursuant to Board Policy 4004 that the board establishes and establishes a reports and requirements R&R task force for the purpose of integrating and monitoring the progress of the legal requirements review and streamlining and reduction of reports as required in HB 300 of the 2021 general session, and the use of USIMs to further these projects, and that the board approves the R&R task force meet at least once every 2 months. And board leadership consider membership to include similar representation of the working group that produced the recommendations resulting in HB 300 of the 2021 general session. Discussion of that motion, Board Member Hanson.
Thanks. Just a question maybe for the chair. So HB 300 requires that we look at streamlining and reducing reports. Does it specifically require a task force, or do we feel that that's the best and most efficient way to accomplish the task? And if so, can you give me kind of the rationale?
Chair Moss?
Vice Chair, thank you. Correct. HB 300 requires that our staff work with the field, and there's already been some effort in that direction. We had a good discussion yesterday with Representative Pulsifer and some others that were part of that initial kind of informal group that weighed in on 300 and the companion bills. And our sense was that group had a pretty good cross-representation from the field of large and small districts, charter schools, BAs. Our own Sam Uri was then at Carl Mazer and weighed in. And so the sense was that this would be a good way of interpreting the feedback that came in from a survey that our staff recently conducted, helping to create an ongoing discussion group to spur this along, and also to coordinate these three elements that are sort of out there on different tracks. And so we've got the legal requirements review that starts with the sort of this process of where these requirements come from. You've got the reporting, which is either dictated in statute or perhaps added by us. And then you got USIMS, which is the logistics of how we collect this data. And so the sense was that this would be a good venue for coordinating that discussion, keeping it moving along, and then having regular reports so that we can get our arms around all this and really take advantage of the opportunity that statute created.
Follow up, Chair.
Oh, sorry, I said go ahead.
Oh, sorry, didn't hear that.
No, I was on mute.
And I appreciate that explanation. I wondered about the timeline. Is there a way that we could work a timeline, at least for a first report or for some kind of a plan going forward into this? My experience with task force has been good and bad. Sometimes they get bogged down and can go on forever. If there's a clear end in sight, though, it's a good way to have a cross-functional, group talk about things and resolve issues quickly. But are we in a position where we can put some sort of a time restraint into this motion?
Vice Chair, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I would certainly consider that friendly. At one point, we talked about having the task force for 2 years. I don't think that made it in the final motion. I do think it would be helpful to have an interim kind of report date in which that group working with staff would report back on progress to date in accomplishing the goals that are outlined here. So I don't know I don't know if folks have specific ideas, but I think a 2-year task force with something interim would be a friendly amendment if somebody's got thoughts in that direction.
Board Member Hanson?
I just wondered if like a 6-month initial report or something like that would be feasible so we could at least see what direction we were headed. I know there's 3 different pieces that have to come together. We've got the attorney that's working on, going through all the code and figuring out what the requirements are. But would that be something that we could build in? And I certainly haven't been involved in the detailed discussion and don't want to presume that I, know better than what all you folks have been working on this in detail do. But if 6 months is feasible, I'd certainly be happy to see that in there.
So Chair Hanson, if I'm looking for clarity here, you're asking that there is a report given in 6 months added to this?
Yes.
Okay, so is that an amendment?
Before I made that amendment, I was wanting to hear from the committee or from Chair Moss. That was, 6 months was reasonable. I just want to get that initial report so that we can see the direction. And if 6 months is a good timing, I'll make that amendment.
I think you're better off quarterly, if I could just throw that in, if you want to take that as friendly advice. This needs to move pretty quickly, especially if there's some challenges we want to eliminate this legislative session. So a quarterly update, I think, will help create momentum in our legislative ask for this session, and then the following. Every 6 months might be too minimum of. I think the accountability piece would escalate if you're doing a quarterly update. If
Chair Hanson put his thumb up.
So appreciate that. And I'll be happy to add to my amendment that the R&R task force provide quarterly reports to the board.
Amen here as well.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, so that is an amendment. I would need a second.
Second.
Second, Board Member Hart. Okay, Board Member Norton is waving her hand.
Can I make an amendment to the amendment?
Yes, if you're making amendment to the amendment, I kind of jumped over Vice Chair Davis, but I'll go to you
Okay.
and then we'll see what happens. Go ahead.
Okay.
It's okay for amendment to the amendment, and I'll speak.
Okay.
I would just like to add to that amendment that it's a report of quantifiable objectives.
Did we have a second to that amendment already? Oh, that was Board Member Hart, yes. Board Member Hart or Board Member Hanson, do you have any rub with just adding that to your amendment? I guess we need to make an amendment. Board Member Hanson?
Yeah, and I don't really have a problem with adding that. I assumed that would be part of it, but I think it would also be progress and quarterly reports. So I hesitate to start putting in requirements because where do we end? I would expect that the task force would come back and say, here's what we've done so far, here's where we're headed, here's what we hope to achieve, here's the timeline. I mean, that's the sort of report that we'd expect from this kind of an organization. So if there's a way to capture all that, then I'm fine with adding to the amendment. I assumed that the report would be from a professional group like this, that it would contain all those elements.
Board Member Norton, thoughts on that?
I'm fine with that. I would like to see then, though, that where you added something like progress. So you can take quantifiable objectives out, but as long as you say progress reports.
Is that okay with you to say progress, Board Member Hanson?
Yeah, that's fine. Progress, you could even say progress reports and objectives if we're going to add to that, you know.
Okay, so now we're really starting all over here again. Board Member Norton, does that do your amendment how you would like?
Yeah, that's more than.
Okay, so I think to stay in proper protocol that we're probably going to need to say quarterly progress reports and objectives to be added as an amendment to the amendment. Reports and objectives to be added. Do I have a second to that?
I'll second if I can.
Yes, you can. Okay, anyone want to speak to that? Vice Chair Davis, did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I don't think we necessarily need to vote on the amendment to the amendment because it seemed like it was a friendly amendment, unless I saw that wrong. But I would like to speak in favor of the amendment and also the motion. We didn't have necessarily FTE added into HB 300. And so I think this is an opportunity to get some eyes on the situation and help get some momentum moving forward with a variety of folks. So I'm in support of everything on the board.
Thank you. Board Member Lear?
I had a question that maybe I missed in the discussion. R&R again stands for what?
It's
not rest and relaxation.
I'm sorry?
It's not rest and relaxation.
Reports and requirements.
Okay, and I was hoping, tell me if this was discussed. I would like to know where the reports and requirements come from in this ongoing discussion. Is that something that will, I mean, are they coming from the board? Are they coming from the legislature? Because I think we found in previous reviews that many of these requirements and reports come from the legislature themselves. So I would like to have that be an ongoing piece of information. Is that assumed, or do we need to also add that in?
Chair Moss?
That is most definitely the intent. In fact, we already have a preliminary review of assurances. Well, it's not preliminary. It's been revised with Chair Hansen's committee. Some of that goes to federal, some of it goes to state law, and some of it goes to us. So the idea would be that this is a comprehensive look at requirements, federal, state legislature, us, what reports come out of those requirements, how is that data gathered currently, and is USIMS going to affect how it's gathered? So we're hoping for a comprehensive view of all that so that we can then have a better idea of how to target efficiency and redundancy and streamline and take that burden off in a way that preserves accountability.
Right. So as not to complicate this discussion, I will assume that that information will be forthcoming. I just don't want to be the bad guy when we have learned many times that the board is not responsible for many of these reports. Thanks.
We could put in, Chair, if I might.
Go ahead.
We perhaps could further amend to say monitoring the progress of the review of federal, state legislative, and state board requirements to make it.
That doesn't get to my point because that means they're being monitored, but it doesn't identify where each report comes from. I'll just, as this goes forward, I can ask this question again, and it'll simplify the discussion today.
Thank you, Board Member Lear. Vice Chair Davis, you still have your hand up. Did you have another question?
Nope, sorry.
Okay. Chair Moss?
One additional question. I just want to comment that our staff have been working on this, and we identified both some internal and external challenges in our discussion the other day. So we want to provide support in moving this forward. I think this is a group, as somebody pointed out, this is free labor, folks that are very interested in moving this discussion. And so I think it's a good opportunity to back up what our staff have already been working on.
Thank you. Okay, so the amendment is to, I need the amendment, please. So the amendment is to add reports and objectives to the previous amendment. Please vote if you would like to keep reports and add reports and objectives.
Progress, to be accurate, it's progress reports, Laura, right?
I think it said progress.
It does. So we add that. That's part of the add.
Quarterly. Oh, okay. I thought it was already in the amendment.
It is. It is. You didn't say that. So.
No, I'm just doing the parts that were added after by Board Member Norton.
Okay. That's fine. I'm voting for it anyway.
Okay. I don't see any no's. So now that has been added to the amendment. The amendment is to add to the original motion, and that the R&R task force provide quarterly progress reports and objectives to the board. Please vote. I think that's unanimous as well.
Yes.
So now I'm going to need the whole thing back. Thank you. Okay. So now the motion before the board is pursuant to board policy 1004. Wait just a minute. I don't think we have to say that in there. Okay. The motion is that the board establishes a reports and requirements R&R task force for the purpose of integrating and monitoring the progress of the legal requirements review, the streamlining and reduction of reports as required by HB 300 of the 2021 general session, and the use of USIMS to further these projects, and that the board approves the R&R task force meet at least once every 2 months, and board leadership consider membership to include similar representation as the working group that produced the recommendations resulting in HB 300, I don't know why we keep saying that, of the 2021 general session, and that the R&R task force provide quarterly progress reports and objectives to the board. Seeing no discussion, please vote. I see that as unanimous. Thank you. Okay, Chair Moss, are you done?
We are. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I hear this singing hallelujah coming into my head. Just kidding you.
Keeping the fun in finance.
Keeping the fun in finance. Okay, I think that we could maybe, I don't know, Carol's is pretty long too. Let's try Carol before we have a break, unless anyone has an objection to keep going. Okay.
Okay, I have item 12.2 on the agenda, Spectrum Academy request for waiver. The committee moves that the board waive the requirements in R277-419 pupil accounting of 180 days per school year for Spectrum Academy for the request.
Okay, Board Member Hanson.
Yeah, thank you. As I read through this request, this is a school for autistic kids. And I really had some reservations. I know they've got a survey that says that parents are approving of this, but for special needs kids to have 1 day less of classroom instruction seems to me, at least with the experience that I've had in extended family with this, these kids are really dependent on a routine and can be quite a burden on caregivers too for that extra time. I just wondered if this really makes sense. It looks like the justification is just that there's so many IEPs, there's not enough time for the teachers and administrators to take care of the IEPs. And I understand that's a real concern, but I kind of think we're jumping over the purpose of the school is to take care of these kids and letting the paperwork kind of drive the request or drive the cart here. So just my thoughts, and maybe someone knows more about this than I do, and maybe that's been addressed.
Board Member Lear, was there a discussion, or do you want to phone a friend?
We discussed that. I think some of us were reluctantly persuaded, so that's why it's here.
Okay. Vice Chair Davis?
I wasn't necessarily persuaded by the number of IEPs because the caseload is not different than a special ed teacher in any school, but what I was more persuaded by was the number of FUBA and BIPs. And when you're doing a lot of behavior intervention plans and you're meeting every 2 weeks and you're doing the functional behavior analysis because there's just a different system there, that's kind of what persuaded me over the edge. But now I'm as far as the time commitment goes, but now I'm reading these emails coming into us from parents, and now I don't know what to think. I do remember though, could someone remind us, was there a busing situation?
No.
There was no bus for that extra day?
It was really just, and it was represented to us as a thoughtful consideration by the school and the administration. And we didn't see numbers. I didn't recall seeing numbers of parents who actually voted, but that's what it was.
Okay, Chair Hanson, I didn't come back to you for a follow-up. I apologize.
Thanks, and I'll try to be brief. I just had 2 questions. One, can we review the criteria for granting this waiver? Because I believe there's some basis we should be considering certain things to grant a waiver. And then the other is there a way where this school serves a special population? Can we be creative and somehow helping them to receive more funding or something? I mean, I know they're receiving special ed funds that would, if they have a special situation, then, excuse me, I'd be more comfortable trying to solve that special situation rather than cutting back on instructional days. Usually we do this for remote schools where they've got busing issues and, you know, kids need to have that extra day to get to doctor's appointments and things like that. This is really a different situation. I'm not really comfortable with it and wonder if we could address it another way. But just those 2 things. What's the criteria for granting one of these, if someone can remind us maybe from staff? And then is there another way to resolve these concerns without cutting back on instructional days?
I'm going to reach into AAG Bill and just see what she has to say. Thank you.
Sure, I just wanted to respond to a couple of those things. So it's noted for the issue of care on Friday. The proposal was that school on Friday would be optional with a rotation of teachers, some providing some form of instruction. I think it was kind of described as like a STEM camp almost on Fridays, and then some having time to do their IEP planning, and then rotating through the teachers on that basis so that they would still be provided on Fridays. And then as for the responses on the studies, the data that I was given was 508 parents responded, 169 staff members responded, and 95 students responded. And then the criteria for granting a waiver request is found in R277-121. And there's kind of a whole list of those things, but most of the data and stuff that's requested is what's attached to the agenda.
Board Member Hanson, do you have a follow-up at this time?
Yeah, just to confirm then, thank you, Ashley, for that information. So the Friday then optional would take the kids out of their normal routine, but it would give them a place to be on Friday. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then on the criteria, I'm just looking at that now, but are there any particular criteria here that we thought were most applicable to this situation?
They sent their student achievement data. I know one concern that was addressed at the Law and Licensing Committee was kind of checking in on that data and making sure that FAPE was still met given the high number of students with special needs. And so the proposal coming out of Law and Licensing was that rather than looking at this at the end of kind of a 3-year term, that it be brought back to the board with updated student data at the 1-year mark was the proposal. I think that came out of Law and Licensing, or the condition under which it passed. So that would bring kind of the student data piece back to the forefront of it. And then it did pass, I think it's in there, but it did pass their charter school board unanimously. So at their February meeting.
Not the state charter board, though. Is that what you?
Yeah, Spectrum Academies.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Earl?
Yeah, I think Ashley hit this exactly on, because when I had listened to this, that was one of the things on that Friday, that we're not going to have school, but it was a different type of programming on that day. And if I remember right, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, I think they were going to also encourage parents maybe to do their medical visits, that kind of a thing on that day, so they weren't missing as much during the other days. That seems to stand out, and I'm thinking that's right, but I could be wrong on that. But it just is this unique situation at this particular school, so that students are missing less school, engaged more, and the educators themselves are not getting burned out. They're able to stay on top of things. And that's what it stood out to me after listening to this. So I'm very much in favor of this. I think this is a good direction to go for this particular school. I know they're going to report back to us next year and consider things, if it didn't go well or something, that they would, that they're going to report back. So.
I just was writing a question. Board Member Hymas?
Thank you. I know that there was an original question that's been answered a few times. So one of the things that people weren't sure if it went through the state charter school board. It did. I was there for that meeting. These directors of Spectrum have put a lot of thought, a lot of time into this planning. They have answered questions through their own board, the state charter school board, and now the Law and Licensing Committee has put them through the ringer, and now we're asking questions as well. They really have been flexible and have stated that they are willing to, if this doesn't work out, that they're willing to go back. They believe it will. They believe it will be best for students. Instead of having students take time throughout the week, they can hopefully narrow it down to Fridays, so you have all of your kids through Monday through Thursday. Fridays, as mentioned, was optional. They do have a plan for those students who plan to attend 5 days a week. Like as was mentioned, they want to report back. I know as a law and licensing committee, we wanted to hear sooner than the 3-year term that's on the rule. So I'm just going to, I speak in favor as I've heard this, these directors speak a couple times now. I speak in favor of passing this, and I'm actually looking forward to seeing what can be done. It could make some really good changes for us if needed. So thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Hymas. Board Member Klein?
Yeah, so I'm supportive of this particular situation being done the way that they have chosen to do it. But I just want to voice my caution, and as we move forward, that we continue to be very careful about approving these kind of waivers. I know there is a push or there has been several districts that have already passed like Flex Friday type of situations where it's optional, just as mental health days for the teacher, or you know, making it so kids can catch up on their sleep. And there's a talk about a possible recommendation coming to us to make that a statewide, like the norm statewide. And so I just would speak against that becoming the norm, and only when it is absolutely necessary and it's been done in a very careful way. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Board Member Klein. Board Member Hart?
This is a charter school, and on principle, I think that charter schools should be trying out these things and should be, I actually don't even think that we should necessarily, these are some of the things that they should be doing in their space. So I'm fully supportive of it. I also concur with Member Davis. Those FUBAs and BIPs, they are incredibly difficult, and they're being more frequently challenged in court, and there's more and more details included. A burned out teacher helps no one, especially students that may really react to a teacher who might not be able to bring their best self every single day. Those are some special and amazing teachers. And if their charter board felt that way, and their teachers felt that way, and they did due diligence with their survey, I don't really even think that's our call to make. But I realize that's a philosophical argument, but I am in full support of this.
Chair Belknap had to sneak out, so I apologize. I'm going to go in the order that I see you on my screen because she was monitoring the order your hands came up. Board Member Booth.
Thank you, Vice Chair Davis. I wanted to just express gratitude for this process. You know, we know that they were already put through the grill before they ever even applied. They've gone through the approvals at their level. We had almost every one of the things that all of you brought up today. We went through for more than an hour in our meeting and in our pre-planning meeting again, just to review what we had gone over. I think if that board in this very specific kind of a student population has felt that this is the best thing to do and they continue to stand by that, they're not changing their story, then we give them the approval with the caveat that they are going to report back and help allay our fears in a more frequent manner than every 3 years. And so let's see what happens and trust them so that the locals, with all of their deliberations, don't feel like they're being ignored. I appreciate their preparation and I'm grateful to lend my support to them in their efforts to solve the problems and challenges that they face. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Straight.
Yes, I know this is anecdotal, but sometimes anecdotal carries a lot of weight with myself. And so, several years ago in Assessment to Achievement, that's probably 6-7 years ago, actually, I actually had an opportunity to visit with a group of teachers from this charter school, and I came away so impressed with how dedicated they are to these students, and what they're taking on is wow. I can't say enough for the efforts that they take. This is a collaborative effort on behalf of the teachers, the administration, their board, and I just have to support it. And I know that it's anecdotal to put personal thoughts into that, but I feel very strongly about that.
Thank you. Board Member Cannon.
Well, I guess I'm the little black rain cloud here. I have to say that I very much admire Spectrum Academy. I think they serve a critical need, particularly for students with autism and similar types of issues. However, it comes to my mind that the United States government has just given multiple millions of dollars to the states to try to help the states recover from the effects of COVID. And one of the most devastating, daunting effects was lack of time in school. And it cost our children tremendously in terms of their academic success. And as I look at the scores from Spectrum Academy, I am not seeing students with outstanding academic success who would be well served by lessening their amount of instructional hours or the amount of instructional days in this case. So I will be voting no. I have a long history of voting no on these kinds of waivers. I think time on task is something that is very precious. It's something that our taxpayers work to pay for. And I think when we don't pay sufficient regard for having a rule that says we will at least give our students 180 days, 990 hours, that may be waived for this year, but I think it's a mistake on our part. So my vote will be no.
Thank you. Chair Huntsman.
Yes, I don't know if this is a question maybe directed to Deputy Superintendent Stallings, but there's certainly, before I ask the question, there's an on-ramp to these waivers and we're on that. But so let's just say that this gets approved today. Can staff speak to, say, a year from now or 18 months from now, the board sees this as not being a good idea? Do we have to stay within this 3-year waiver, or is there a way that it can come back to the 180 days, back to the original rule?
And Chair or Vice Chair Belknap, would you like me to speak?
Yes, please.
AG Beal may be the best person to speak to this, but in general, those waiver requests, the agreements are generally for about a 3-year period, and it states that we could receive an annual report or reporting as requested, and I believe that they're revocable at any point if the board decides to revoke the agreement. And I just wanted to add that the committee did make a motion requesting that Summit, if this is granted, if this waiver is granted, that Summit come back to the Law and Licensing Committee within a year to provide a progress report.
Thank you.
I think that's important for people to know as they're voting for this. Thank you.
Point of clarification. Sorry, she said Summit. You're talking about Spectrum.
I apologize, Spectrum, sorry.
Thank you. Board Member Cannon, did you have a follow-up? Your hand is still up.
No, I apologize for not lowering my hand. But I did think of a question. Has anyone who's gotten one of these waivers ever had it revoked?
We didn't.
Do we have an answer to that, Deputy Superintendent Stallings?
Not that I can recall within the last 7 years. I don't know if pre-2015 any of them were revoked. No. So I don't believe that's happened.
One of the schools I think that was granted a waiver did close, but I don't remember a revocation. Chair Lear?
I know it's unusual for the chair to speak, but I wanted to add 2 pieces of information. One, I recall our motion being that we wanted to come back and have them review what was granted in a year. I recall it being more of a year's granting of the approval. I don't know if Ashley can correct me on that, but I know that we very seriously communicated that we were not just going to do a cursory review in a year. And Ashley can speak to that in a minute if she has clearer recollection. Secondly, I wanted to have on the record on this discussion that we're asking staff to go to visit Spectrum more often than usual, and especially have some Friday visits so that we'll have some information and data. If somebody's mic not muted, that we'll have some information and data when we look at this in a year. And more than usual, I also want to add that my concern was a special education concern, and Leah Voorhees attended the full discussion and said that as long as the students are served, that there's no SPED specific prohibition about this.
Thank you, Chair Hansen, or Board Member Hansen.
Thank you. And I'm back to, I think, where I should have started. I reviewed the board waiver rule, which is R277-121. And I'll just read a couple of things from it that we can consider as we're deciding how to vote on this, because I think this is a tough call for a lot of us. An LEA board may not request a waiver from a board rule that is required or adopts criteria from federal statute, federal regulation, or state law. I think that one's fine. B is that would negatively affect the health, safety, or welfare of public education students. C, that could reasonably result in discrimination or harassment of public school students or employees. D, that would benefit one element of the public education system to the detriment of another. Or E, concerns giving rise to an LEA board's request could be addressed through means other than waiver of rules. And that E is the one that I'm really hung up on. I don't know that I've heard about what are the alternatives and why won't they work. Special ed is not something that's unique to this school. I understand their student population may be unique, but special ed rules are the same, funding is the same, the burden on teachers should be the same. I just really am wondering if there's not another way to do this without disrupting the school day for this special population of kids. So based on that, I'll be voting no, not no for local control, but no because I haven't heard the alternatives that have been explored.
Thank you. Chair Belknap, I see that you're back, and so I'm going to turn the reins back over to you, but I'll just take a quick comment first from Board Member Earl. And
I have a comment first, and
okay.
I really didn't go out for that reason to make a comment because I can.
Okay, why don't you go ahead with your comment then?
And then I'll take over the reins.
At the end of this,
So I guess I have a couple of pieces that are concerning to me. Is if they're already having students come on Friday, why don't they just have them come on Friday and doing something alternate that day? That the schedule for those children are still the same, but they might be doing something STEM-wise. And how does this affect our finance system when our system can work around the 990 hours, but the 180 days are how we finance schools? So those two concerns that I have.
Deputy Superintendent Jones, can you speak to the financing piece?
I can, ma'am. So my understanding is if the waiver occurs, we would just still count the 180 days as part of the denominator, which is, the integral part of the funding formula. So in essence, it doesn't, affect the funding with, the waiver, because we wouldn't change what ultimately is the common denominator in all of the funding, which is 180 days.
So follow up, Vice Chair?
Yes, please.
So Scott, what you're saying is that we're going to still calculate this on 180 days, even though their children aren't coming to school 180 days. That doesn't seem like it fits the mantra of you have 180 days of school. So maybe you have an answer to that.
Yeah. Well, so if I may, Madam Chair,
Yes.
I mean, that's the gist of this, right? Is that if I understand correctly, they're requesting that they do 152 days, which waives the 180-day requirement. So again, this flowed through the state charter school board. So, if that's what they put in front of you, then that's on them. So
I know, but we are the funders.
True. Yeah, very true. Yeah.
Anyway, okay, Vice Chair Davis, you had something to say?
I just wondered if I asked a question earlier about busing, and I just don't know if I got an answer. Did they say they are still busing on Fridays? I can't remember that from our discussion. If the student wants to attend optionally, will they have a bus that will still run at the same times? Can someone remind us if that was the case?
Ashley would be best to know that.
If I may, Chair.
Yes, please.
I don't recall that busing was brought up or discussed at the last meeting. I don't know if Angie has a better memory than I do on that. I don't recall. I was going to make one other point of clarification. I know that the waivers for the 180 days, but I just felt it was important to note that the Spectrum is intending to extend their Monday through Thursday school days just by a little bit. So it does put them at 993 instructional hours, which I know maybe doesn't help with the financial side of things, but just for that point of clarification.
Yes, thank you. Deputy Superintendent Stallings, and then it's Board Member Earl, you're up after that.
I just wanted to add to what Ashley stated. We have quite a few schools and LEAs, because in some instances they are charter schools, that are on 4-day weeks and are somewhere between 152 or 156 days that they're providing instruction. And generally, the board has required all of those to provide at least 990 hours. And we have always paid them as if they are providing 180 days. So that has been a common practice for all of our 4-day week schools and charters or LEAs when a 4-day week waiver is granted. I just wanted to let the board members know this isn't something new that Spectrum would be receiving that others haven't. It's been the practice for all of our 4-day week schools and waivers.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Davis, I'll take it back. Go ahead, Board Member Earl.
Yeah, just in the committee action, I'm looking at the item there, and it says the Academy, Spectrum Academy to report back to the law and licensing, and then it lists the 6 things that they're to have with them. So it doesn't say we might reapprove this or not reapprove this. They're to report back. I'm sure that means if things aren't going well. I think they were very open to sharing their concerns and thoughts. I don't think this was a closed off discussion at all, but I do think that they were earnest in their research and then the feeling that this was going to be beneficial. So those are my thoughts.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. I can't see. Oh, Board Member Moss.
Just wanted to share my respect for Spectrum. I think we all have a lot of respect. And when I was on the charter board, I got to know the level of their concern and commitment to these, you know, kids with difficult challenges. As I look at this, and I'm appreciative of Member Cannon's comments about getting back in person. We're kind of looking for a combination of quantity and quality. And it seems to me that the teachers have given real careful thought to how to have the highest quality instruction for these kids, how to really work through those IEPs. And so I'll vote in favor just to support the thoughts of those folks closest to these kids and their parents who also voted 99%. And I think given all those concerns that are legitimate, we can trust these folks and their parents to move this forward in a thoughtful way. And I'd like to support that effort.
Thank you, Board Member Moss. Board Member Straight.
Yes, I know there was a list of things up, and I know they talked about STEM activities on these days, but I would really like to see for what comes back to us, because I am going to support this, but when the report comes back, I would like to see what they do with those optional days, because in my mind, I'm thinking that most kids are going to be attending those optional days, or students, I should say, not kids or not goats. But I'd like to see what they do, and you know, that could be interesting to see how that changes school climate and how it helps the teachers with the heavy load of paperwork they have.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Straight. Are you still there? Okay, you went out, off, and then on. Okay. Thank you. Okay, seeing no more discussion. Vice Chair Davis.
I was a yes in committee. I'm leaning toward that, but I'm just concerned about the emails that we got saying that all the parents may not have known, and maybe some parents just missed along the way. I don't know, but that is concerning to me. The things that I do appreciate is that they extended the Monday through Friday to hit the 990 hours. So there still is a good amount of instructional time there. So that I want to say I do appreciate.
Thank you, Vice Chair Davis. I appreciate your comment. However, I also say 6.5 hours for these type of children is extremely long day for especially ours that have some different special needs. I think the extension is nice for record keeping, but is it, you know, is there a diminishing return for our students? So, okay. So if I Board Chair Lear, I'm just looking for a little clarity because the motion on the board is here, but somewhere there is a list of items. Is it part of the motion or what do those, I think there were 7 items in there. That's committee action, but I don't see it as part of the motion, is it?
The committee moved and approved what you see on the screen there. It's 6 items. And so that the motion is maybe just not written as completely as it should have been. If you'd like me to, I'll read the whole, that whole list as part of the motion.
It's okay. I'll reread that whole thing because if that, I just am making sure that that is part of the committee motion coming out. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair Lear. Angie?
I was just going to state that what we decided it was a committee motion to staff to request them to come back next year, but and so we didn't think the board would need to approve it, but I think it's easily added to the current motion and just add that request for the Spectrum to come back in a year as part of the motion.
Okay, I appreciate that. So.
And I think Laura was more concerned about the items also in addition to the come back in a year.
I'm just looking for accuracy in what I'm stating. So if that is part of the motion, or are we just doing this motion that's on the screen?
I defer to Angie on the parliamentary nature of that.
Well, she said that's not part of the motion.
Okay.
It was direction, but if someone wants to make that part of the motion, they can.
And I think someone could also make it part of the motion to have a review for continuation in a year, as opposed to what came out as a less certain statement.
Vice Chair Belknap?
Yes.
I think it's important that you stay with the motion that came out. And if the chair of the committee wants to state, you put the motion on the table, but the chair wants to amend that motion to have the previous item, was it 6 or 7 items to be part of it, that would be in order as an amendment. It's usually better to, if that was the intent or a betterment, to come before the full board, that the chair of the committee make that.
Thank you. Because the motion that has been presented is now what I'm going to read. So that the committee moves that the board waive the requirements of our 277-419 pupil accounting of 180 days per school year for Spectrum Academy next year, forever.
No, for the 22-23 school year.
Is that accurate, or was that the motion? I'm trying to look.
We were not that specific. We probably should have been in 2020 hindsight.
May I say something?
Yes, please.
Just as a reminder, there is a waiver agreement that is in the backup. That waiver agreement is what you're approving. So we don't generally give all the details of the waiver agreement. We just say the board approves or waives the requirement for Spectrum Academy. Maybe what we need to say is pursuant to the waiver agreement.
Was it 20 for 22, 23?
It was for 3 years, I believe. Sorry, AG, Ashley, Bill would have the details. I apologize. I should stop speaking to this and let her defer to her.
It's okay.
That's okay, Chair.
Go ahead.
Yes, so the waiver agreement states 3 years. I'm happy if the preference is to add these 6 data points into the agreement with Spectrum. I'm happy to do that. I also just have a chart tracking that I have that in a year in an Excel spreadsheet that they need to be sending all that data back over to us for reconsideration. And they were very forthright at the Law and Licensing Committee meeting about, at least at the front end, saying that if it wasn't working, they were willing to consider, going back. So I'm happy to do it either way, but the agreement does not include this language right here. It just says for 3 years.
Okay, so the motion before the board is, I just need it back on the screen. Actually, I could just probably read it here. That the motion before the board is that the board waives the requirement for our 277-419 pupil accounting of 180 days per school year for Spectrum Academy. I see no more hands. Please vote. Okay, we're going to do a roll call vote because it's already a mixture. Okay, Board Member Booth.
Yes.
Board Member Cannon.
No.
Board Member Klein.
Yes.
Board Member Davis.
I'm going to abstain on this vote.
Board Member Earl.
Yes.
Board Member Hanson.
No.
Board Member Hart.
Yes. Yes.
Chair Huntsman.
No.
Board Member Hutchings.
Yes.
Board Member Hymas.
Yes.
Board Member Lear.
Yes.
Board Member Moss.
Yes.
Board Member Norton.
Yes.
Board Member Straight.
Yes.
That passes. Thank you. Board Member Chair Lear, go ahead.
Item 12.3, R277410, it was accreditation of schools, a continuation. The committee moves that the board continue and approve R277-4 10, accreditation of schools, draft 2 on second and final reading.
So the motion before the board is that the board continue and approve R277410 accreditation of schools, draft 2 on second and final reading. Seeing no hands, please vote. Sybil, there are 2 no votes. Board Member Cannon, Board Member Cannon changed. She is a yes vote. There's 1 no vote, Board Member Belknap. Okay, go ahead.
Item 12.4, R277-605, coaching standards and athletic clinics. This is an amendment. The committee moves that the board approves R277-605, coaching standards and athletic clinics, draft 2 on second and final reading.
So the motion before the board is that the committee moves that the board approves R277-605, coaching standards and athletic clinics, draft, is that spelled right? Draft 2 on second and final reading. Seeing no discussion, please vote. I believe that's unanimous.
Item 12.5, R277-302, educator licensing renewal. It's an amendment. Motion for the board is that the committee moves that the board approves R277-302, educator licensing renewal, draft 2 on second and final reading.
Thank you. If your mic's on other than Chair Lear's and mine, if you turn them off, thank you. So the motion before the board is that the board approves R277-302, educator licensing renewal, draft 2 on second and final reading. Seeing no hands, please vote. There's Jenny.
The next item is 12, oh, sorry.
Wait just a minute. Cindy, did you vote? It went down. Okay, it's unanimous. Sybil, go ahead, Chair Lear.
Item 12.6, R277-606, dropout and recovery program. This is an amendment. The committee moves that the board approves R277-606, dropout and recovery program, draft 1 on second and final reading.
So the motion before the board is that the board approves R277-606, dropout and recovery program, draft 1 on second and final reading. Seeing no hands, please vote. It's unanimous. Go ahead, Chair Lear.
Item 12.7, R277-911, secondary career and technical education, an amendment and continuation. The committee moves that the board continue R277, and we've got to say continue and amend, I would think, R277-911, secondary career and technical education on second and final reading.
So the motion before the board is that the board continues R277-911, secondary career and technical education on second and final reading.
I think that
no hand.
Continuation and amendment, because we did amend it.
But I think it comes to us already amended.
Oh, okay, maybe I said it wrong then. Do you want me to go back?
It's okay. I think how I read it, I think it's appropriate.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair Lear. All in favor? Please vote. There it is. Okay, unanimous. Go ahead, Chair Lear.
And the next item is 12.8, R277-622, school-based mental health qualified grants. This is a grant, it's an amendment. The committee moves that the board approve R277-622, school-based mental health qualified grant, draft 3 on second and final reading.
So we have discussion to that motion. Go ahead, Board Member Earl.
Yeah, I just have maybe a general discussion with this item. I've kind of looked around, and I've also asked our staff, where do we access mental health services in the state of Utah? In other words, are children going out without mental health services? And some of that question is answered in that we just, even outside providers, there's a bit of a backup because there's so many people using the system right now. But just in general, I think as we open the schools more and more to more services that are available outside, we actually, I think, are creating, I think we're losing our mission as an academic entity versus, using those outside providers. I mean, I'm just looking down a list here of a variety of those that accept the uninsured or underinsured. One site I've gone to has 85 resources throughout the whole state. It's not a rural thing. It's not a, that there's accessibility there. United Way provides some of those as well as other entities. I just think in general, the more we move outside of, we move into what other people are doing, we become less specialized in the very thing we're supposed to be specialized in, and that's the academic pursuits, and allowing families and educators, helping them get resources outside of the system are the education itself. And those things are very important for families, but that's just it. They're important for families. So I just in general, just making a statement about this continual movement to make our schools, mental health, and every other kind of facility. And I think it moves us really from the mission in which Utah schools need to be. It confuses the boundaries and lines. So those are just my statements on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Earl. Board Member Klein.
I would just echo what Jenny said. She said it perfectly. We really need to stay in our lanes and not usurp the role of the family or the role of the private providers. We need to focus on education.
Thank you, Board Member Klein. Board Member Earl, do you have something else?
Yeah, I just have one more question. If I'm reading this correctly, we're just applying what the legislature, right, the application of the grant. I just want to make sure I'm understanding there's no change in the other items from what I looked at, other than I do see that I know that there were two amendments that were made in committee. Was there any other changes, or it's just application of the grant funding?
Right.
Is that accurate, Board Chair Lear?
It is.
Thank you. Vice Chair Davis?
I just want to piggyback on what Board Member Earl just said, that this is, I mean, from what I understand, we don't have a choice necessarily to implement this. We're not adding or making this different. We're following through with the law.
Right.
I mean, I do think we wear a lot of hats in schools, personally, probably too many.
I don't have enough heads for all the hats I need. So, okay. So the motion before the board is that the committee moves that the board approve our 277-622 school-based mental health qualified grant, draft 3 on second and final reading. I'm going to do a roll call vote. So we're going to do something different. Start at the bottom. Board Member Straight.
Yes.
Board Member Norton.
Yes.
Board Member Moss.
Yes.
Board Member Lear.
Yes.
Board Member Hymas.
Yes.
Board Member Hutchings.
Yes.
Chair Huntsman.
Yes.
Board Member Hart.
Yes.
Board Member Hanson.
Yes.
Board Member Earl.
My vote is no. It isn't. I just think we're in the wrong area.
Vice Chair Davis.
Agreed, but we have to do this, so yes.
Board Member Klein.
No.
Board Member Cannon.
Yes.
Board Member Booth.
Yes.
Yes. So do you have those counts, Sybil? You're good?
And that completes our report, Vice Chair.
Oh, thank you, Chair Lear. Okay, so we'll go on to Chair Hanson. Go ahead.
Thank you. First motion for the board from Standards and Assessment Committee is item 13.3. The committee recommends that the board approve R277404, the Standard Test Administration and Testing Ethics Policy, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
So the motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve R277404, the standard test administration and testing ethics, draft 1 on second and final reading. Seeing no discussion, please vote. Oh, Molly. I tried to wait a minute. Go ahead, Molly.
It doesn't affect the vote. I'm sorry. I just want to know.
Okay, let's finish our vote and then we'll come back.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Cool.
All right. Okay, I believe the voting is unanimous. Thank you. Board Member Hart?
Yeah, I'm interested. So is it coming back to us then with the 1, 2, and 3 in particular? I'm interested in the keyboarding item.
Darren, are you available? Oh, maybe Scott knows the answer. Scott,
so those items were committee requests to staff to come back to us to look at for future versions, but this is something that's amended and approved every year for the waiver.
Right.
Has to be out on time, so we just wanted that material, that information, so that we could look at it before we do this the next time around. So we'll come back in the same form it came this year, and that information will be available, to the committee, so we can certainly present that to the board.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chair Hansen. Go ahead.
Next item, 13.4. The motion from committee for the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve R277701 Early College Program Draft 2 on second and final reading. There was a late draft that was posted by staff at Draft 3, which has to do with a discussion, I think, with LEAs about the way the funding would actually be processed, and some direct payments to the higher education institutions instead of to the LEAs. So that Draft 3 is in your backup. I frankly haven't had a big chance to review it. I believe that Jeff Van Holten is here and can help us with that. The reason for that.
Chair Hansen, do you want him to pull that up and show us what is either added or taken away?
I think that would be wise because that wasn't reviewed in committee, and I will, make the amended motion. I guess I'll need to make a motion to amend that we approve Draft 3.
Chair, would you like me to explain?
Please.
Oh, sorry, wrong chair.
We have lots of chairs, vice chairs, and all the above. You'll just see on line 91 and 92, we took out the phrase "an LEA has distributed" because staff has recently come to find out in working with USHE that it would be easier if we just transferred the funds directly to USHE rather than having the fund go to LEA and then the LEA send it to USHE. It just eliminates a step. So we took out that language to allow for that to be the process.
And I'll take a point of privilege and ask Jeff just a question. So the LEA has to make some determinations about how the funds are allocated. And there's a preference established for kids from low-income homes. So the LEA, I guess, would make all those determinations and then just direct USBE where the funds should go instead of bringing the funds in and allocating them themselves. Is that right? The direction's still from the LEA.
Correct. The data would be given to us from the LEAs regarding which students qualify and how many, but rather than passing the funding and passing it back, we would just hold on to the money, get the data, and then transfer the money that is needed to USHE rather than bringing the LEAs into the process.
Okay, so the process, the decision process not affected, just the money stream.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I'm ready to make the motion to amend, I guess. We'll need to vote on that, I guess, Chair, and then move to the main motion. So the committee recommends a motion to amend the motion for the board so that it states the committee recommends that the board approves R277701 Early College Program Draft 3 on second and final reading.
So the amendment is to accept Draft 2, right? Or is it Draft 3?
Draft 3.
Draft 3. Okay. So the amendment is that to change that from Draft 2 to Draft 3. Any discussion to that amendment? Board Member Earl?
I'm understanding the ease. I guess I'm just thinking in my mind a little bit here. So it's just a transfer right? Instead of going to the LEA and then going on. But my question centers around something a little bit different. It has to do a little bit with ownership, where it's going directly to the higher ed. I'm just trying to figure out, and it's funding for K-12 schools. Is that accurate? But we're going to be funding higher ed. So I'm trying to figure out if I don't know the consequences of this, is what I'm speaking out loud here. If there's an unintended consequence to this about dipping into, and I understand we're using it's one more, right? One less, I don't know. Okay.
One less transfer of funds.
Yeah.
Nothing different than what's been happening, just with one less transfer.
Except it's coming from the LEA itself. So there's an ownership there and it's staying within public ed, where the other way around, it's going to higher ed. And maybe there's no difference there. I guess I'm just thinking out loud a little bit, making sure this is kind of a sound movement.
Mm-hmm.
The LEA, if I understand this correctly, the LEA is still sending up names or who should receive this funding, and without the LEA saying they receive the funding, the higher ed will not receive it. Is that accurate, Jeff?
Yes, and Nathan Ock is here as well to provide any extra context, but essentially this is to cover the fees that are associated with concurrent enrollment courses. So they would have been paid regardless, so that you have to pay the USHE institutions either way. So this has already been happening, but we just found a more efficient way to do it, and we wanted to make sure the rule reflected that language so that we could do it the more efficient way. But it's already been happening.
Okay. So I need the motion back. So the amendment is to amend and say draft 3. Seeing no other hands, all in, please vote to just change it to draft 3. I'll come back to you, Kristen. Board Member Lear, thank you. Okay, that's unanimous. So, Board Member Norton. Oh, you're okay? Board Member Norton, did you have a question? Oh, you were just voting. Okay, thank you. All right, so now the motion before the board is somewhere.
The motion before the board.
The motion is that the board approves R277701 Early College Program Draft 3 on second and final reading. Seeing no discussion, please vote. I see that's unanimous. Is everyone the same? Okay, go ahead, Chair Hansen.
And moving to item 13.5, the motion for the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve R277476 Local Innovation Civics Education Pilot Program, Draft 3, as amended by the committee on second and final reading. And I believe that Jenny has an amendment for this, so I encourage you to take her amendment before we move forward.
Okay, so that is the motion before the board. And then Jenny, I'll go ahead and go to you. You have an amendment?
Yeah, the amendment is that the board shall approve. Okay, so to add after line 108, the following. The board shall approve any contract for a third-party provider pursuant to section 53F 5219.5, and an approved contractor shall provide an annual report to the board.
Okay, so that is the motion. I think we have to have a second on that.
Second.
Second, thank you, Board Member Klein. Jenny, do you want to speak to your motion?
I'll speak to it. In the law, let me see if I can pull it up real quick. It just says that the state board may contract with a third-party provider. Sometimes these contracts are less than the threshold of being brought before us. And I just think in this case, I think it's important that we know who these civics providers are for our anyways, these third-party providers know who they are, what they're doing, and I would love a report back on what they've been engaged in, just to the either Standards and Assessment Committee or, you know, just in general, a report back to the board. So that's the reasoning behind that.
Thank you, Board Member Earl. Board Member Straight?
Yeah, it's just a question. Does this stay in alignment with what the legislature passed?
It's right there.
So it's exactly the same wording? Or is this in alignment with what the legislation
It's,
intended?
can I answer that? Is that all right?
What is a concern?
Say that again, Board Member Straight. Will you ask your question again?
Oh, I'm sorry. So what is the concern and how does this stay in alignment with what the law that was passed?
It stays in a, can I answer? Is that
Yeah,
okay?
go ahead. Yes,
It
Jenny.
stays in exact alignment. You can see that it references the code. The only difference is that it would ask that vendor or that contractor be brought before the board to be approved. So that's the only, if we choose to use a third-party provider, it leaves it open for that. But if we do, the contract would come before the board for approval.
Thank you. Board Member Straight, did that answer your question?
So you made a comment in a committee meeting that you were concerned about service learning. Is this tied to that?
I'm not sure. Well, it would be reflective of whatever contract. So the contract, if I'm understanding, has to apply to the law. Is that accurate? I don't think we had something outside of that.
Well, you said you were going to pay close attention and you were concerned about service learning and how that would be used within a civics course.
Sure. I think if we review a contract, that would be something to be aware of.
Okay. Thank you. Chair Hansen, do you have another comment or?
Just questions, I guess. So the rule already has reporting requirements for the LEAs who, you know, make the proposal, they're granted some funds, and then they have to come back and report on, you know, how those work, the progress report. So I understand that you'd be making an additional reporting requirement that would have to be in a contract that for any third-party service provider. And then I also see that the LEAs can use a board-approved online provider to collect performance and information, and the LEAs can contract with other service providers as part of their proposals. So are we attempting to impose this on the LEAs as well, or this is just if the board contracts directly with a service provider?
Jenny, do you have a response to that?
The intent is for our contract, and that's why it's referencing specifically this part of the code. So the person that we're contracting with, or the organizations or third party, I'm just asking that those contracts be brought before the board for our vetting before they're approved. Sometimes if it's not more than $100,000, we don't see those contracts. And that's what I'm asking in this case, is that we review and vet those contracts, and it's the third party provider. If we choose to use that, that isn't adding an extra element for the LEAs, that this is adding a thorough vetting and transparency for the state board.
So if I understand correctly, then we're saying that 100,000 threshold doesn't serve us in this instance, and we're putting an exception in so that all contracts would have to come before the board if they have to do with civics.
If we as a board contract with a third party provider, yes, for this area. I'm not suggesting everything that every LEA is doing. That's not the case here. It's specifically spelled out in this section of the law that it's if the state board contracts with a third party provider for this information, then that contract would come before the board to be approved.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hansen. Chair Huntsman? You're on mute.
Can you go back to the amendment here? It seems like there's a second part that not only there's that $100,000 threshold, but and it's only limited to our board's contract, not the LEA. But then there's also, wasn't there a reporting, an annual report to the board? With this report, my concern with this is what's in the report. Is it a financial spent report? Is it participation? Is it content? I'm not sure what that shall provide an annual report to the board, what that report would look like as this is being amended. I'm a little confused.
So Chair Huntsman, do you want me to reach to Board Member Earl?
That would be
Thank
great. Or staff, when we say annual report, the definition of an annual report is maybe staff can speak to it. It's about managing expectations.
Right, Patty?
Concerning, oh, okay, I was gonna say, I envisioned it concerning their contract, how they carried out their contract. So if we need to add additional detail to that, so it's spelled out specifically for you, that would be completely appropriate. I'd be happy to either amend that if you feel like it needs additional detail there.
I still don't know what would be in the report. They're going to provide a service from their scope of work of a contract. That there's three parts of a contract. There's time, there's scope of work, and then the dollars. So would that be? I'm still confused. Well,
I'm talking myself, but I would want to know how they used, and I guess you're using the term scope of work. I would assume the contract, but the scope of work to carry on this specific request that we have for this specific program.
Okay.
Dr. Norman, do you have something specific on annual reports? I'll let you have a minute and I'll go to Board Member Norton.
I wouldn't specific on the annual reporting of it. Just on the process of where this would be in the purchasing process. I think that's more the question I have. So maybe the purchasing team can get on to be able to say, what does this mean? Does this mean that the staff would go through the entire process and then bring to the board for a final approval? Is it a two-step approval process, or is it within the scope of work itself? That's the part that I would be confused on or need more information.
Thank you. Board Member Norton.
Yes, my question probably should be directed to Robert Austin. I love civics. I love social studies. I love history. I think those are all so important. My question is, how does he see that this is going to fit in with the new social studies curriculum? Is it in lieu of? I realize this is a pilot program. I don't see how it can just be added to, because the social studies curriculum is already very robust. I don't think that we're adding any more time to our day. So I'm just wondering, how is this going to be implemented? And I know we've got other things coming down the pipeline as well. I don't think that we can just expect teachers can just add more to their curriculum.
So Board Member Norton, if we can hold on that for a minute, because we're on this amendment.
Okay.
And then if it's about whether you're going to vote up or down on this, that would make a difference. If that's okay, then we'll come back to your question. Thank you. Board Member Straight. You're on mute.
By way of disclosure, I've worked on this for 9 months now, and very closely associated with this legislation, followed all the way through, attended multiple meetings in regards to this. This is simply a pilot program looking for innovation, driven by application, by people who want to be involved in it. And I just don't want to add complications to it, because I don't even think we're going to, each individual project or innovation or idea is not going to be receiving millions and millions of dollars. And I just think it's onerous to add too much. Yes, we're going to get reports back. I think we'll have a better idea then. But I just want to see what innovation does and what teachers can come up with.
Thank you, Board Member Straight. Board Member Moss?
Thank you. Just clarifying, as I understand, this would apply to somebody we engage to conduct those enumerated tasks, reviewing, and I'm sorry, I've lost it in the code, but look for innovation, explore barriers, that type of thing. Is that correct? We would just be requiring that anybody that the state contracts with to pursue some of the objectives of this pilot would report back to us yearly on what they're doing, what they're finding. That seems helpful and not much of a barrier. I'm just making sure I'm understanding it correctly.
That is the intent, if I can respond to that. That is the intent, so that we know who's engaged in this. And yeah, that's exactly right.
Just for our contractors then, this wouldn't imposing it on LEAs?
No.
Sorry, I jumped the gun on a follow-up, Chair. Sorry.
She did answer that.
Sorry, thank you. Okay.
Okay, Board Member.
I'm just curious. Who are we concerned about? And maybe this is a question for Jenny. Who are we concerned about that would be a contractor that we would have to be reviewing these very low-level contracts? I feel like we're playing some kind of hide the ball game. Who is it you're concerned about?
Specifically, we have a contractor currently, a Policy Catalyst, that is.
Jenny, turn your picture off. Oh, did we lose her completely?
No, I don't know. My Zoom, am I back on?
Yes, you're back on. So
my Zoom is in and out, so I don't know why today. So I just want to know who's doing this. I think there's a transparency element to it. And we have a couple of contractors that we work with currently that I think we want to know about. We want to know the work they're doing.
If I can follow up for a minute, Chair Bellner.
Go ahead.
I'm just wanting to know who. This is a very low-level contract. I think Brent's point's well taken, Member Straight's point's well taken. And I can just see us bickering over the maybe some political feelings, and and if there's somebody who's concerning, I'd like to know. But if it's just a fear of somebody that concerns you, I'd like to know that too.
Jenny, I don't believe she heard the one contractor you said out loud.
Yeah, Policy Catalyst is who we are contracting with, but that's not been brought before the board because they are under the amount level,
right?
The funding's level. I just think we need to be transparent on this particular item
because that's a question, Laura. Because why on this?
Why would we not, especially in the area of civics education? I think we would want to know who we're contracting with. And I also think there's some great entities out there that we can reach out to and contract with. We've got a number of state organizations that engage in this capacity already. So I think Jeff's got his hand up, I think.
Thank you. Thanks for that answer.
Okay, Jeff, okay, go. Oh, you can't raise your hand, Jeff. That's right.
No, as a co-host, I'm not allowed. I just wanted to clarify the effect of this amendment because I've heard a few things and I think there's a little bit of confusion. The bill itself already requires that a contract would have to be, you would have to go under contract as a board. So the assumption would be it would go through your regular contracting process. So as Board Member Earl pointed out, what this would do that's different from the process normally is it would require any contract 100,000 above or below. where typically you're only seeing a contract for approval if it's 100,000 or above. So that would be what's different. It would require any contract of any size. And the one thing that is different here, aside from that one piece, would be the reporting requirement, which may or may not be generally part of a contract anyway, some type of report back. But this just would formalize that there would for sure be at least an annual report back to the board in some format by the contractor. So that's just, I just wanted to make sure it was clear on what the effect of this amendment would be in comparison to the regular process. So hopefully that helps.
Any more? I don't see any other questions. Robert, do you have something that you would like to contribute?
Thank you, Chair. This is Robert Austin, State Board of Education Humanities team. The challenge here with this bill is that it's an innovations bill encouraging LEAs to engage in innovative approaches to civics education. And so my concern is with the timeline and of getting programs in place, any impediments that might slow down that process will just slow down the process. So that's my only concern with yet another expectation for the reporting under this motion. But, you know, happy to talk about this. I'm not aware of any third-party agreements that LEAs will be engaging in, but we won't know until we see the applications. So thank you, Chair.
Okay, so don't leave, Robert, because I'm sure there's others. Board Member Earl?
This is not an engagement with LEAs. This would be third-party providers with the state. So maybe there was some confusion there. So this would be, and are we not intending to provide a third-party provider? And if we are, this creates that transparency and that knowledge of who that third-party provider is and the accessibility for people to use that person or organizations.
So Robert, do you have a response? Are we going to be approving third-party providers?
I don't see us using the third-party providers for the
or approving.
Only if I guess the only approval piece is if an LEA wants to work with a third-party provider to provide part of whatever it was in their innovation, then of course that would be a part of the grant approval process.
Dr. Thronson?
Yeah, I just want to clarify within this space, there is a part in the bill that we're referring to that allows USBE to partner and for like professional learning. That's what the intention of that part was, to advance those that maybe aren't in the grant, but to advance civic education across the system. And so if we were to do that, I guess within the process and why the board probably doesn't review things under that amount is they have to meet the eligibility requirements that we put out. And they also have to like sign our agreements and things. So if we were to preclude a vendor for our own, like we don't like a particular group, I think we're going to have issues from a legality of that. And maybe that's a purchasing question if purchasing's available to talk about when can we preclude a vendor and what are the reasons for that. I think that would be hard if the committee that picks this says these are the people, and then the board says no, like what's the legality in there?
Thank you, Jennifer. Board Member Earl?
But we do say no sometimes, right? I mean, we did a couple months ago. I think the point here is that we need to know who we're engaging with, and that's the ask here. And maybe we're not going to use anyone. Maybe Robert Austin isn't going to put out for someone to assist with the civics engagement pilot, and districts are going to choose to use the money for their own vendors. but if the state is engaging in this, I do think this is an important area where we have some transparency and some understanding of who that partner is, or who the recommendations are coming forward from.
Thank you, Jenny. Board Member Hymas?
Yeah, I just want to speak in favor of this, just simply along with Jenny's thoughts here. I like to know, and I get asked questions, right? And people come to me and say, hey, why is this here? You know, if nothing else, for me to see it. I don't imagine we would turn down a whole lot, if any, but it would be good. And I get that in the face of all this reading that we've done. It's just a little more, but it would sure be helpful to me when I face constituents and say, this is what I support. And I'd like to know. I'd like to be in the loop.
Thank you, Board Member Hymas. Jenny, I do have a question. It's on the board shall approve any contract. Should it be a contract?
Well, I don't know. I think that would speak to whether, you know, we're going to use a considerable amount of funding for a third-party provider, or if we're.
But I'm using the word any or it's the board shall approve any contract. Okay, it's the verbiage here I'm concerned about. That is it saying we should approve any contract?
So you're suggesting it should be a contract for third-party.
Or all contracts from.
I will take any help. I just think saying any contract is a problem. Jenny, that's just a.
Yep, I understand
clarity.
that.
It's not changing. I don't think it's changing your intent.
It can be changed to I can see that.
I don't know if is right, but I just want to, if anyone, staff, if you have some help here, Angie, I don't know what's appropriate before we read this out.
I believe Angie has had to step away for a different meeting, but writing in the singular is always preferred. So, and that is my mistake, because I had retweeted this for Board Member Earl, but
no, that's okay. I just want to make sure we're not just saying we're going to take any contract. The board shall.
Could it just say all contracts from third-party providers?
Board Member Klein, I appreciate that, but still the board shall approve all contracts. That's a problem for me.
I think
Carol,
this covers it.
Carol, do you have a little help here?
No, I had a different question.
Okay.
Ponder that a grammatical one while I ask my question. Usually, Jenny's the one that identifies this problem. I'm wondering if this goes beyond the law. And we should not be making it more onerous for a contractor, or if the law is silent enough that it doesn't go beyond the law.
Beyond the law to ask to review contracts by the board?
The law the law that initiated this program to approve contracts.
Let me read it. It says offer professional learning, mentoring. Is that what you're referring to? That
State board approves the third-party contract in accordance with rules the state board makes under subsection 3 was what I was looking at. And that's the approval process for this. Is that not right, Jeff? 184, line 184?
it begins on line 186.
What about 184? What isn't that? Is that a different contract?
That is a different subsection for
180.
participating LEA.
And 184 is a different, and the state board approves third in accordance with rules the state board makes. Okay, so that belongs above. So the state board may contract with third party provider to offer. I can see that's, we could do that either way. It doesn't bother me. I just hadn't read the law and wondered if that would be a problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Klein, do you have a question on this amendment? Board Member Lear, you're okay? Board Member Earl, do you have a question on the amendment?
I just think it's one more thing that's real important, that this entity, if we choose to engage in it, and whoever we as its staff, if we don't have knowledge of it, that there's two other things that they engage in. And part of that is they're going to actually be making recommendations for initiatives, policymaking, and legislation to improve civics education. I just think we need to know if someone's engaged in this, who they are, what's going on, and their work in this area. So it's not just professional learning. So I do think it's important that if we okay someone, that we need to know what they're engaged in and who they are. Not just, you know, letting someone get approval and then we don't ever hear from them again.
Thank you, Board Member Earl. Board Member Straight, you have a comment to this amendment?
Yes, I was just wondering what would constitute an organization group, someone who provides professional learning, from being allowed to do that professional learning for an LEA. You mentioned the name earlier.
I don't think we have that right or ability to say that.
I know, but that's the intent of what's being said with this amendment, is that you can limit. If you don't like their politics, or you don't like something about them, then we can eliminate them from consideration for a contract. I think that's outside. If they're a qualified vendor, then they should be qualified to do the professional learning. And I might not agree with their politics. So I'm just not certain where this is going.
Board Member Moss?
I'll be quick. I didn't have the language in front of me, but you know, if there's somebody engaged to make recommendations for initiatives, public policy, or legislation, that if we engage, it looks like it's optional. State more may contract. I can't imagine we do a lot of those, but if we do engage, that seems like a pretty broad scope. So I don't know. It might be hypothetical, you know, what groups may or may not do it or where they're coming from, but I don't see any downside to you know, reviewing who that's going to be if they're in that process of recommending policy or legislation. That's pretty high level thinking, and it just seems to me sound to know who they are and get a report on what they're doing so we can consider what those recommendations might be. There may be a lot of unknowns here, but it just seems like a fairly sound idea to have some visibility.
Well, Board Member Moss, I just want some clarity. You said that they were going to give us policy or legislation.
It says that, and at least correct me if I'm wrong here, I think we're talking about subsection 5 in the statute, that we may contract with somebody, 3 things. C, make recommendations for initiatives, public policy, well, there it is, it's highlighted, or legislation to improve civics. So they're not writing bills, they are making recommendations for legislation, right? We're not, we're not appointing them to the legislature or to the board.
Thank you, I got it.
That's pretty high level thought is my point.
Thank you for that clarity. Chair Huntsman?
Oh, that's one concern, and I know we're spending a lot of time on this, is moving forward, say the amendment passed and we put this in place, how do we, on the reporting, or how do we go about the award in vetting whatever something bad outside that they want to come in? Are we going to come up with our own ESG kind of scoring metrics to weigh all contracts and vendors? And I'm curious of our next steps where we're not, I mean, this sounds really harmless getting into this space, but how do we stay in it and be consistent? And then my other concern is what vendors are going to want to go through the whole proposal process, not knowing how they were going to be measured as acceptable. And I just use ESG as a, you know, it was brought up earlier today, that scoring that's constantly evolving. I'm just putting myself in the vendor's shoes of, do I or do I not, and it doesn't seem like very significant, super significant and moving forward, but I'm just kind of a little bit concerned on the next steps, that it's not going to be as easy as what we think as we start going down this road. Roger.
Thank you. Vice Chair Davis.
I move to call the question.
Okay, it's non-debatable. It's to call this question to vote. Please vote if you want to call this question. Oh, well, please vote. Okay, I see it.
Vice Chair Belknap.
Yes.
This is Board Member Booth. I had to move to my phone in order to make it up to Salt Lake for the event that's coming up soon. And so I don't have any way of voting on this phone. It doesn't appear. So I'll just be here and I'll say yes or yay or nay or something.
Okay, so tell me yes or no if you want to call the question.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so it's unanimous. Okay, so the amendment before the board is that the board shall approve a contract for a third-party provider pursuant to section 53F-5-219 subsection 5, and an approved contractor shall provide an annual report to the board. Please vote.
Yes, Board Member Booth.
Thank you, Booth. Board Member Booth. Okay, I'm going to have a roll call vote. Here we go. Board Member Booth was a yes. Board Member Cannon.
No.
Board Member Klein.
Yes.
Board Member Davis.
Yes.
Board Member Earl.
Yes.
Board Member Hanson.
No.
Board Member Hart.
Yes.
Chair Huntsman.
Yes.
Board Member Hutchings.
Yes.
Board Member Hymas.
Yes.
Board Member Lear.
No.
Board Member Moss.
Yes.
Board Member Norton. Board Member Norton.
No.
No. Board Member Straight.
No.
1, 2, 3. That amendment passes. So the motion before the board now is that the board approves our 277-476 local innovation civics education pilot program is still probably draft 3 as amended on second and final reading. Is it still going to be draft 3, Angie, or draft 4?
It'd be draft 3 as amended, I believe.
Oh, thank you, Chair Hanson. Okay, so that the board approve our 277-476 local innovation civics education pilot program draft 3 as amended on second and final reading. Please vote.
Yes, Booth.
Thank you. I believe that's unanimous. Is that accurate? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Chair Hanson.
Thank you. Next item, 13.6, the motion for the board from committee was that the committee recommends that the board approve R277-465 CPR in schools draft 2 on second and final reading. There has been a draft 3 posted by staff just today. There's a change that allows for no hands-on work by students if the CPR training is given virtually. That was just brought to my attention a few minutes ago, but that's the draft. The draft 3 has been posted for review. I have some questions about that. I guess we can make the motion and then move forward. But can I ask staff first, how time sensitive is this on this draft 3?
The rule itself needs to be passed because of the funding being available July 1, and it still would need to go out for a 30-day public comment period for the month of June. So passage today is fairly important timeline-wise for the grant.
Okay, thank you. I will then make the amendment, and then I have some questions. And I'm not sure that I'll vote for the amendment, but I'll make that so we can get it on the table.
So, but did you read the original motion from committee, Chair? Did I miss that?
I did. Draft
Okay,
2.
yes, you did. Yes, you did. Okay, sorry.
Reading. And the motion then would be to amend draft 2 to draft 3. And just have a question for staff about that.
Go ahead, Chair. You're right there.
Thanks. Yeah, we weren't able to discuss this in our committee meeting, and I understand that perhaps we didn't see all the nuances of this at the time, but I have some real reservations about CPR training being done virtually. I'm not sure if any of you have been through that training, but I mean, you're on the dummy, you're clearing the throat, you're putting the mouthpiece in and all that stuff. And doing that on a video link, just to me, I have some real reservations about whether that's a good idea or not. So I will at this point probably vote against this draft 3 unless staff has some information that will convince me that that's a good way to deliver this training.
Go ahead. I just don't know if it's part of the law or what.
I'll take a quick stab here, and this is just one of those technical issues. In Senate Bill 192, it was pointed out to us yesterday by a superintendent during our USSA meeting that there is an exemption in the bill for students would not be required to do the certified training if they're in an online only setting. It had not been included in the rule because it was already in the bill. However, it was pointed out correctly, and this was my mistake, that right here on line 54, you can see, except for a participant who's enrolled in an online only school, the requirement for the training would exist. However, it does make that part of this subsection that says what your rules shall say. So we're actually required by this bill to state, it's one of those weird things where we don't restate code in rule unless the code tells you to restate code in rule, if that makes sense. So here it's saying we have to put in our rule that there is an exemption for online only school participants from taking the CPR training.
Chair, I'm going to go to Jody Parker, if that's okay. Scott?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Jody Parker, I'm the Health Education Specialist at the Utah State Board of Education. I would like to point out that the requirement is for training, not certification. Sorry, Jeff, I'm going to correct you on that word. There is a very distinct difference between training and certification. Online programs do not typically certify in CPR, and most employers would not accept an online certification as being like OSHA qualified, so which is kind of an industry standard. So that's a really big distinction. Also, I'm seeing that it's the psychomotor skills that are exempt and not the training requirement, because the training itself is one of our standards. And R277, there we go. Make sure I have all the sevens in line. Does require LEAs to that we have training, that there's a curriculum adopted for all of our standards. And CPR's training is one of our high school standards. So every student, as part of the health education graduation requirement, has to have some kind of training in CPR. So an online version could be one of like American Heart Association or Red Cross's videos that they have that are pretty high quality, but you're right, Chair Hansen, they're not going to have the psychomotor part where they're working on the mannequin, which is fundamental, in which case we're not going to reimburse the school as $6 per student for being trained in high quality hands-on CPR.
Chair Hansen, did that help?
I appreciate the info. Sounds like this is one of those situations where we're bound to the law, even if the law might not be exactly as we'd like it. So I'll withdraw my, I guess, decision to vote against this and to hold it back because we don't have the time, and let's get on with things.
So your motion now is that your amendment, or your motion now is that, I got to find it. Is that the board approve our 277465 CPR in schools draft 3 on second and final reading? Is that what you're asking?
That's the amendment, yes.
That's the amendment. I'll need a second to that.
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Straight. Board Member Lear?
Will you just remove the ampersand and put a regular and in there?
Okay, they're nodding yes.
Please, that just.
But I really like it because I can say ampersand. I can do that one.
I'm just cranky and it bugs the hell out of me. Sorry.
There you go. Okay, Board Member Hart?
Are we speaking to the motion at this point?
Yes, we are.
Amendment.
Or the amendment?
The amendment.
We haven't voted on the amendment yet.
Can someone tell me if there is anything that goes beyond exactly what is in the law?
Jeff's looking. I can see him.
I see. I do too.
Jeff, would you like me to answer that? Chair, would you like me to answer that?
Go ahead, Jody. Yes.
Jeff was looking. I wanted to make sure I wasn't going to step on his toes. The way that the rule and the new law from Senate Bill 192 are written, there's nothing beyond what's required. And Board Member Hart, if I can add, there's also nothing in here that we're not already doing, and that we've been doing since like 2014 when we first started receiving funds. Governor Herbert gave us $200,000 annually to do a CPR program in high schools. And the criteria that we were using to get money to those schools to do this is exactly what Senator Stevenson wrote into this code, or his bill, which is now code. And then we use the same criteria to write the rule. So there's nothing that is beyond the law, and there's also nothing beyond what we've already been doing for like a decade.
Thank you so much. That is extremely helpful.
Thank you. Okay, so the amendment is to change this from draft 2 to draft 3. We need to vote on that first to change it to draft 3. Please vote. Dr. Thronson, your mic is on. I think that's unanimous. Okay, so the motion now before the board is that the board approves our 277465 CPR in schools draft 3. I don't think it's amended now, on second and final reading. Seeing no more discussion, please vote.
Yes, Booth.
Thank you, Board Member Booth. Board Member Davis, oh, there it is, okay. Board Member Hymas. Thank you. Okay, I think that's unanimous. Thank you so much. Chair Hansen.
One more, item 13.7. The motion for the board is that the committee recommends the board approve the amended standards revision timeline for final approval.
Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board approve the amended standards revision timeline for final approval. No discussion, please vote.
Yes, Booth.
Chair Huntsman. Maybe lost his. There it is. That's unanimous. Chair Hansen, you're done?
That concludes the standards and assessment report for May 5th, 2022. Thank you.
Okay, we do have some work we still need to do. We really want to try and have a 5:30 absolute hard stop. So if we could just take a 5-minute break. But before we do that, let's move into executive session. So I need a motion that the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of individuals and pending or reasonably imminent litigation. This is a roll call vote. Board Member Booth? Board Member
Yes.
Cannon? Oh, thank you, Board Member Booth. Board Member Cannon?
Yes.
Board Member Klein?
Yes.
Board Member Davis?
Yes.
Board Member Earl?
Yes.
Board Member Hanson?
Yes.
Board Member Hart?
Yes.
Chair Huntsman?
Yes.
Board Member Hutchings?
Yes.
Board Member Hymas?
Yes.
Board Member Lear? I think she said yes, yes.
Yes.
Board Member Moss?
Yes.
Board Member Norton?
Yes.
Board Member Straight?
Yes.
Yes, so Jerry, if you're going to move us, we should probably do that right now, so when we come back, we're in executive. There you go, everyone. Well, it looks like we have a quorum. So I don't know where Brent went, but, okay, we need to have a motion to come out of executive session.
So moved. Motion to come out.
Second, Booth.
Second, Booth, thank you. All in, everybody vote, please. I can see you all on one screen. Natalie, did you vote?
Yes, Booth.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we're now out of executive session. Thank you, everyone. Board Member Norton?
Yep. I move that the board accept UPAC's consent calendar recommendations.
Second.
Second, the motion before the board approves the UPAC consent calendar recommendations. Please vote.
Hanson, yes.
Thank you.
We've got to make sure we get those that are abstaining.
There's no abstentions on that, Chair. So we're okay on that. That was unanimous.
Okay. In case number 17-1427, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second.
Second, so the motion before the board is that the board accepts the UPAC's recommendation in case number 17-1427. Please vote.
Hanson, yes.
Laura, I think that's one I abstained on.
It's not this one.
All right, thank you.
I wrote down which ones, Carol.
Thank you.
Okay, the voting is unanimous. Go ahead.
Okay. In case number 18-1471, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. So the motion before the board is the board accept UPAC's recommendation 18-1471. Please vote.
Hanson, yes.
Looks like the voting is unanimous. Carol, did you vote on that one?
It's
not. It's that one. Yep. Okay. Yours is the next one, Carol. Okay, go ahead.
In case number 20-1756, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second.
So the motion before the board is that the board accepts UPAC's recommendation in case number 20-1756. Please vote.
Hanson, yes.
It looks unanimous, civil, except with one recused by board member Lear.
Okay, in case number 21-1822, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. So the motion before the board is that the board accept UPAC's recommendation in case number 21-1822 with board member Lear is going to be recusing yourself. Please vote.
Hanson, yes.
Thank you, Board Member Hanson.
Davis, yes.
Okay, that's unanimous. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to move now to the litigation motion. In regards to the USDP hearing, which occurred on Monday of this week, I move that the board approves the recommendation from the hearing officer's report.
Second.
Thank you. So the motion is that from the hearing Monday, the USDB hearing this Monday, that the board approves the recommendation from the hearing officer. Please vote.
Hanson, yes.
Unanimous. Go ahead.
Okay, we'll go to the appointments. I move that the board appoint Dave Mackey to the Utah High School Activities Association Appeal Panel, representing a panel member for an additional 3-year term.
Second.
Thank you. That the motion before the board is that the board appoints Dave McKee as the Utah High School Activities Association Appeals Panel for an additional 3-year term as a panel member. Please vote.
Yes, Hanson.
Thank you. It's unanimous. Thank you.
Okay. I move that the board appoint Susan Hara to the State Instructional Materials Commission, IMC, representing an elementary principal for an additional 4-year term.
Second.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board appoints Susan Hara to the State Instructional Materials Commission for an additional 4-year term, representing an elementary principal. Please vote.
Hanson, yes.
Thank you. The voting is unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, and now we do the U.S. Board Communications Coordinator.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I move that the board appoint Kelsey James to the Utah State Board of Education Communication Coordinator position.
Second.
Thank you. So the motion before the board is that the board appoints Kelsey James as the board communication coordinator. Please vote.
Hanson, yes. I don't think we're appointing though. We're hiring, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, we're hiring. We can restate the motion before and vote again.
I move that the board hire.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Does that have? So I'm just making sure. I don't remember when you hire. Do you make that as a board motion, or is that just a personnel issue?
No, the board has to approve.
It's a board employee.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board
hire
Kelsey James as the board communication coordinator.
Second.
Thank you. I was just restating, Kristen, what that you just did. Please vote again on that.
Hanson, yes.
Nice. There we go.
Okay, that looks unanimous. And everyone, thank you for your heavy lift today. It is 5:45. Enjoy dinner.
Did we do our consent calendar? I didn't check that box. Sorry.
Yes, we did, Chair.
Sorry.
Have a nice evening, everyone. See you tomorrow morning.
I'll see you later.
Thank you all.